to join.
It's time.
This would be the ultimate flex to just have people from chat come in. Like, hey, come to the biggest
It is
teammate
time.
stack ever.
Oh, man. I ran home, but we're here. We're here just in time,
We got
guys.
2 chronos in
To game.
So we should be good there.
Man, I really like this song, actually. It's from
Thank
BFA.
you.
3-hour intro? It's 8 minutes. We've been live for 8 minutes. How is that 3-hour intro?
Lenny's already in.
Oh, I see. You're saying it's a rebound. Yeah, we've rebounded.
Already.
That does make sense.
Wait, I've not tried this to... does anybody have stations? I don't have any anymore. Does that work here?
Ooh. Okay, it's got to go now, though, because we're in the game. Okay.
So after the Dolyak events finishes, like let's all group up.
We're doing
here. This is the
Convergent
wall that will
CM
break.
speedruns. What could possibly go
So
wrong?
you use your Mount 3 thingamabomb.
I think we're doing like a
We're
strategy
basically-
run here.
To skip some of the AFK time, we're all just follow the blob, collect all of the essences.
I will collect all essences,
Technically,
guys.
the way is extremely straightforward. There's enough of you who actually also know exactly where to go, what to do. Do not wait for me like you're doing now. Like, just take the lead. Because I will most likely be always lagging.
Don't
behind
wait.
if there's like some typing shit to do. Although I'm gonna try to type as little as we can. So here we loop around. That would be wall 4.
Should have roughly 30 essences in the back.
Yep. And then, unlike last time, do not
Only have
deposit the
19.
essences
It's over.
once the next phase begins. Because apparently the thumpers multiply the ones you have. So it's gonna be install thumpers and then, you know, like while you do the events, make your way back to base camp for
I'm gonna get
an
30.
even bigger boost.
Boom, look at that. 30 essence, guys. That actually does make sense, yeah. So if we get the thumpers out first. Oh, man, dude, I'm super tired.
Oh no. Every time.
I've been pretty tired the last couple of days. I think it's the heat. The heat is draining, guys, you know?
You're also replacing
I'm
Rafa.
drained
Rafa
by the
is more
temperature.
example. Like, what the hell even? Like,
Okay.
The essence have been obtained.
we I mean, it's such
I'm
a
in group
network
6, so I'm over
Discord
here.
time.
I'm assigned to this location.
So, be careful to not hand in now.
Yeah. So do not.
And the thing is, it's even
Yeah,
worse.
well,
It's actually
do
getting,
not
it's
stand-
getting warmer next week, if you can believe it. And I can believe it.
Here, like, okay, this thing is forbidden basically.
Forbidden.
So it's basically grab your supplies. I know the most like go just make your way to your thing. Sub 10 is easiest if you go over the bridge.
Onwards. 37 Celsius? Oh, I don't think it was... I'm fortunate it wasn't that warm for me. But
Don't be on top of the
it was probably pretty close to 30.
And then there's a hole here where you can jump down for
But it's very humid here, so that really doesn't help.
and then the healer should sniff. Wait, I can maybe I'll do the sniffing here.
Boom.
Did I fuck it up? No, we're good.
Done. It didn't break. Nice. That, you know, that is, that's
And
a
then,
good sign.
Wait, Balry or Bluffs, I might have a faster route as well.
Less than a week over 20 degrees, the idle
Wait,
summer.
with
That's actually
4,
nice, yeah.
if
That's
you're
comfy.
on 4, it's you're in the camp. Yeah, the no-no zone is literally just the.
That is what
no
you like to
circle
see.
Until the thumpers are installed. Like the moment the thumpers are installed, you can actually go there.
I need to get used to this
Oh,
new
the
build. This
supplies
new
are
build
on
is
the left
weird.
side. Oh, well, near the wall. So they're here. Well, near the tent. And then I don't know if the
I'm
people
collecting.
can see it for.
I'm nearly
the
capped on
top.
essence, though. I need to
Well,
deposit
so
soon.
11, 12, you can actually go left as you go in the tunnel.
The other 2 thumpers need to get assembled so I can deposit.
Then I always gotta look for this myself. You take the middle route,
We're actually not at 50 people yet.
and there's a wall you can break through again.
So we are going to have to do something about that. We are going to need
We have a lever.
something
11.
to be dealt with that. Didn't the forbidden one got worse? I actually think it's about the same or...
We are
I'd say it's about the
49
same.
Again, we were 50.
Did someone just decline the invite or something?
So we have Merlin, Butter,
I think you could say it's slightly better even.
Oh, and Raven is back.
Well, it has different strengths
So
and
yeah,
different
for
weaknesses.
everybody seeing
It's
the
not
roach,
quite
right?
as
Like, this is
good
the
at
most
rezzing
annoying
people
thing.
and
If
carrying,
you're
but it's
sub
better at
10,
healing. Like, quite a bit better at
go
healing, I
towards
think.
the right, jump over the bridge, and if you're sub 11 and 12,
Because you actually get a lot of
base
healing.
camp,
And also,
go
it
in the
has
tunnel,
now
you
very
immediately
good protection
take a
uptime,
left, and then
which
you
is
take the
also
middle
pretty
path, and it's
important.
gonna get you to
So there's a couple of things that it
You're
does better.
much
The
faster.
damage, I think, is actually about the same. It's very similar. The power damage on staff kind of saves the day.
Like we've all seen it, like once Raven is here.
It actually does a decent amount of
then
power
we'll start the
DPS.
actual run.
And the extra chill blains on F4 is also surprisingly good DPS.
Like, much faster than,
That actually helps quite a bit.
like, one
Yeah, it
step.
was just a Cloud at the ID to quickly show everybody the Thumper event. Or well, so people know where to run.
I'm curious like how quickly we can do this pre-event. This doesn't feel that fast, but this never feels that fast. We've also failed one Thumper, I think.
Okay,
Meet up
sub
with
10?
sub 10 at camp and follow the tag. Sub 10, everyone go to camp to the commander and then follow the commander on where to go.
Yeah, you deposit after the Thumper is completed. You deposit after the Thumper is completed. Like you build it out. We need 5 supplies. I'll just wait for sub 10 to show them.
Yeah, so I
one
think
by
we're just
time,
doing the
and then
pre-event.
I'll,
Oh, horror of horrors, guys. We're doing the
then we
pre-event
start
and
the
then
run, right?
restarting when we have
Let's not
50.
waste too much time,
You
actually.
honestly hate to see
Camp
that.
to the commander.
So that would be wait, who is it? Well, unless you're already like if you've seen.
Well, that does make
Somebody followed
sense.
me already?
This is kind of one of the things that you honestly really want
We're-
to practice when you're doing this, because if you get this wrong, it's
Okay, so
over. You
go
have
on
to do
your
the pre-event,
walk
right?
now, You jump over this bridge. Yeah, I made a grave mistake, and then it's literally straight ahead, and you're gonna see a hole in the wall, and you jump down this hole. Oh wait, here. Sorry, there's a hole here.
Boom.
If you jump down this hole, basically you get there and you skip all the like the underground stuff. So basically, right, jump bridge, hole in the wall. and that's it.
Look at that.
You
And I
can
see where-
also communicate with the other people in your subgroup with /group.
Dude, this is pretty
If you
serious.
don't know
Do you guys
where
hear
to go,
this?
ask the others who know
People are
and
taking
put
this is
a
some sweaty
marker on them
stuff.
to follow them.
We're gonna get some big records here,
Okay,
maybe.
let's,
Some huge
how do we
records.
reset this the
Some
quickest?
speed
We log
runs.
out? We flip
Quick
for it?
logout, yeah.
Okay, let's reset this and then let's start the actual run.
Oh wow, dude, that's it.
On into character select.
That was a little practice run there. Well, that's how it is.
We need everyone to be out before we can reset the instance. Please go into your character.
And there you
select.
go. We're out.
Oh, dude, thank you. Another 6, another 6 unstable motivations. I'm making money here.
Wow.
I will not, by the way, sell these. I'm keeping these for future runs.
He's selling them. He is 100% selling them, guys. He's doing it for the content as well.
So everyone seems to be out. We wait another 10 seconds to be sure, and then
We have somebody. Oh no, we're good. Part of the mists.
You call yourself a sweaty
Do I
stink
need
lord. I
millings
think
and
that's all
toes
of
that
us,
are
to be
good,
honest.
We're good. And click, thank you, man. Tomorrow you see a video on how to make money leading a convergence. Why not? Alright, we should be good, right?
we should be good at this point.
Alright.
But we wait for everyone to be in this convergence.
A
before we
Peebo
start.
Fiesta?
Yep.
I'm gonna drop food and everything.
I don't think so, no. I think it's the opposite of a Peepo Fiesta. This is like a sweat fiesta. It's Giga Sweat.
1 some +1. Wait, +1. If it's milling stones, I'm good. I'm like literally good. If it's milling stones. Oh wait, infusions. I'm actually I'm doing pretty okay. Yeah, I got full power on. I got full power on. Okay, just a quick rundown.
Sweat Lord
We're all covered here.
convergences? Pretty much,
So
yeah.
you've seen the routes now. Escort event, wall break. Do not deposit.
You know, today is a sleepy day for me. We got the monthly AT. I need to... Yeah. Monthly AT is in 2 hours. No, 3 hours, actually. Yeah, we need to do that. I need to piss off. I actually need to go after that. I'm in the middle of building my 700X 3D. Looking forward to getting 15 FPS in open world Guild Sim as well. Honestly, with that, you might even get 40. Is the new X pack already revealed? No. No. Run-in today? Well, I've done half of it. Well, yes, basically. I need to go and do a little bit more after the stream. That's basically the plan. Zaitan stuff for you, Necro? Because I don't really... I'm not the most fashion-conscious individual. Is Guild Wars 2 dead.com? Come back on July 8th. You know, I think it's really interesting that this answer could unironically be yes on July 8th. Because it's possible that the next Guild Wars 2 expansion is the last one, which would, well, and that wouldn't make it a dead game, but you know it would be a funny meme, that's for sure. Yeah. It actually might be a very busy time for me over the next couple of months because here's some interesting content, guys. I did actually get a response from Method about casting the Race to Worlds first. Very exciting. And it's a bit of a weird situation, but they were definitely interested, and they said, I'll know in like 2 to 3 weeks. So we might be doing some Race to Worlds first stuff, guys. Very exciting. We will know if I am worthy of the Race to Worlds first pretty soon. Yeah, I'm going to need to wear some orange. I need an orange dressing gown for that one. Actual paid work? Yeah, I mean, if it's possible, yeah. It's possible I would get paid for one Race to Worlds first more than every Guild Wars 2 event combined, which wouldn't be saying much, seeing as that would basically be like a net negative number. So there is that. What is on July 8th? It's the speculative announcement for the next expansion. It would make sense. Early July. They said it's going to be in July. And basically the final update for the expansion has now come through with the balance patch and, of course, the fractal challenge mode. So that is the situation.
Our tale starts, as most do, with deceptively humble beginnings. The Wayfinder happened upon a quaint supply caravan at the foot of the mountain.
Stream quality's looking ass. Well, I mean, change it to 1080p.
Yeah, when do we get to the exciting part?
I would recommend.
All in good time, young
That is usually the way to go in these situations.
was glad to have the Wayfinder
It's time.
assistance.
Only 1080 available? Actually, shouldn't be the case. I don't have that. I see everything. Because I'm not doing the 2K stuff right now.
Nobody can stop the Wayfinders. They're the
There is no 2K. It is only, I guess, 1K. So it's basically exactly the same as it was before. But yeah, I will mess around with it a little bit.
Those monsters sure are annoying. They should learn
Huge.
With the path now clear, the Goliath was free to continue up.
I mean, it's exactly the same as before the 2K. You've been spoiled by one stream of 1440p, which did look a lot better, to be honest. I will try and get that working. I just need I need a little bit of time to sit down sort of. I've been a little bit busy with some other stuff. I've been unable to devote time to sorting it out.
Small cubs, for the real challenge had only just begun. The caravan was transporting parts.
Yeah, it's very exciting, actually. Need to do some proper research. We're going to need to actually know what the bosses do.
Tectonic means stoic altar.
That should be really cool.
You see, it's
We will see if we make it. Where's the next race? Probably in August, mid-August. The Blizzard devs are being worked hard right now. I have 32 essence. That's actually big. That's a lot. But yeah, it's probably going to be in August. So I have until then to prep. And yeah, they're going to start kind of figuring out who's doing the stuff in a couple of weeks, apparently. So that's pretty cool. And the real key is not to bug the thumpers. It's a really annoying bug, actually. One button rotation, race to world's first, when? And that would be pretty funny, wouldn't it? You know, I think that, well, nah, it's not really good enough for that type of rating, but I actually think it could be pretty interesting. Like, if I was like a late cutting edge guild, I would 100% have all of my DPS use it. Thing is, it would probably still underperform. It's not going to be quite good enough, I think. You know, you still have to play the fights effectively, but I think a tool like that is actually pretty useful a lot of the time. Get the dig. Boom, there we go. Because it is surprisingly good at doing DPS. Although, it's not really surprising. So, this is the thing you got to think about. With like people are like, wow, I can't believe how bad people are at doing rotations. That a one-button rotation is out DPSing people. But this shouldn't really be a surprise to anyone. Like, at the end of the day, the reason why people don't do DPS, it's not actually that the rotation is too complicated, or in fact that the rotation is too important. That's really not what's going on. If you want to know why people don't do good DPS, it's because people press their buttons too slowly. This is the universal truth of DPS rotations. And it turns out that pressing buttons in a pretty okay-ish order is really good as long as you do it pretty fast. Keep damage during mechanics? Kind of. It does do that, but it also doesn't use abilities super well a lot of the time. But yeah, it just presses buttons, right? And what happens is, and you can see this if you ever record your own gameplay, I guarantee you will see this. Like, you will see that you just have actions, or you have periods of time where you just don't press buttons fast enough. And like, that is ultimately what's always gonna... oh wait, North is bugged. Dude, it's game over. Oh, we were just resetting. Dude, I left the fucking squad. Holy shit.
Oh, coming from the grunt, I have stood on top and it didn't bug for me. Oh, there's two healers north. That's a good point. Well, healer...
Oh,
from
yeah.
sub 11 sniffs.
I don't know
There we
who you are. Subgroup 6, somebody left. Who is it? Teapot? Oh, okay.
Yeah, in
We're
that
back.
case, like a sub 11 sniff, I'm.
Dude, that sniff bug is actually super annoying, man. That is a really annoying bug, dude. You actually really hate to see that. So to kind of explain what happened there, guys, is basically if two people sniff at the same time, it breaks. It like bricks the entire run. It's actually very unfortunate. It does not feel good. Move and not pressing is where most DPS is lost, so it'll be good for that. Yeah, just like thinking. The thing is, it doesn't perform quite as well as you would expect, though. Like, it is pretty good, but it's not like good enough. And also, it's not very good at it doesn't press your cooldowns for you. You have to. Oh well, And when it does, it's going to press them badly. So you have to be a little bit careful of that. Sniffer. Yeah, the sniff bug is super annoying. It does not feel good. You hate to see it. I'm running every day now. It feels powerful. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'm definitely not running every day right now. I don't think I really have the conditioning for that, but I'm running every other day. Challenge Greer, huh? How many bosses down so far? 0. We keep running into bugs, unfortunately. Nerf to a further higher GCD penalty. Yeah, I actually think it's too overpowered now. I would say, as of right now, the one-button rotation in World of Warcraft is a performance upgrade for, like, 95% of the population. That's probably a little bit too strong.
Supply caravan? Ugh, boring.
Do you know the impact of food in the final DPS number? I think it's, like, 3% or something, in that sort of range.
All in good time, young ones.
Bloodstone Infusion is Wing HS? I don't know, maybe. Bugs, what I call the players I fight in World vs. World. I mean, that's good roleplay.
And with that, they began their trek into the mountain to deliver their suddenly.
Might be a bit more of that if you use Writs. Like, Writs are pretty good. Like, 200 condition damage. 200 power. Man, I feel like my game is lagging a bit. 60 FPS is... It's not great. Gotta kill this boulder.
Nobody can stop the Wayfinder. They're the strongest.
Doing M+, while your team is doing relatively okay. Well, I mean... I think there's the issue with stuff like this is that it kind of... It punishes you for trying, and I think that's really bad. Like, that's never a good thing you want to set up, right? Like, I actually think that what they should probably do is actually... I think they might have to disable the one-button rotation outside of normal mode raids and, like, heroic dungeons. They might have to make it so once you go into Mythic Plus, you can't use the one-button rotation anymore. And the reason I think that is because no matter what they do, there's always going to be a period of time where pressing the one-button rotation will be better than actually playing the game. Like that, obviously, right? Like that, it can't not be. Think how awful it would have to be, because it would serve no purpose, right? The whole point. Let's think about what the one-button rotation actually is for. The one-button rotation is basically to make the game, to make players who don't care about the gameplay perform better. Like that's its purpose. So the implication there is that there will always be a point where using it is better than actually playing the game. And I think that's like a fundamentally unhealthy position to be in, because it discourages people from trying. It will make people feel bad about trying. Let's assume there's like a little peeper, right? They're going into normal mode raids, they're learning raids for the first time. And all of a sudden, that little peepo is doing like 300k DPS, but they could be doing 700k if they're using the one-button rotation. That like fundamentally feels awful, because the little peepo is going to go, well, hold on, I'm not going to bother to learn, am I? Because I'm going to be dragging the group down if I actually try and learn. So I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to go ahead and just use the one-button rotation, then like not ultimately like learn how to play the game. And that's like a very unhealthy, it's a very unhealthy state of affairs, I think. So they probably need to just... I think a decent approach would be simply disabling it in certain content. Like Mythic Plus and Heroic Raiding, you probably shouldn't be allowed to use it. Sniff.
The Wayfinder's getting warmer. That's dark.
Believe the button. Exactly. The new raid, though, is really good, actually. They'll get max level, do normal heroics, and I have no idea where to play manually. Yeah, but you're not learning how to play manually in normal or heroic anyway, really. And yeah, I do agree that this is like a kind of an issue, but I think it's not that big of a deal, to be honest. I think the thing is though, I do think that there's some really scary stuff here. I think there's almost some like very unintentional side of that, because I've been thinking about the one button thing a fair bit, because obviously it's, you know, it's a hot topic in the game right now, and I think it's actually it's problematic, but not for the reason that you think. I don't really have a problem with like accessibility and, you know, people being able to clear stuff. So I do have concerns about basically the consequences of something like that existing. Because now there's going to be, in a weird way, right? There's going to be an extra barrier to trying harder content. Well, if they do that, right? Like, let's say they do this, right? And they say, okay, it doesn't work anymore in Heroic Raiding, and it doesn't work anymore in Mythic Plus. There is a problem there. Because what does that mean? Let's actually kind of interpret what that means. That says, if you want to try Heroic Raiding, not only do you have to go into content that's way harder, you also no longer have access to the accessibility tool that was basically carrying you through normal raids and heroic dungeons. So now you have this massive gulf that the player has to cross, right? And I think that's actually really scary. It's very hard to devise a solution. And you could just say, okay, well, we can nerf it then instead. And I think that will be another, you know, that's obviously another approach that you can take. But the problem with nerfing it is that it's still, at some point, going to be better than basically what a normal player can do. Like, even if they nerf it by another 20%, it will still actually outperform most WoW players. Like, it absolutely will. And that's, I think that's like a... Man, it's really weird. It's... You know, oh, man. I really want to see data on this. Like, to be honest, I want to see data. Because the thing is, it's a little bit hard for me to talk about stuff like the one-button rotation, because it just doesn't apply to me, right? Like, in any way. Like, I will never use it. It would be bad for me to use it. It's not optimal for me to use it. So, it doesn't affect me in any way. But it definitely does affect many players in the game. And I'm not sure if it's better in the long term. I think the rotation assist is really cool. I actually like that a lot. I think maybe adding a full one-button rotation was maybe a little bit too far. But I do like the rotation assist that like highlights the button you should press next in the APL. I think that's actually really cool. By pressing extra buttons when they make sense. They basically have a mode for that as well. Right? And, well, ultimately, that is how you need to play the one-button rotation. Like, it doesn't use your major cooldowns a lot of the time. It will just, like, use your rotational buttons, basically. So, you know, it kind of is like that to an extent. And, yeah, they could nerf the APL as well, like, to make it, like, deliberately worse and not do your rotation particularly well. But I think that doesn't really even fix the problem necessarily. Because at the end of the day, it would still be way better than most players playing the game. It's wonderful you learn your rotation. Yeah, and that's basically what Blizzard added, right? With the rotation helper, or that rotation assist, but not one-button rotation. One-button rotation might just be a little bit too far, to be honest. Maybe they should... they might have to change that. It's really interesting, though, because like, once you add something like this, I think it's hard to take it away, right? Again, I don't think it's the end of the world, but I think it could potentially cause some problems. Boom. I'm collecting these essences, guys. I'm the Essence Lord. It's funny. You know, someone, man, dude, this was a really spooky thought, but I think it's true, actually. Someone on the Guild Wars 2 subreddit said that Blizzard is smelling blood in the water because the other casual MMOs are floundering a bit. Specifically talking about Guild Wars 2 in this context, but I think Final Fantasy as well is having a slightly bumpy ride, although I've heard mixed things about that. I'm not actually totally sure about what the situation is there because I've heard like very mixed reviews of the latest Final Fantasy expansion. And And I think they're actually right. I think Blizzard is looking at Guild Wars 2 struggling. They're looking at Final Fantasy maybe struggling a bit. And they're going, dude, we can just take everything. Like, we're owning the hardcore scene right now. It's like not even close. Like, let's just take the casuals as well. Like, they're doing fucking player housing, one-button rotation, right? Like, all this kind of stuff. It's like, they're feasting, right? They're ready to feast. I actually want to go deposit this essence now, because we're actually very close to the end. And I'm a healer, so it's better for DPS to have essence instead of me. But yeah, I think Blizzard are smelling the blood in the water a little bit. The job homogenization is rough. That's interesting, yeah. I actually do. I must play Final Fantasy at some point, actually, because it sounds so different with the way that they design the combat in a really interesting way. With because there's no build variety, right? Like there's just like the class is like designed. Like it's ultimately designed in the way that the devs designed it, right? Like this is how you're going to play your class, basically. It's a very top-down design on that regard. And obviously, like they do have like a infamously long GCD, but of course there's a reason for that, and there's like a couple of different ways that you get around that essentially with a combat system, right? Dude, Heal Scourge still putting in the work, huh? Oh, dude, that's still actually reach. I thought that was. Oh yeah, it's because it's like a little bit longer than it is. I feel like this is not going particularly well. We can signet that guy. There we go. Okay. Got the CC here. Gonna go get these essences. I'm essencing. I think it was a slightly bumpy start, but I guess it's okay. The stench is over here. Patient, not be frustrated with what you're not normally used to. Like, when people say that, what do you mean by that, actually? I never reached 30k DPS on Golem. Never. Yeah, it means you're just slow. If you press random buttons, you'll get over 30k. I'll be real with you. I'm gonna recover this player. It'll feel awful. It doesn't feel smooth. It's not very intuitive. You guys are not really selling me on it. Yeah. The hell is going on? The stability on staff is actually super nice. Yeah, we're kind of cranking though, actually, no? DPS is looking good. I think our pre-event was feeling really good too. Dude, I can't see shit. Look at the effects. This is crazy. I want to give stability here before rotating away. Dude, Greer's kind of getting owned. Where's the stench? This way. It's too cute. You can't go over the aesthetic. Yeah, it's definitely not my choice of aesthetic either, to be honest. I definitely prefer how WoW and Guild Wars 2 look. And that's I don't think I'd ever play the game long term for that reason. Is because I do think that, enjoying the aesthetics of the game is really important. And yeah, that's not exactly up my alley either, to be honest. Can recover this player. I'm just going to run around rezzing people, I think. Ooh, the breath is coming through. Dude. This is pretty bad. There's actually so much time you could save here. I really need to get the stability down, but I'm too busy trying to revive people. Like, you really want to get, like, a clean start there. And for that, people really need to just get to the stack point. Oh, do I die? I actually do die here. I was out rescuing people too much. Need to rotate for the breath. In my opinion, you should just go to the side there. Like, they're just tanking it. I honestly respect that. Okay, we kind of got through it. We did it. Huge. Okay, we did it. I think the thing is about video games is that you always have to remember it's a skill, right? About, you know, like, oh, you know, I don't get more than 30k DPS. Well, the thing about that is that you're not just going to, like, magically get 30k DPS, right? Like, you have to practice. You have to actively improve. Otherwise, that isn't happening.
The yearning I arrest feeds to the delicacy of your world.
This year's like zero replayability. I mean, like the converted CMs. I think it's kind of, you know, it's kind of cool to do like the speed runs, right? That we're doing now. Yeah, I think the pre-event is a little bit unfortunate. Definitely compromises the experience a bit for me. Not my favorite. We can... Where's this guy? I think it's CC time. I think the time's going to be pretty decent on this. We did have a little bit of a mishap in phase 2, though, and that might cost us. Lost a lot of DPS there, I think. Which is definitely not ideal. Yeah, having the tank is pretty big here. Okay, 1558. I think that was pretty good. Sub 16. I think we could have been a lot better, though, actually. I think we lost well... I think we lost nearly 2 minutes of speed because of downstates. So I actually think this is doable. I think this is probably doable in sub 14. In fact, it's definitely doable in sub 14. I think you can get a 13-minute point. I guess there's a little bit of... I suppose there's a little bit of variance. Oh, look. Wait, are we rank 1? Oh, yeah. See, look. No, we're a minute behind. We're a minute behind, guys. That's actually not a surprise to me, though, to be honest. Like, our phase 2 is, like, really bad. Disaster, guys. Absolute disaster. I'm playing Half-Life 2. The game has aged remarkably well based on the first 4 or so hours. I mean, yeah, I think that old games... Some genres of old games hold up pretty damn well. And I think that kind of game, which is, you know... I mean, how would I even describe Half-Life? Obviously, it has shooter components, but it also, you know, has this... You know, I guess it's like just open-world RPG, right? Kind of, is what it is. Like first-person RPG. Yeah, so I was going to reference games like Portal. Like, games like Portal and that type of game, it ages very well, I think. Because mechanically, they age well. Like, if I think about games that haven't aged super well, like, well, for me, it's real-time strategy. Like, all the real-time strategy games were completely hamstrung by technology. Like, stuff like Command & Conquer Generals. As much as I love the game, it really hasn't aged very well because the pathfinding is just dog shit. Like, same with Dawn of War. And yeah, like they just really have not aged super well. Like, or in my opinion, stuff like StarCraft Brood War, the fact that you can only have like 10 units in a control group or whatever is just like insipid, to be honest. The best games were all made a decade or more ago. I think that there is a reason for that, though. I think it's because back then, I feel like every game was an indie game, right? Because I feel like not every game needed to be like a groundbreaking success. Whereas these days, outside of the indie space, like every game has to be massive. And because every game has to be massive, it means that all the games kind of end up looking very similar. And also, they have to appeal to everyone, right? Like games these days are like, yeah, you know, it's got to appeal to everyone. It's got to have a little bit of something for everyone. So it ends up just kind of pleasing nobody, really. Lack of imagination or risk taking. Yeah. And you know, it's hard to really blame because I understand like why it is that way. But yeah, it definitely sucks. But yeah, there's not a lot of risk taking, so the games tend to be like pretty generic a lot of the time. The money they're throwing gives them no choice. Exactly, yeah. It's why New World went the way it did. Like, there's an alternate universe where New World ends up being like a Guild Wars 2 sized MMO with like a really strong, close-knit PvP community, right? Like around the size of Guild Wars 2. But the problem is they threw so much money at it, like there's no way they could ever get the payoff, right? Like the game had to be huge in order to do that. And so they couldn't settle for, it's just gonna be, you know, like a really solid population MMO. They had to try to convert it into something huge. Delves would have saved New World. I mean, maybe Delves were the answer. It's possible. Oh, no, trust me, bro, at work? Yeah, exactly. You can't get away with that. Yeah, trust me, bro. Like, you'll get your 100 million back. Isn't that mostly old man talk, though? I guess the happy thing as they play now, wouldn't see the older games as better. Well, no. That's. I think you're misunderstood what people are saying here. We're mostly commenting on the state of the industry rather than like that there aren't good games. There are loads of incredible new games. Baldur's Gate, for example. I think that, what is it, like Claire Obscura or whatever it's called, is like, I think also being really well received. There are excellent modern games. That's not what we're saying. We're not saying there are no good modern games. We're saying that the games industry, particularly AAA, like in particular AAA, this is less of an issue in industry, in indie games, is often pretty boring and mediocre because there's so much money going into these games, they can't afford to fail. So they play it very, very safe. They play it very, very boring. And they try to appeal to a really wide base of players, which kind of makes them, in general, pretty mediocre at serving any particular niche. But they turn a profit, so that's why they keep getting made, right? Any new MMO could go against the big boys. It's extremely difficult. And the thing is, I actually think, when we say the big boys, I think it's WoW. I actually think WoW is unironically is actually killing like all new games. Like having to compete with WoW is horrible. That's just not doable, honestly. So basically, guys, if you want someone to blame on why there are no new MMOs, blame World of Warcraft. I'm only half joking as well. They'd re-release Wrath of the Lich King? Wait, they literally did that. No? Yeah. They literally did this. Again. Wait, why again? Consumer, yeah, for sure, yeah. I think you have to go for a niche audience, right? Like you go niche, you go PvP, or go for like Palia or something. What even happened with that game? Actually, I don't know what happened with that game. Is that out yet? Yeah. Huge. Yeah. Being this is nothing really to do. I mean, yeah, it's a seasonal game, right? It's literally a seasonal game. Like, you play the season, then you log out and wait for the next season, yeah. Better served than different genres nowadays. I think that's also true as well, yeah. Especially the PvP audience. I think not really the PvE audience, though, in my opinion. Maybe for story purposes, like story, solo play, like that sort of thing. I can definitely imagine that being the case. But I don't think that's the case, actually, for like group combat. Like there aren't many RPGs that essentially have the same type of combat experience as an MMO. Like this is not. There aren't single player games that are like this, right? I can't think of any anyway. Not really that work this way with this type of combat system. I mean, they did this with Fellowship for Mythic Plus and WoW. I think that's actually very uncommon though. Exactly, yeah. There's nothing like Mythic raiding. There's no like Mythic raiding outside of MMOs. Or like Mythic Plus. Well, there is now, actually, but, you know, not until, you know, it's very unusual for that to be the case. Yeah. Your opinion on the PTR raid? I think the raid is excellent. I don't know if this is a trend. Maybe this is a trend. Although I don't think this is actually always true. But in my experience so far is that the last season is always insane. Like Amir Drasil was easily the best raid in Dragonflight. And so far, yeah, Mana Forge Omega, it seems really good. All the bosses I've played so far have been excellent, I think, in terms of their design. Very good design. I would say the tuning was very generous, but I think that's intentional, to be honest. Like, they weren't that hard. But one, it was only heroic, and two, again, I think they had it undertuned so people could actually experience the fight. So, yeah. Looking a bit orange? Wait, it might be the lighting. The lighting is maybe slightly different. I also might be a little bit... I might have caught the sun a little bit. I've been outside. That is possible.
But do not be so quick to celebrate, small cubs. For the real challenge had only just begun. The caravan was transporting parts for a very important device. A tectonic...
The outer world. The grass. There's a couple of potential questions. WoW Classic Mobile had the best balancing. I think I can't speak to balance obviously, but I have heard people speak very fondly of class design in Mists of Pandaria. So I think that might be what you're getting at. I think people really liked how the game was played. Though I think. So that's good.
As our intrepid band of heroes set up camp,
Aboba. Hello, Zybel.
approached the Wayfinder. Her name was Visha Foeraiser, and she
I started talking about raiding in Forbidden in Season 3. I trust Blizzard to make a banger third raid. It's happened so many times. Yeah, nice. Bat chest out of the mop and wad kits. Well, there you go then.
You there! Stop dawdling and make yourself useful.
Wait, dude, I didn't get the thing.
This thumper may be up and running, but it requires
Go, 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 go. The supply crate is inbound. It's such a weird mechanic.
The Wayfinder's getting warmer, that they are.
this spot
We did it.
nicely. The Wayfinder thought to themselves,
But yeah, so I think MMOs definitely are niche, because I think especially when it comes to the PvP audience, like all of those audiences basically moved to MOBAs and shooters, right? They were completely replaced. And then, of course, like, the single-player RPG experience has become, like, pretty insane. And, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I'm not really a single-player game enjoyer, really. But, man, there's some really impressive stuff out there. Like, I think the most recent is obviously GTA 6, right? Like, the GTA 6 trailer, to me, is, like, intensely impressive, right? Like, that is, like, wow. We've really come a long way, haven't we? In kind of delivering this kind of story-driven world experience. It's pretty remarkable, like how good it actually looks in some of these those trailers and what they're capable of doing. And then you also look at games like Divinity and Baldur's Gate, right? These games are incredible. If they were movies, they would have crazy acclaim, and they obviously do within the gaming industry. It's not quite the same though. I feel like. Necro staff changes happen? Yes, we're on new transfusion. MMOs just don't exist for them. Yeah, I mean, I think they're fundamentally bad for anyone who's kind of like a multi-gamer, right? I think that's kind of the issue with them. Oh, dude, wait, it fucking bugged. Everyone left.
Let's have Merlin sniff, so Merlin skip the supply.
Dude, the bug really sucks, actually. It feels really bad that we keep running into it. Yeah. Twitch and YouTube don't really distinguish in classic and retail. I think that's, yeah, this is really weird to me. I guess it does kind of make sense. Wait, actually, WoW players, when did retail become retail? Quick question. Because there must have been this weird point, right? No, because what I mean is like when did it become like it is now, in terms of combat? What? Because I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about here. Because when people talk about like WoW being a slow game, they're talking about classic, and they're right, by the way. But people think retail is like that. And to be honest, dude, like retail is almost like too much. And this is coming from a Guild Wars 2 player. Like retail WoW is so fucking fast. It's like it's actual brain rot. Like it's designed to rot your brain cells. It's not like that. So it's kind of like when did that happen? Classic WoW. You love to see it. kind of the new talent system. Yeah. And I mean, I think is I didn't really play Warlords. I didn't really play MOP, actually. I basically played Guild Wars 2. The last WoW expansion I played quite a bit of was Cataclysm. I absolutely loved it, by the way. I love the heroics. It's why I actually rate the Cataclysm Mythic Plus dungeons to be very high. Because I actually really like them. I like the theme of a lot of the Cataclysm dungeons. Like I think this is actually a relatively hot take. I believe it is. But I think one of my favorite WoW zones ever was Vashir. Right? I absolutely love that zone. I played it every single time when I leveled a character as a kid. I love the music. I love like running around on the seafloor, like swimming around and stuff. Like, you know, riding on like a seahorse and stuff. It's actually so cool. I really like that zone a lot. It is so under. I can't believe people didn't like it. Yeah, it kind of blew my mind that people have a relatively negative opinion of it. I really, really like Vashir. It's really cool. But yeah, honestly, I should maybe play MOP Classic because I actually didn't really play that expansion at all. As I understand it, the raids are really good in MOP. But people say that about like literally every WoW expansion. So like, maybe that's not that special.
Supply caravan? Ugh, boring.
Yeah, when do we
Kata was the end of Classic, MOP changed the whole talent tree. Yeah, because that's when it went from having the regular tree that just kept getting longer with every expansion. They kind of squished it down, didn't they? It really sucks that it keeps bugging on us. Hate to see that. We're ambushed. Feeling community has fallen short and Blizzard has killed it over the years. Why rate if it was like a single player game with players around? Does Guild Wars 2 have the same problem? I would say yeah. Guild Wars 2 feels very the way Wood and Potatoes put it is playing alone together. I think this is something that all modern MMOs have. Modern MMOs tend to be very gamified, like very reward driven, like end game driven. And when you have a game like that, people tend to gravitate towards efficiency. And this is going to sound really weird, but social interaction is usually one of the first things that gets like optimized away, if that makes any sense. I think a perfect example of this is funnily enough, Classic. Classic WoW is fundamentally a pretty social game. But you know what's funny? Social interactions are ultimately an inconvenience. And one of the key things that the Classic WoW community does is it optimizes away the need for that social interaction with standardized strategies, easy ways of building groups. The most prominent one and infamous one is GDKP. It's an incredibly efficient system for building groups without the need for kind of like this large-scale social interaction or you know, like micro-social interaction. It's all handled on the macro scale, basically, with automation. Yeah, this is just the way people play games. So it's not really, it's not actually, I wouldn't even say it's a modern MMO thing, actually, because, it's incorrect to say it's a modern MMO thing, because it also happens in classic MMOs, too. It's more of like it's a zeitgeist thing. It's like a sign of the times. Like the way people play these games is like fundamentally changed. Sniffers into position. Wait, do they want us to like instantly sniff? Oh, okay, fine. I'm gonna go then. Okay. They want to pre-sniff, so I'm gonna sniff then. So yeah, it's like at the end of the day, yeah, like I would say Guild Wars 2 and WoW both suffer from the same problem, in that social interactions are deprioritized. Okay, there we go. Boom, get in there. Deliver. Because the player badge? Yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I think it's not actually fair to just put this at the feet of modern MMOs. It's not. It's not actually the fault of the game.
Monsters are attacking the camp. Stop them, Wayfinder.
Because, it is one of these really interesting things. Like, it doesn't have to be this way. Like, it could be different. Like, for example, I do love it when you get, like, these... You meet some, like, proper interesting people in these games a lot of the time. But a lot of the time, you just won't ever talk. Which is weird, right? I think we didn't bug it. That is a good start. We don't actually need the supplies anymore either. Used to do montages just out-gearing people. That was a quota for owning. I know that's how it is. Like, if you have the best gear, you can own noobs in PvP. That's just the way it is. Acts of information through YouTube and social media. Yeah, absolutely. I think this is like a really important thing. We've talked about this on stream before, but I do actually think that MMOs are really interesting because they are uniquely not suited to retaining their magic with guides, basically. Like, guides are actually very toxic to MMOs in a funny way. Because, like, the way that you're supposed to play MMOs is that, like, you learn from other players, right? Like, you go, oh, how do I do this boss? And you talk to other players to figure it out, right? Or, like, you work together, like, oh, or like, where'd you get that item? Like, where'd you get that? Here's the thing is, right? You don't need to ask someone anymore. Like, you can just go online. Like, Wowhead has 500 guides on how to get literally every item in the game. Like, all of the nerds, they ran the simulations, and this is the exact build you should be running. This is the exact piece of gear you need to get, and here's how to get that gear. And all of that basically optimizes away all of these social elements of the game, which is pretty interesting. About best gear, is it evenly matched, like Guild Wars 2? Well, I mean, gear is not going to carry you. Like, obviously, if you have, like, level 1 gear versus level 80, like, you're screwed. But at the end of the day, WoW PvP is skill-based, right? Like, in the same way that WoW PvE is skill-based. Like, if you have the best gear in the world, it's not going to carry you. Like, gear in retail WoW is in a really interesting position, actually, is that it absolutely will not carry you. It won't carry you even in Heroic, by the way. But it's also necessary at the same time. I think that's one of the reasons why people feel a little bit frustrated with the progression in that game, actually, is because it's almost like it's very impactful, but it's impactful in a very specific way. It's like it's mandatory, but if you don't have skill, it's useless, right? Like, that's the thing about WoW gear. But the Project Zero series is solving hundreds of tiny problems in a social context. Yeah, and I think that's why I have a fundamentally different experience, say, like, an ahead of the curve rate already. And I think you as well, obviously. I feel that WoW is really social because the type of content that I do, you have guides for it and you have VODs, but ultimately it's still a problem-solving process, right? Like, we're going to run into our own individual hurdles. We're going to have our own individual problems that we need to solve. Like, Mythic raiding in WoW is incredibly social. Like, I have an amazing, positive social experience with my guild, right? Like, for example, we were playing on the PTR. It was amazing. It was awesome because we were all figuring out this boss together, right? And that's not only because it was new, but also we were cooking our own strategies, right? We were coming up with our own approaches to how to actually fight these bosses. And even when you have a standardized strategy, you're still going to be running into these kind of like micro issues that you have to solve on an individual level, right? And the earlier on the raid tier you do this, like, the more social it becomes. But yeah, guides are, like, really interesting in the MMO context because they have completely changed how people play them. And, it's important to say that, it's not necessarily bad or good. It's like we're just kind of remarking that things have changed. Isn't the social part why so many people feel the need to stay caught up when it comes to gear, even though most people aren't Mythic Raiders? I think it's the competitive element. So this is one of those things that's really interesting. Okay, so think about this, right? Like, you're organizing a group, and everyone's aware of this, by the way. You're organizing a group, right? And 3 people apply. One guy has best in slot gear, but he's never done the raid before. One guy has no gear and has never done the raid before. And the last guy has best in slot gear and has cleared the raid 5 times. Which one of those are you picking to join the raid? And this is something that everyone's aware of. And this is something that I think it rubs people the wrong way, and I actually don't blame. We need to move. It's going to be bigger than it looks. Oh, they actually killed it in time hype. These games, whether you like it or not, you are competing against every other player in the game. That is just the way it is. That is a fact. It cannot be changed. It fundamentally cannot be changed. Because there are a limited number of spots in these raid groups. Guild Wars 2, WoW, 14, whatever. And as the group leader, I'd even go further. Like, as the group leader, I actually believe it is your responsibility to pick the best candidates. Like, I think that's actually like a thing you can say in the affirmative, right? Like, if you're making a group, it is your responsibility to make sure that the people within that group are, like, appropriate for the content that you're completing, right? And it is your fault if you pick someone who is not. Like, either they don't have enough gear or they aren't experienced enough for the type of group that you're running. It's, like, your fault for doing that. And everyone knows this. Like, everyone is aware that the game is fundamentally competitive in this way. It's not just WoW, by the way. This is, like, literally every MMO. Like, every game that has, like, limited spots. So it is a social element, but more specifically, it's the social competitive element. It's the social competitive element of the game. I think we kind of owned the pre-event, which I think is pretty hype. We need to be a little bit careful of these breaths, though. These are going to get bigger. I think people are getting a little bit trolled. People need to be doing more wing 8. Oh, dude. He either ported out of my... I need to go and res these players. Oh, this is bad. Be revived, my friend. Oh. Okay, we're good. We're back in business. We have stability there. Blind progression isn't really a thing in WoW. It's because of the race wars first. It's funny actually. I think this is also this is true of a lot of things, but WoW being as competitive as it is brings a whole host of issues. I think one of the reasons why people like Guild Wars 2 is actually that the game is fundamentally non-competitive, and that's actually valid, by the way. That is 1,000,000% valid. Yeah. But yeah, Guild Wars 2 and Final Fantasy and these other games, they're just not competitive in the way that WoW is. There's nothing like the race worlds first, like not in the same way. Jesus, ML's been too toxic, can't clear content unless you're always up to date. I mean, it's definitely... the Guild Wars 2 is like a lot... The content's a lot easier, so it doesn't get as toxic, yeah. But to be honest... I don't think that's really true about Mythic Plus, but it's obviously up to you. We need to move away from the breath. I think we do need a plan to deal with this breath. Because I feel like eating it can't be correct. We rotate. Guild Wars 2 gatekeeping. I mean, Guild Wars 2 is much harder to get into than WoW for sure, yeah. Like, Guild Wars 2 has its own set of frustrations. That's for sure. But because the game isn't as difficult as WoW, it's not... You don't like... People aren't going to get mad at you as often. It will happen. Especially if you play PvP, but... Definitely less so in PvE. Yeah, we do need to play Guild Wars 1 on your right, yeah. Because it was first in Final Fantasy 14 WoW. Yeah, it's a little bit different though. Like, I think the moment people play a game professionally, it changes things so much. And as far as I'm aware, there's no like professional esports organization like Echo or Liquid in Final Fantasy, and there isn't in Guild Wars. There obviously has been previously, but not anymore. And that is fundamentally different. Like it's just you almost can't compare the two.
Your confidence has become.
Boom. And they just sell boosts, to be honest. They boost. Mythic boosting, pretty lucrative. Wonder what the time is looking like. Oh man, we have a couple people dying over there. I'm gonna Signet. I got the Bloodwell on that guy. He should get res. We're gonna Signet that guy. Press F, get the Bloodwell down. Yeah, the tanking here is big. Because then we can just stand behind and dodge the shit easier. Watch out! Oh! Loan the Golden Promise it in booze. Oh yeah, that's almost certainly what they do. Or at least what they've done previously anyway. Yeah, they'll take the gold, then they'll just pay it back with boost sales. And, well, I mean, that's... Everyone knows they're good for it, right? So it's a pretty safe loan. I'm not sure if this run was that much faster, or if it even was faster. Oh, shit! Dude, it was faster. Yeah, we didn't have nearly as much of a clusterfuck. It's really hard to tell the speed of this. I think that's actually the fastest, if I'm not mistaken. There you go, guys. Lifetime, world's fastest Greer CM. You love to see it. We beat him by 14 seconds.
All of us putting aside our differences and fighting the insurmountable as one. When we all work together,
There you have it.
mountains shake and
You're always suffering when you go not to par. I mean, I think it just depends like how you approach the game, really. Like, it doesn't particularly bother me that much because, I mean, you're just still playing the game. I think the only thing that's a bit weird is when you're playing like haste-based classes. Like playing a haste class with low haste, it does not feel good. Yeah. So it depends, like, you know, it definitely depends, like, how you approach the game. Absolutely owned. You love to see it. Epic. Insane DPS. Are we talking about WoW? We're talking about MMOs in general, really, I suppose. 50% would quit. Dude, I think I think almost everyone would quit, unfortunately. Boom. We did it. No effort equals no gear. Well, I mean, I think gear is also like a frustration that people like find it easy to externalize onto. Like realistically, if you like not being able to get into Mythic Plus, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I mean, I think it's this. A lot of it really comes down to like if you're willing to make your own group. Like if you have shit gear, nobody's gonna add you. But then, like, why would they? Right? Like. There's like no reason to. So it's kind of like one of these weird things. And you know, I don't really mind the gear treadmill as much because, okay, so this is the way that I personally perceive it, right? It's like, okay, I need to gear my characters. How do I do that? By playing the game. So, oh, well, I guess that's not so bad then. And like, I would definitely prefer to play on the tournament server, pretty much, because like getting a character up and running is definitely a little bit of a hassle sometimes. But oh no, it's not that bad. You just play the game. Unless you're playing, you know, unless you're doing like 50 splits, you'll live. Quickness Catalyst. Oh, nice. Very good. The snake is active. Game is finished. I mean, I don't think that's the deal with, I think that's not the deal with it with Guild Wars 2. The problem with Guild Wars 2 is it doesn't release enough content. Like, okay, so with all of this stuff, always remember, guys, why was nobody talking about this in Heart of Thorns? Why were people not complaining about like lack of rewards to go after in Heart of Thorns? Why? Very simple. They released a lot of content. This just wasn't a conversation back then. Like this was not an issue because they just released a bunch of stuff. Yeah. Boom. We're zoning in. We're zoned in. The Guild Wars 2 swimsuit? Dude, I have not spent money on Guild Wars 2 for a very long time, actually. I actually feel a little bit sad about that, I'm going to be honest. I don't think I've spent money on Guild Wars 2 for, like... Yeah, since Soto, really. You honestly hate to see that. You really do. Huge. You didn't buy Jam the Worlds? I get it for free because I'm an ArenaNet partner. I always know when someone avoids it because of the gear. Do you want me started on trigger that might never drop? I can be real. Like blaming gear for being outperformed in WoW is just cope. To be honest. And I think that can be annoying, but you just have to look at stuff like how many times they cast something. Like you evaluate like why you got outperformed slightly differently, but yeah, I actually do agree with that. That's kind of annoying. And yeah, you could also just like sim the DPS you're supposed to get. Like it's very easy to see if you're underperforming or not. Because you know, you can just do this. You run the sim. For whom MMOs are designed, if a player has 1 to 2 hours of daily playing, then he or she is doomed. She wants to play an MMO. No, I don't think so. Actually, no, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. You go for vacation and play WoW. By the time you get back, you get new X pack. I mean, if you go on like a 1 year fucking vacation, maybe, yeah. I mean, maybe, yeah. They could have been so good for endless content, chase records. Leaderboards were good. The groups were so big, you could actually fill on the whim. I mean, I actually don't hate the fact that it's 50 players. I think it's kind of hype. It's just that, I mean, look, realistically, like the game is not alive enough to sustain like a healthy scene for this. That's what you're getting at, and you're absolutely right. But you know, it's. I think conceptually it's fine. Yeah. Huge. Then we started on a trinket that might never drop. You know, look, take it from me, Garion. Blaming trinkets is always cope. Blaming gear and WoW is cope. All the time. My best ever season of Mythic Plus, where I was tanking on Vengeance Demon Hunter, I played almost all of it. I played it without the Bis trinket. Because I just could not get that goddamn thing to drop. It was the Farak Rage Heart thing from End Boss. I gave it to everyone else except me. Everyone else except me ended up having it. Because I fed everyone, because that's just the kind of guy I am. But you know what? We still did fine. Yeah. Tanky isn't comparable to DPS in terms of trinkets, especially for M+. I mean, I think, honestly, for tank, I think it's fairly comparable. I think it's fairly impactful. Like, not having Rage Heart, it's not nothing. And yeah, if you have, like, a completely dog shit... I guess it depends on trinket balance as well, to be honest. Like, if you have, like, a worthless trinket, then, yeah, it doesn't feel good. Yeah. Definitely doesn't feel good. But, I mean, I don't like, I don't like Gear Tremble either. DBS trinket with wrong stats gonna make a huge difference. I mean, I think it doesn't make as much. I think it actually doesn't make as much of a difference as people make it out, to be honest. And yeah, in terms of like performing, okay, here you go. Here's the 5-minute sim for my character. If I get a number lower than that, I'm just bad. That's just the way it is. Go and practice your rotation. Go and do 2.4 million DPS. Huge. I've got my Frost Shield uptime there. Very exciting. You love to see it. Guild Simodal Gearing. Cabin before the hardest content. I mean, yeah, it's... I mean, I don't know. Skill is more of a factor. I mean, the thing is, skill is the factor. Like, skill is the defining factor in the game. Like, this is inarguable. Like, if you take... well, you can actually see this too, right? Because, like, the world's first guilds clear the end content, like, 10 eye levels below us. Right? And without a damage buff as well. Like, skill is the factor. Like, there's just no way around it. Yeah, like, the amount of times, the amount of situations that you run into where you're failing because of gear, not skill, is, like, almost zero. In fact, no, it is zero. The only people who get gear checked are basically, like, world's first guilds, pretty much. There are definitely some situations there where it's like insanely tight on how much DPS they have available to them, and like, you know, the items they have. So for general population, you're never getting gear checked in WoW ever, just ever. The only people who run into that problem are like literally the best players in the world. Yeah.
Our tale starts, as most do, with deceptively
20 competent players long enough to kill the boss? True. Yeah, 20 people is a lot of people, huh? Well, as a peso, I'd probably play. Yeah, that's fair. I understand why people don't like paying subs.
Yeah, when do we get to the exciting part?
Because you want to get your value out of it, right?
time, young ones. Our distant memory was glad to have the Wayfinder's assistance. And with that, they began their trek into the mountains of the river. Suddenly, an ambush. With the path now clear,
Boom.
the Goliath was free to continue up the trail.
Inventory is full. How do I manage it? I mean, look, buy more bags. That's pretty much the way to go. Oh, looks like someone DC'd. WoW should push more open world PvP. I think it's too late for PvP. And they should just they need to make like solo queue exist. Realistically. I think the problem is that they have this.
Thanks to the Wayfinder's efforts,
I think the problem is that my understanding of WoW PvP is that let's say you're in a 2v2, right? It's always going to be 2 DPS, or you know, it's going to be 1 DPS, 1 healer, right? In a 2v2. Or in a 3v3, it'll be 2 DPS and 1 healer. And the problem with that is that if you don't have enough healers, the game doesn't work. So they tried to make solo shuffle, but to be honest, solo shuffle sounds like a shit idea to me.
a tectonic thumper.
They need to come up with a good solo queue game mode. Assign 1 player for each thumper for sniffer, but that's literally what we do. I'm the sniffer. It's time.
This device was an essential tool in the Wayfinder's triumph over the Titan.
So you just need to make a solo queue mode that actually works for Arena. Better gear reduces the skill check. Yeah, of course. That's the nature of it, right? But I mean, like the way that this is being talked about is like suggesting that like that gear is more important than skill. That's like never the case,
Reward lieutenant approached the Way.
or not within the expansion anyway. Like obviously, you know, you go back and like one-shot molten core.
She was the inventor of the tectonic thumper.
You there! Stop
Boom.
mumbling and make yourself useful.
She
I'm just gonna go ahead and sniff. Boom.
This spot should do nicely, the Wayfinders thought to themselves in satisfaction.
Snails. Level boosted Mythic Plus players could walk into Mythic and kill door boss? No, of course not. You'd get completely destroyed.
As the Wayfinder began running essence from the reconstructed thumper back to camp, Titan spawn waited in the shadows.
Boom.
Perfect moment to strike.
Look out, Wayfinder! They're gonna attack your new thumper!
So yeah, that's, I don't know, it's not really, I guess I just look at the game differently, to be honest. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know, Like, I think I'm surprisingly easy to please with this kind of stuff. Like, progression systems in games are not that important to me, to be honest. As long as it's not, like, pay to win, it's like, whatever. I'll play it. I mostly just care about the quality of the content. Like, is the content good? Is it fun? Is it active? Is it alive? Right, that's what I'm looking for. Like, if the progression's a bit shit, then it is what it is. Like New World, for example. Like, I grinded the fuck out of New World's endgame, even though the progression system was stupid. But I kind of liked the game, so I did it anyway. Your other guild is a 4 out of 4 and didn't have a weapon drop. Not fun to underperform because you had shit luck with gear. You can still perform good enough to clear the content. Feels bad. Gear is more important than skill. I'm saying a shitty film to play WoW when under-geared. Well, you actually did. If you misspoke, that's obviously fine. But to be clear, you did do that. What did you say?
Perhaps yes, but if allowed to grow in number, they could overwhelm potentially.
You said you prefer Guild Wars 2 where the skill matters more, basically. Yeah. Where skill is more of a factor. Yeah, you said where skill is more of a factor. So you did imply that, but if you misread, that's obviously fine. Right? But that's why I'm responding. I'm responding to that particular part of your comment. Because you did imply that with those words. And that's fine, obviously. Ah, Plants for the Raid, nice. You start game and go 2012 story in Queensdale. You should start an HD with HD story. That is true, actually. I think that actually is true. I think it would have been interesting if... I kind of thought they were going to go this way, actually, with the new expansions, like with Soto, is that you could choose to start in Soto, right, and play after the Elder Dragon Saga and start in Soto instead, right? And I thought that was the way they were going to go. They obviously ended up not going that way. But that was one of the things I was expecting they might actually go for, yeah. Any good teams this month, AT? Well, we'll see, won't we? It's after a balance patch, so there should be a little bit of content going on. Yeah. Boom. And yeah, it definitely sucks when you get screwed by gear, to be honest. But no, I guess I just don't really... I don't really care about that, to be honest. Tier set is definitely like that. Like, not having tier set is fucking deplete at the start of a season, I guess. But I mean, I don't know. That's like literally 2 weeks. Like you'll have 4 out of 4, like maximum 2 weeks. I guess if you pug, you might get like really unlucky. Dude, this guy is owning us. Oh! Be revived, friend. We need some gamers doubles kill this thing.
The ground shook under the full force of the tectonic thunder. The mighty machine rattled the mountain's very core. Unable to stand the noise and fury any longer, the titan
Yeah, just have 8 ults, and you can't get unlucky. They're hiring a music lead for Guild Wars 3. It's coming. I mean, yeah, I mean, it's obviously coming, guys. Like, Guild Wars 3 is basically reality at this stage. It's weird, but it is happening, yeah. It's kind of crazy. Dude, I'm waiting for it. Like, dude, I honestly think next Guild Wars 2 X-Pack, it's the end. I think it's the end, guys. I really do. I think we've got one more, then it's Guild Wars 3. That's the reality, guys. That's where we're at.
Who shall
It's happening. Yeah, I do. Little Aegis situation there. 5 years? I think it's copium to think otherwise, to be honest. Although I don't think it will be. I think it will be a while, definitely, but I don't think we've. I think it might be the last Guild Wars 2 expansion. Boom. Keep going till we get to Guild Wars 3? Yeah, and I think Guild Wars 3 is coming sooner rather than later.
With the help of their faithful journeykin, they sniffed out the direction she fled.
Remarkable stuff.
Chase.
Guild Wars 3? I think Guild Wars 3 should be pretty hype. At least I hope so. Oh, that's not dodgeable, apparently. Hate to see that.
Huh, you're kidding me, right?
Boom. Aegis. Huge block. Epic value. But yeah. What is this convergence good for? I mean, it does give you essences and stuff. So that's pretty good. But yeah. Alright, it's definitely a downside. I think the times when you get like really screwed are insanely uncommon though. Like to be honest, like I can't think of a time I've done raid progression with my guild where like one player has just been like completely fucked. I think that really happens very often. Because like everyone's ultimately subject to the same variance, but and yeah, it's like definitely a downside of vertical prog. I do like that it enables them to change the game a lot though. I think you know, there's obviously downsides of vertical progression, but I think you have to talk about the upsides. I think what's really cool about vertical prog is that it enables you to change the game a lot. Like, you have new items, new tier sets, right, that get added to the game, and like the game will guaranteed change, which I think is pretty cool, to be honest. And like new, you know, trinkets and stuff that you can go for. Yeah, and it also deals with power creep, yeah. Like, this is a really interesting side effect. Guild Wars 2 being horizontal is one of the reasons why it suffered with power creep so much. WoW doesn't have this issue. WoW is susceptible to bloat, but it's easy for them to fix it. Gear sets, runes, trinkets, relics. Yeah, but you can't, though. Because, well, not in the same way. Because you either have to power creep them to replace them, or congratulations, you've invented vertical progression, right? It doesn't really work, does it? Like, you're using the same fucking relics you've been using for a very, very long time. And what happens is that when you add something new, it's either not good enough or it just replaces the old thing. Which is, it literally vertical progression. It's exactly the same thing. Yeah. I dodged for no reason.
You're kidding, right?
Like, think of something like a Berserker gear, right? Like, you cannot make a stat that's better than Berserker gear, really. So, basically, that's there forever, you know? It's never going away. Think about all of the useless stats in that exist in Guild Wars, and you can't get rid of them. Like they're there forever. Yeah. Power to that is true actually. Yeah, they could do that. They could add just power and ferocity, I guess. Or yeah, like double. Yeah, fucking power 2. New stat. Log in. Yeah. And yeah, the thing with relics is that you have to either power creep the relics or invalidate the old ones. That's pretty much how it is. Like, for example, if they hadn't removed the cheat death trinket from Dragonflight, you would still run that today. You would never stop running that. In fact, every tank would run that trinket for the rest of time, right? Like, you would never not run that. That trinket was so strong and so good at doing what it does. It would be the meta trinket on every tank in the game until the game shuts down. And I think that's not actually desirable, to be honest. Need to run some M+ dungeon 15 times to get a trinket. I mean, sometimes that happens, yeah. I mean, look, I've been there with the Sack Brood. But that's the grind. Embrace it. Look. I'm not. You're just saying you don't like vertical progression, which is fine. Like, but just say you don't like. Yeah, just say that you don't like the RNG. The claims that I have a problem with is like claims like, oh, skill is not that important. This is not true, right? Or like, oh, you're underperforming because of gear level. Not really. Like, claims like that are just not really accurate. But saying that you just don't like it, I think that's obviously fine, right? Because it's completely fine to not like it, but are you underperforming because of gear? Not really, to be honest. That's just not really a thing. The amount you could improve your performance by just playing better, like, is massively higher than gear, right? Like, for example, it's interesting to think about this, right? Like, it's true in Guild Wars 2 as well, right? Like, a player who's actually good will crush a player who's not very good in exotics, right? So, in other words, if you have a fully BIS Guild Wars 2 player, but who's fairly mediocre, they'll get completely destroyed by someone who hasn't got particularly good gear. And this is true this is basically for everyone, right? Like, reality of the situation is that the amount of DPS you could gain from, say, having infusions or having better gear is much lower than the amount of DPS you can gain from just playing better.
The Wayfinder sure is strong.
Whoa. Month are you near BIS for the season? I mean, I guess it depends if you mythic raid or not, but if you mythic raid, you definitely will. Like, my gear didn't really change that much on my tank after the first month. I think they do need to deal with, they need to look at, like, Myth M+ Trinket RNG, but they addressed that with the chips this season, which I think was pretty successful. The only thing that's actually a little bit annoying right now is probably Delve Trinket RNG.
Yes, Stoic Alder.
Trinkets are almost always an issue in WoW. I mean, they can be really annoying, yeah. I think it was pretty bad this tier because everyone needed House of Cards. Like, literally everyone needed House of Cards. So there's definitely loot design they need to be careful with there as well. What do you want to see for Guild Wars 3? What design choice should they go for? I don't know what I want really. I want PvP. I want PvP. I want PvP. That's what I want. Because I want a PvP game. I don't want another PvE game, to be honest. So as long as it has PvP, I'll be happy. So yeah, there you go. PvP should be added to the game. A thriving genre. Well, I mean, it could have other stuff attached to it. I just want it to have PvP. Because, yeah, obviously, PvP MMOs that are full PvP doesn't really work out super hot. But, you know, surely it can have PvP. PvP was slop? No! PvP is not slop. You are slop. Yeah. You are slop. Did we get rank 1 on Decima? I think we did. Virtually any competitive game. I mean, I don't know. I do like. I'm not sure if there's really anything. There's nothing like World versus World outside of MMOs, really. And that's pretty hype. World versus isn't PvP. Well, okay, fine. They should add World versus World then. World versus World is fucking hype. How much gold do you have? I have 1.4k. So, it's a little bit. I play a MOBA. I'm not really a big fan of MOBAs, to be honest. They're okay. MOBAs are alright. I like World versus World, though. Like, 'cause the thing that's missing for me in MOBAs is I really like the macro element in MMOs. So, like, I like the persistence. So, for example, I really like the idea that you could actually wage a war, right? You know, you could have two factions that do battle. I think that's really exciting. You know, you could basically. I really like emergent gameplay and player-driven content. This is the type of game that I love. You know, it's why I like Roblox or Little Big Planet, right? Because the game is, or like what happens with the game, is dictated by the players to an extent. I think that's really exciting. Roblox, no way, dude. Look, I learned how to program in Roblox. That's where I learned to code. Was Roblox. Well, that's not technically true. I started in Lego Mindstorms before Roblox, but Roblox is when I started getting into like programming a little bit more for real, actually, with the Lua scripting though. Yeah, no, PvP is really, yeah, like Roblox is an excellent game. It's very regrettable to me to see that the company is less than ethical, unfortunately. Again, there was a really good kind of documentary on kind of exposing some of the malpractice that's going on by People Make Games is the name of the YouTube channel, and they talk about some pretty troubling stuff going on in Roblox, unfortunately. But I didn't, you know, that is what it is. So a transfer take, not very long, like a couple minutes. You'll probably be good at something like Overwatch or League of Legends. What Nike is saying that if you're the best Guild Wars 2 PvP player in the game, you aren't going to be necessarily capable of being the best League of Legends player, which is true. Those games are just fundamentally more competitive, and therefore what Nike's getting at is that the best League of Legends player is better at League of Legends than the best Guild Wars 2 player is at Guild Wars 2. So basically, he's comparing relative skill. So in other words, if the best League of Legends player has like a skill level of 1,000, Nike's saying that the best Guild Wars 2 player has a skill level of say 500, and that is just true. Like that's not even like a roast. That's objectively true. Games that have more people playing them are more competitive, have a higher skill level. Like that's just true, obviously. It's also worth noting that there is a slight nuance to this. Your skill level is dictated by your environment. So for example, I am a better player at video games now after I started playing WoW. Why? Because I played with better people. Right? And it made me better at video games. It made me better at video games, right? So the thing is that the environment is also really important. So if you take that Guild Wars 2 player and put them into a more competitive environment, will they get better? Absolutely, yeah. There's a limiter. There's a reason why there aren't many new good Guild Wars 2 players. It's because the environment doesn't produce that. Right? Because there aren't enough good people and there isn't enough growth in the community, people don't get good. There's a reason why the best players in Guild Wars 2 have been playing this game for a very long time. And it's not just the time, actually. It's because they were around when the game was more competitive. They were around when the environment for producing skilled players existed. So it's why it's very hard to beat rank 55 Dragons and Team USA, is because the environment required to beat those players doesn't really exist anymore. Well, I mean, look, there's obviously some like imbalanced builds, but guys, there's been a patch like, this week. They'll probably fix it. It's not a big deal, guys. Wait, are we doing Ura? Yeah. There's an opposite side to that? What do you mean? You'd be good at being the best at anything. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Need the latest DLC to enjoy the game? No, I mean, it doesn't hurt. Yeah. More than League could be so much better that it's not even close. Yeah, but we're talking about statistics here, right? Dev said Guild Wars 2 is not about G versus Guild. All the top players left. Decimer again. Okay. Well, no, I think it was like a more of a slow process. But yeah, HOT, like moving away from Pro League was definitely not ideal. Saying the best at serving, saying that also the football will no longer be the best. Yes, correct. What a useless argument. No. That's not really what Nike's getting at, though. I know what he means. It's a complex idea, so I'm not flaming you for not getting it or not understanding it. He's expressing a very complicated idea. The idea is that you don't need to be as good to be the top player in Guild Wars 2. That's just true. As you have to be good to be the top player in other games because there are less players and because therefore the game is less competitive, right? And also because people don't take the game as seriously. And well, dude, guys, you got to bear in mind, people don't even play Guild Wars 2 professionally. You've got to bear in mind, right? People don't play this game professionally. Like, people play League of Legends for money professionally. People play Dota for money. People play StarCraft 2 for money. Like, no shit, people are better in those games, right? Like, obviously. Like, their job is to be good at the game. Look, let me tell you this, guys. Look, if I said to you right now, it is your job to be good at Guild Wars 2. Like, I am going to pay you, whatever you're getting paid right now, it's now your job to be good at Guild Wars 2. Like, you would get so good so fast, it would be insane. Like, you know, you wake up, all you have to do is get better at Guild Wars 2. Look, there's a reason why support structures in sport are so important, right? Because it turns out that if it's your job to be very, very good at sport, you will do it, right? Like, you'll do it. Yeah. Yeah. It's arguing for the sake of arguing? No, it's not. It's not. This is arguing for the sake of arguing. But that's not what he's saying. No, oh God. Okay. He's not saying that, oh, look, if you play Guild Wars 2, then you play another game, you won't be very good at it. He was saying that the player will have to increase their relative skill in order to have the same accomplishments, not their absolute skill. Nike's not talking about absolute skill. He's obviously aware that when you try a new game, your absolute skill is not very high because you're playing that new game first. He's saying that your relative skill, relative to how good you are at that game, will need to increase for you to remain competitive. League of Legends? Wait. I mean, why would I not? I mean, League is a good example, no? Because people play the game professionally. No, it's not about time. It's not actually about time. It's not about time. Not entirely, anyway. Time is obviously a big part of it, and like building up your spider sense is obviously a big deal, but it's not just that. Oh, I really hope we didn't bug that. We didn't. We're fine. It's not just time. Yeah. You get to challenge it as much harder than climbing in Guild Wars 2. Yeah, because there's more people playing, right? There's more people playing. I don't think you're actually reflecting on what you're saying. Well, okay, I'm actually curious. What do you think I'm saying? What do you think I'm saying? Because I actually agree with you. I don't think we're communicating effectively. I want to understand what you think we're saying here, or what you think I'm saying. Huge. A volcano. And Stoic called it embellishing the story. What's up with that, bro? Why are we comparing PvP against the PvE games? Well, because we're talking about Guild Wars 2 PvP, you know? Or like MMO PvP. We actually need to get a move on. I need to go do the monthly AT in about an hour. The game is PvP. Very funny. Yeah. Wait, what is the... Wait, whoa, what the fuck is this? Is this Darren's clip?
Because the game is dead. So, like, what else are you gonna do?
Wait, what?
I feel like Guild Wars 2 man touch grass more. Because the game is dead. So, like, what else are you gonna do?
What?
I feel like Guild Wars 2 man touch grass more.
What?
Because the game is dead. So, like, what else are you gonna do?
Wait, what was the context for this? Like, what is this? Why did Guild 2 PB stop? Did they state when it was ended? It wasn't managed super well, and honestly just wasn't doing very well. So it's complex, but yeah, a couple of reasons. I need to go hand in. Playing Guild Wars 2 at top 100 or playing WoW at top 100, your skill. But honestly, I am flawed. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That is a beautiful example. Okay. Top 100 in Guild Wars 2. This is a very look. I'm not flaming anyone here, obviously. Top 100 in Guild Wars 2 is insanely low skill compared to top 100 in League of Legends. Like, holy dude, oh my god, that comparison is insane. Fucking 1500 rating compared to top 100 in League. Like, this is like different universes. Like, the skill level here between these two positions is absurd, right? It's not even close. Not even like remotely close. Yeah. Because the competition in this game isn't there, then more people at the top couldn't survive in other games because they'd be too competitive. However, there's multiple cases of top Guild Supers moving to other games and performing at the top level. Saying that you need to improve your relative skills is a weird statement because you're measuring learning capacity, or how is everyone else compared? Well, yeah, but I'm confused here. Like, yeah, Nike is saying that, but I think he's also, well, no, he's not exactly saying that. He's saying that like they're gonna find that they're gonna have to get better. Like, he's not saying that they can't do that. And yeah, there are obviously counter examples of that. Like this player in particular, I don't know who that is, but I don't doubt you. But isn't that kind of his point? Because there's a lot of players where that didn't happen as well, right? Yeah, exactly. And 100%, like, the player that you reference here... wait, what game did this guy play? A pro Dota player. Yeah, he is now way better at Dota than he ever was at Guild Wars 2. Like, that's the example as well. And that's kind of what I guess that would be my take, is that Shad is now far better at Dota than he ever was at Guild Wars 2. But that's not a roast. That's, you know, he was able to rise to the challenge. Awesome. Love to see that, right? Yeah. Pretty cool. Huge. Plenty of lol trash this day. Well, no. I mean, no. Nike was just saying that he's just saying that these other games are more competitive. That's the key claim. The other games are more competitive. He's probably exactly in the same place. Yeah. But that's the point. The WoW player will strive faster. Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. Like, if like Echo or Liquid came to play, dude, if you took, you know, if you swap like the top guilds in both servers, yeah, the WoW players would obviously do way better. Yeah, obviously, yeah, 100%, yeah. Like Echo would have no issue with Guild Wars 2 or Liquid, for sure. He said, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, that's kind of the point, though. Like, he improved massively and put in a shit ton of work to kind of, you know, thrive in that ultra-competitive environment of Dota 2, compared to a slightly less competitive environment in Guild Wars 2, right? I'm not sure if we actually disagree here. I'm not sure what we disagree on exactly. Like, going from Guild Wars 2 to other games... Look, guys, take it from me. Going from Guild Wars 2 to WoW is a massive step up. Holy shit. It's a massive step up. I don't even know how to describe it. Like, I went from in this game, basically putting in a very low amount of effort, being able to clear the highest content and, like, you know, perform really well. And then you go to WoW, and you encounter people you've never heard of who are insane at the game. That's just not a thing in Guild Wars 2. Like, it's just not. It's incomparable. Like, yeah, for me, on a personal level, yeah, it's a huge step up. Massive step up.
The Titan fled once more.
Yeah. So here's another good example, right? I subbed in for an NA team during Aura LCM progression. At that time, I really hadn't been playing the game much whatsoever. I actually found it relatively easy. That would not be a thing in WoW. That's just not possible. Like, I couldn't sub in for Echo and not be a huge problem. We're pumping. I'd say you very without much effort. Correct, yeah. And right now, I would say over the last 2 years, I am better at WoW than I have ever been at Guild Wars 2. 10 years? Yeah. But that's my point. I am better now than I have ever been. After playing WoW for 2 years. I am better at WoW than I have ever been at Guild Wars 2. That's my point. So what I'm saying is that I have gone to a different game and my relative skill is higher in that other game. Goes against Nike's point? No, it confirms his point. I went from being a big fish in a small pond to the same size fish in a bigger pond surrounded by big fish. And I had to grow to be a bigger fish to get back to the point where I'm what? And I'm still not there, actually. Like, relatively speaking, I'm much better at Guild Wars 2 than I am at WoW. Because just Guild Wars 2 is not very competitive, right? But I am better at WoW than I am at Guild Wars 2 in terms of, like, you know, skill level. In my opinion, anyway. Yeah, this is agreeing with what Nike's saying. I might have, like, fumbled relative and absolute or something that might have been confusing. I definitely, I own that. I own that possibility. Do I reset to WoW? I mean, I have no opinion of my own. I mean, if you want, honestly, try it for 1 month. If you think the game's dog shit, uninstall it and never look back. If you think it's good, then keep playing. I don't know. That's the best I've got for you. It's literally the best I've got. People that choose to play WoW, hours and hours of free time. People that play Guild Wars 2 can have a full-time job, so we can play Guild Wars 2, which should not be a case for WoW. Oh, no, that is the case for WoW as well. Well, it really depends what you mean by that, actually. Is that, can you play, like, a couple of hours and be competitive in WoW? No, but that's, like, a skill issue, not, like, a gear issue. Like, if you want to be the best of the best in WoW, you have to play the game professionally. Because the other people also play it professionally, right? Maybe it's from Monday AT? No, I just have it on my stream title for clickbait. Get him! Get him! It's time. Why should I make a Guild Wars Sig up to year break? I mean, there's more stuff to do. Boom. 1439. Little improvement. Love to see it. I didn't get the impression from what you're saying. I mean, it's text, right? There's like maybe some miscommunications or something. I don't know.
The Wayfinder sure is strong.
Huge. 90 with the prime, nice. There you go. WoW was built on FOMO. Nah. It's seasonal, but I don't think that's really like a core component of the game. I think there's some unfortunate parts of the game being seasonal for sure, but yeah. Wait, Darren just sent me a voice message. RPGs now, MMOs can't get to all. I definitely hear you with that, yeah. Like, there's something really nice to being able to play games at your own pace. Like, MMOs have this tendency to move on, right? And then single-player RPGs obviously don't. I really liked I really like Divinity. Divinity 2, I want them to do Divinity 3. Are they doing that? Are they doing Divinity 3, Original Sin? I'm not sure if they'd call it Original Sin, but they need to make that game. Holy shit, I googled it. Larian Studios likely working on Divinity Original Sin 3. Fucking log in. That is actually a login moment, although apparently it's some like random clickbait bullshit. GG, it's over. Game over, guys. Incredible. Way different game than Baldur's Gate? Yeah, because Divinity is very different. My man got 0.1% title while last season, like negative playtime. Yeah, I barely played at all last season, actually. And we got title. Go back to doing their own thing after Baldur's Gate 3. That is based. That's what we like to see. We love to see it. Incredible. Yeah, no, Divinity Combat is infinitely better. It's actually one of the reasons why I didn't really get along very well. I didn't get along very well with Baldur's Gate because the combat was not good. Or significantly worse. Thunder Titan, what insane gamer. Rated! Are you playing next season, bro? Log the fuck in. Yeah. Want to play right now? Well, we need to push, Toast. We need to push. My unholy DK is waiting. I can't push today, actually, because I have to finish my exercise after the stream today. We're going to have to rush a little bit. Push waiting room? Dude, push waiting room is coming. We need to actually figure out who we're playing with, though. Or if I'm tanking or not. That's another thing. Turn-based combat is trash gameplay? I don't think so. I do prefer real-time, to be honest, but there are some good turn-based games out there. There are. I assume we're doing Ura now. I'm going to take Mega CC. Zillion, Hemis, Nico, me, you, easy peasy. And that would be Zillion tanking, Nico Boomkin, you Arcane, me Unholy, Hemis Disc. Dude, bro is typing Wise Mystical Tree. I'm trying to figure out like what our mythic roster is for next season. Wait, dude, Darren sent me a voice memo. He said, don't listen to it on stream. I say gamer words multiple times in the audio. Specifically calling the Guild Wars 2 community gamer words. Not good. So I guess we can't listen to that. It's over. CM. Bridge.mp4. Oh. He is well known for being a gamer.
Our tale starts, as most do, with deceptive
It's time.
beginnings. The Wayfinder happened upon a quaint supply caravan.
The syrup will have to be extremely strong. Well, let me know ASAP, actually, because I need to figure out if we need to wrangle a Shadow Priest or not.
Yeah, when do we get to the exciting part?
All in good time, young ones.
I'm actually very hungry. I am hungry. I need to go get something to eat before monthly AT. We've been converging we've been converging hard. We've been deep converging. Also, shout out to YouTube chat, by the way, guys.
Nobody can stop the Wayfinder. They're the strongest.
A boba. How long do you think one PvP pro of WoW would need in Guild Wars 2 to mess with Boyce? It depends. Are they playing the game professionally or not? Boyce is all. Boyce is also very good. Boyce will be good at any game. I'm actually very confident Boyce will be very good at any game that he would decide to play.
Caravan reached its destination.
But playing professionally, probably like, oh no, it's months. It's like months.
The caravan was transporting parts for a very important
If you're playing like professionally, like, you know, you're playing like every day, like 10 hours a day. It depends on how much you play, right? But actually, Boyce is an example of a player I would say it does go both ways. Like, if Boyce seriously tried to get good at any other game, I think he'd legitimately be top level incredibly quickly in like 6 months. Boyce is that guy who just has incredible talent, I think. Helsith, yeah, Helsith. They played Smite, and yeah, Helsith played Battle Right. I think that game fucking died. Like, the man just loves picking dead games, huh? Yeah, I mean, if Sneb had been a little bit longer here, we would have done a cooking stream or something. He was only here for a couple of days because he was here for work, right? Oh, he's here.
What?
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Forgot that I called.
Yeah.
Distracted.
Oh, wait. Oh, was this like a while ago, actually, or something? Did you call a while ago?
No, it was a few minutes ago.
Oh, okay. I just didn't.
I figured the moment had passed.
Oh, okay.
But here I am.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
Yeah. Do you have any comments?
I mean, yeah. Like I said, they should get rid of PvP in Guild Wars 3.
Yeah.
No arena PvP. World v World is fine because that's just running around killing people and killing, you know, doors.
Yeah.
That's cool. No one takes that seriously. And if you do take it seriously, I mean, go play real PvP and find out that you're not good at PvP, actually.
Holy shit.
But
fair enough.
Yeah, but like arena PvP is just like, it's like throwing good money after bad. Unless you're gonna like commit to like a 5-year pro league sponsorship, like, you know, like, I hate to say like the esports dream or whatever, but like, unless you're gonna commit to like a series where people can actually make money doing it, like, there's no point in doing arena PvP in you know, in 2027 when Guild Wars 3 comes out.
So, okay, you know, here's something that I think we can actually talk about. Like, what do you think Guild Wars 3's niche is going to be? Or like, what is it going to try and excel in?
What should it be?
Well, yeah, because this, I guess this is my concern with what they do. Because if they don't have like a PvP niche, and I think that's understandable, you know, that it didn't really work out for them in Guild Wars 2, right? Or Guild Wars 1, really, unfortunately. And if they don't go for world versus world, like, what are they gonna? I'll boost. Yeah, I'll boost you. What are they gonna go for? Like, what's the thing that they can do? Like the open world stuff, I guess, right? Is the kind of the approach.
I mean, open world stuff should be what they go for. So.
But I think that's weird though, because I'm pretty sure they aren't shutting down Guild Wars 2, right? So I guess my other concern is that I feel like they're in a really interesting position because they have to create something new, but that's also distinct from Guild Wars 2 itself, right? Like that.
Yeah, I mean,
which is a challenge, I think.
I think I'm not saying it's a mistake to do this, but of course it's ArenaNet, so it's going to be a story-driven game with at least initially a huge focus on like art direction.
Yeah.
That's likely their main focus is going to be delivering a really good story with, you know, the launch.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's up to you whether or not the story satisfies you or not, but
I think that's important to have, though. You know, I think you do. I think I will sit there. Do you think they can market a game that doesn't have PvP in it as well? I think this is kind of weird.
No.
Right? I feel like you almost
will.
have to, right? Like I feel like you almost, you know, if you want to release a AAA MMO, which is obviously what they'd be going for, like you have to have PvP, right? Like you kind of have to.
That's the problem, because if you came out with an MMO that didn't have arena PvP,
yeah,
people would say, haha, you're not a AAA MMO.
Yeah.
You're, you know, this is a joke, haha. So you have to do it just like to appease people. But like in a logical, rational world, you wouldn't have it anymore.
Yeah. It's just one of those
Unless,
things.
of course, you really wanted to commit to it, but if you really want to commit to it, you have to at least, you know, like I said, 5-year commitment.
You have to have a plan for sure, yeah. And I think they need a plan in general. Like that's what a lot of the new MMOs I think really lack is there's just no plan after launch, right? They just drop the game and go like, well, good luck, right? That's that's the game. You know, here we go. It's a huge issue. They need to have a plan. Like New World didn't have a plan. Looks like this Chrono Odyssey game is struggling a little bit as well. To be honest, not looking so hot on that one. So yeah, I don't know. It's like I think it's pretty important.
It'd be. I mean, I think I have faith. You know that they've learned some lessons from. I mean, they've learned lessons from Guild Wars 2. Whether or not they were the right lessons, that remains to be seen. But I think one of the lessons they have learned is like you need roadmaps, and and you need people to think that there's. And this is the current problem plaguing Guild Wars 2 is you need people to think that there's hope for a better future.
Yeah.
And as long as you have that, people will stick around. So if they can launch the game and then like 2 weeks after launch they go, here's our roadmap for the rest of the year, or here's our roadmap for the next 12 months. I think that and it's not just like cash shop updates. It's like you're getting content 3 months from launch, and it's going to be content every 3 months until the next X pack. Like, okay, then people stick around. And if they're also like, here's what we view endgame PvE to be, and we're going to have content for that every 3 months. And look, if all endgame PvE is fucking convergences and convergences CM, just at least say it and support it, come out with new freaking convergences every 3 months with the CM.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that would be like something that would like super satisfy me, but if that's what it's going to be, like you got to support it to the hilt and like commit to it.
Yeah. I'm just so curious like where we're going to go with this, because I really struggle to see a universe where they're going to be able to compete with WoW and 14 when like the raid game, like the raiding simulator video game. I don't see that happening. Like the raid and dungeon simulator, there's some very fucking good raid dungeon simulators out there right now, right? Like I don't think there's that much room in the market for another raid dungeon simulator. So they're going to have to do something different. And that definitely does kind of suggest to me that they'll go the open world direction. But that's weird because now we're kind of competing with our own product, right? So it's, I don't know, maybe that's fine. Maybe it's fine. Like, because again, in a lot of ways, I feel like they maybe aren't competing with their own product, because I would imagine the ArenaNet's thought process going into releasing Guild Wars 3 is very much like, oh, our market is basically people who don't play Guild Wars 2. And I don't mean that in like a meme way, guys. What I'm getting at is that the amount of potential players they have, they're not looking to like convert people from Guild Wars 2 to Guild Wars 3, right? That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to find an entirely new player base with Guild Wars 3. That's what makes sense to me, right? Is it's not going to be a like, oh, look, you'd play Guild Wars 2, come and play the sequel. No. It's going to be, this is a new product on the market, and they're looking to attract players who've maybe never even heard of Guild Wars 2, right? Like players who've maybe never played an MMO before, right? That's what they're looking to attract. They're looking to get like a very fresh audience here. So maybe it's kind of okay if it does have some overlap, right, with their existing products, I guess.
And I think a lot of what the game content-wise could be will have to do with what the combat system ends up being.
Yeah.
Like, on one hand, if they go like to a very traditional tab targeting MMO combat system, like, or even like a Guild Wars, a modified, modernized Guild Wars 1 system, you could have a raid simulator. Like, or on the other hand, if you go to a Souls-like, Elden Ring,
like action kind of thing.
Well, you're not going to have maybe we'll have 2-man dungeons as the end game PvE, like, because that sort of system works better there. So who like it really depends, and hopefully, you know, the worst case scenario is they go the full action combat, you know, and it's like Monster Hunter world with 10 players trying to kill the monster at the same time, and it's just a clusterfuck. Hopefully that's not what happens.
I mean, look, have you seen that they are... there's a console publishing operation potentially going on. There was that job posting. That, to me, it's screaming it's going to be an action game, right? Like, 100%.
Yeah.
Like, it's with the console thing. Because, the console thing is very serious with that. Of course, it's not impossible that it's not. Like, Final Fantasy XIV actually does have, like, an excellent console, like, support as well. And that's, of course, a tab target game. But I think it's very likely that it's going to be an action game at this point.
Yeah, I see that. I think part of, well, God, I like in my heart I know you're right, but like if you want hope, if you guys in chat want the hopium take, maybe the Lion's Arch Arena card game is going to be on console.
Ah,
where it can look
yes.
little piggies. Maybe that's the console launch because they know it'll get people. I think a lot of people were also freaking out about this job posting. Speaking of job postings, for like a music director.
Yeah.
And they were like, "Oh, McLean's fired." I'm like, no.
No, this is a Guild 3, right? Like, yeah. It's for the next.
Well,
game.
but even then, it's also not like replacing what McLean does. It's not like it's not for composition. It's literally like music directors.
Yeah.
And like telling McLean what the vibe is and making sure he delivers the vibe, you know? And making sure like the combat music works with the game engine and like feels kind of seamless. Because it did, like, one of the job requirements or that they were like the asks that they were looking for was someone who knows like game engine coding, like, and music. Like,
so it's someone who's like engineering how the music actually interacts with the game. Then basically,
they're not trying to find like a budget Jeremy Soule that they can like get to compose things. Not for the salary they listed. They're not gonna find it anyway. So, you know what's crazy to me? All right, I'm gonna have to throw shade at ArenaNet here.
Oh, whoa, wow.
The salary that they listed for this music composition role is less than the salary they had listed for their for the ArenaNet like partner program community manager position.
Wow,
that's crazy. Like significantly less. I think that the partner program community manager job listing was like it was like 125,000 British pounds or something like that.
Okay.
Which is a serious amount of money as far as I'm concerned.
It's pretty good.
And this composer position was like 105,000 American, which is not in the same ballpark.
Yeah. And look, you know, interacting with the Guild 2 community it's hazardous work, right? It's
yeah, I would call in sick multiple times a month if I had to do that. Especially if I had to manage some of the people in the partner program.
Wow.
I'll say it. You can't.
Oh man, yeah. I mean, like at the end of the day, guys, there are, you know, they will definitely be working with like people they've worked with before in the music, right? Because Guild 2 music's always been very good, but also they might bring in new people. Like for example, there were a bunch of like new musicians that kind of came in the Soto era that I think were really exciting actually. And actually during EOD as well, right? I think there were some like new composers that were kind of brought into the mix as well. So I think that's exciting, if anything, if there are going to be new people, and there definitely will be new people, right? Obviously.
Yeah, I think that much like artists, musicians tend to work cheap. And every year, people are graduating with Masters of Fine Arts from prestigious music schools. And there's not that many jobs in orchestras to absorb them. So, you know, go into video games. Why not?
Yeah, do it.
You might not be in like, you know, what is it like the London Philharmonic Orchestra, but you know, you can compose a video game score.
Yeah, it's pretty hype actually to compose a video game score. I think, yeah, it's super exciting. Dude, we just owned Aura. We did Aura in 14 minutes and 29 seconds. That's actually insane.
It's a new world record.
I think that may be a world record, actually, yeah. Is that a world record?
The Wayfinder was victorious.
I think we had some pretty based RNG there, actually. Like, the boss really didn't do that much.
Leaderboard's working well.
Yeah, I don't know what... it's being weird. It's being super weird. I don't know. It was okay in the last two, actually, but it's just being strange. Well, bear in mind, guys, Aura is still bugged. There are supposed to be Titan spawn geysers, but unfortunately, it is, it's bugged. In fact, the raid version is bugged as well. It is, yeah.
So in the raid version, it's like super easy then?
No, it's actually the opposite. Because they fixed it in the raid because it was bugged in the raid version, but they accidentally made the AoE for the shard way smaller than it should be. And they also accidentally made the Titan spawn every 10 seconds instead of every 15. So they accidentally made it like significantly harder.
Oh yeah, I think someone said like no
funny.
one's killed it since they've made it harder.
Nah, it's a bit fucked up, I think. Yeah. You hate to see it.
Yeah.
The game will run well and look amazing. Yeah, I mean, I think you know, the Guild Wars 2 is Guild Wars 3 will look good. I think ArenaNet have a really good art style. I think I really like the Guild Wars art style. It's really nice. Like Guild Wars 1 still looks awesome. Seriously, guys, it does. Like when I log into Guild Wars 1, I don't go, oh, I'm playing an old game, right? The only time in Guild Wars 1 where I feel like I'm playing an old game is when I rubber band. It's like, okay, why is this happening? Okay, this is stupid. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Yeah. Yeah. But I think Guild Wars 3 will look good. I think it will look good and sound good, 100%. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
I'm
I can
doing
see
well.
with the action combat system it going. I think maybe Monster Hunter is a bit better of a example of what it could be or what it will be than, like, say, Dark Souls.
Yeah, because I mean Dark Souls kind of has that like very heavy weighted combat, right? I think they'll want to keep it a bit lighter, right? Like they want to keep it like very fast and very mobile, I think. So for sure. It'll be like New World except with more leaping around, I'd say.
Oh god, I hope not.
Yeah. It's going to be like the original. Do you remember the original New World where you had like the staff and you could just like leap around all over the place?
Yeah.
It'd be fucking funny.
Good. And every player had to essentially have the staff on swap because it was the only good mobility.
It was the only, yeah. And what I like about that is instead of like making mobility better on other classes, they just removed it. Like, that was honestly a huge mistake as well, in my opinion, because if the actual combat in New World now actually feels really good. Like, when you use the weapons, it's like, wow, this is actually really cool. But, you know, the only thing that's shit about New World is you're not very mobile, right? And I guess that's a style choice on their end, I guess. But I don't like it, to be honest. I don't like it. I think the game will be way better if you were, like, fast as fuck. It'll be actually really hype, I think. Like leaping around, like whacking people with a hammer. They have all 5 races. This is a prediction that I think maybe people won't like, but no shot, actually. I think that having 5 playable races with the starter zones and stuff, this is like Nike's talked about, he's completely right in my opinion. Having all of this stuff and 5 playable races, 5 voice actors, different animations, 2 animations, it's obviously because you've got like male-female animations for both characters. No fucking way are they doing that again. I think that is no joke crippled Guild Wars 2 probably since the game started to kind of run into a couple of dev problems in HOT. Like they were probably fine with it up until that point when they were riding high off like their crazy sales. Because the game was like, you know, obviously selling super well early on, right? They had like 1 billion devs working on the game. When they started to kind of essentially shed some of those devs and for a variety of reasons, yeah, like that is when it probably really started to hurt them. Dude, Nitro wants Solar to come back. That's what is going on with this? That's crazy. Oh yeah, go ahead actually.
I mean, just the fact that the Zaitan fight at the end of the core game was scuffed, or is still scuffed. Pure, and there was obviously supposed to be a thing where you go to a Ra and fight him. Like there was like supposed to be an instance,
Yeah.
and that got cut, just so that we could have another starter zone. Like that is really a huge blunder. Like
Yeah.
just if one of those starter zones had been cut, it would have been enough resources to finish the Zaitan fight.
Yeah.
But I think they have an out. You know what the story has been setting up for a while, and there's been like a lot of dialogue that that the pale tree is dying. I think the Sylvari are cooked, and they're not going to be here.
Well, I mean, Sylvari, that's like the easy race. Surely they keep the Sylvari. Like the ones that are the cancer ones, it's like Char and Azura, right? Those are the ones they want to get rid of.
Or the Sylvari like transform into like big ant type like tree man, and not like very humanoid at all. But I mean, if they delete humans, they might as well just shut the servers down because the Coomers,
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Like,
you need that.
I'm not saying it's impossible to coom to other races because plenty of people do, but it's harder, and that will impact sales.
I mean, it absolutely will. Like, I mean, look, you know what's, this is really weird. Like, you know what's interesting? There has to be a data point on this. There must be, because Guild Wars 2 and WoW released Kuma bikini skins on, no joke, I shit you not, guys, the same day. Seriously. Like, because they both patch on the same day, right? On Tuesdays, Tuesday, Wednesday, right? Both games drop the Kuma set at the same time. Like they must know. There's something
because it was summer solstice, right?
Oh, I guess so. Yeah. So they just like, yeah, it's time. It's time to drop it.
Longest day of the year, whip it out and start smacking yourself. Let's go.
Yeah. I don't think you understand how huge Guild Wars 2 is in the furry community. Oh, trust me, we know. MMOs are furry. MMOs are furry games, guys. They absolutely are. 1,000,000%. Like, look, you've got Tauren in WoW, Char, Guild Wars 2. I think you've got like cat people, obviously, and lizard people in Final Fantasy.
There's
all this
multiple
kind of
ones
stuff.
in Final Fantasy.
Yeah, there's like all this stuff. Hey, what do you think, Nico? Thanks for the raid. Really appreciate it. Yeah, like all that kind of stuff. Yeah, people love this stuff in these games. Yeah, Worgen, obviously, like wolf people. And look, if you see someone playing Volpira, in WoW, I think that's actually more sus than anything in Guild Wars 2. Right? I'm gonna be real with you guys. Like this is fucking sus. Look at this shit. This is very sus. It's more sus than playing Char in Guild Wars 2. There might be some really sus stuff in Final Fantasy 14, I'm not sure. But Volpira is up there, like with how sus this is.
Yes.
Would you swap to Volpira if it's somehow Biss and M+? I would, yeah. I don't give a fuck. Like, if they have, like, Volpira form, and it's Shadow Meld, and it dispels all bleeds, dude, log in. It's time. Yeah. But I also think it's important for creating interest in the game. Jokes about furries aside, RPing is funny races. You can only choose from 3 varieties of human. That's going to severely limit interest. And that is true, yeah. But yeah,
it's no different than what we were talking about with like, in a sane world, you'd cut PvP because it's a waste of resources for an MMO. Like really, since like no one cares about, you know, PvP is no longer hyper competitive. In a sane world, you wouldn't have 5 starter zones.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you only have 1 starter zone, people are going to be like, is this really a triple? If you only have 1 race, people are going to be like, is this a AAA MMO or is this a joke? Like, so it's one of these things that you're forced to do, but makes no actual business sense beyond that.
Yeah, there is an element of like, you do kind of have to have that
and
to an extent.
That's one reason why I might suggest that raids could still be on the menu for Guild Wars 3. Because again, you launch an MMO that doesn't have raids.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck is this, right?
A certain percentage of people are going to be like, this is a joke.
Yeah. Yeah, I do think you need to have like PvP in some kind of like raid analog or something. They should probably just call it raids. Like, let's not do strike missions again, please. That's not the way.
Don't call them fractals, just call them fucking dungeons.
Yeah, they're dungeons. Yeah, just call them dungeons, guys. But yeah, It'll be interesting. Right, I'm actually going to go eat something. I'm going to go eat.
All right.
And then it's monthly AT time. Very
Back
exciting.
to PoE for me.
Ooh.
Peace.
Ooh.
Yeah, the new league is very, very good.
Oh, shit. Nice.
It's
You love to
super
see
good.
that. All right.
Hold on, just one more point. Is that it's
go.
like it's very much it's a perfect example of like how you can see like if there's a bad time in a game.
Yeah, you recover.
You can recover if the community has hope that it's recoverable.
Yeah.
But if it's not recoverable, or if the community has no hope that it's recoverable, then it's over. You know. And with a game like PoE, there's still people are like, yeah, this was a bad, XYZ was a bad league, but they'll nail it on the next one, and I'll be back for it. Whereas with like, certain dying MMOs, it's sort of like, yeah, they're not gonna pull the nose up on this. We're just gonna descend till we hit the earth. That's where we're at.
Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Peace.
All right. Yep. I'll see ya. Okay, guys, I'm gonna quickly eat something real quick. And yeah. Makes me want to log back into Final Fantasy 14. Well, you could log into Guild Wars 2 as well. But anyway, rated, resub to the game, dude. Like, play the Void Raid with us, bro. Play the goddamn Void Raid with us, dude. I'll be back, guys. I'm going to quickly eat something, and then we will game hard. It's monthly AT time. Let's go. What if I just didn't come back? Also, do not post trees, guys. I don't want to see any goddamn trees or Looney Tuesday. Those emotes are both banned. They are not allowed. They are contraband. Please do not place them. Look, I'm going to be real, guys. If I get accepted to do casting in the Race to Worlds first for Method, I do not... you guys had better be fucking well-behaved, yes? If I see you guys in the chat on Method stream, you'll be well-behaved. Okay? You'll be model members of society. Do not put fucking DYB, okay? DYB... We're not enabling DYB. I think new raid bosses. I actually really like them. I think they're really good. All of them, actually. Like, the ones we tested so far, like, every single one is really cool. We tested the boss 4, 5, 6, 7. They're all really cool. The second to last boss just feels like an end boss, straight up. We can have a quick look. This is the last boss here, and it has a really interesting kind of tank buster. It basically it does 4 tank busters in a row, right? So it does a soak and a cone. Oh, we also just got DC. Oh, yeah, nice. That's the last pool we got kicked out. Nice. But yeah, you can see here you've got these beams coming across. The dragon is here as well. There's like the king is still there, and then the king eats the dragon and like juices up. It's actually a very exciting boss fight, yeah. And you have this burn phase where you have to, because basically you need to get the dragon as low as possible because he eats the dragon and all of the dragon's HP gets absorbed into the king. So you have to like nuke the dragon as much as possible. The commander was known to grief people. No one of you got griefed on stream? Yeah, I mean, he told me about this. Like, he told me that he gets griefed like daily in this game. That's insane. Oh, what the fuck's up with that shit? A throw boss? Yeah, because dude, this boss is long as fuck, okay? It has 3 boss phases and 2 intermissions. So this boss has 5 phases in total. And yeah, this is the last phase here, and this is when it gets like really fucking crazy. Like some crazy shit starts happening here. Because it spawns these things that suck you in and start rotating around. You have these AoEs coming up as well. Very visually impressive fight. I can't wait to hear the music, because they don't put the music in until late. But yeah, if you touch that thing, you instantly die. You've got these like lines going around at the same time. And yeah, that was the tank buster as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cool stuff. Looks sick. Yeah, they all do. They were actually all very impressive to me. It seems like it's going to be a really exciting raid tier, I think. Because if we go back to this boss... wait, actually, I really liked the first one we did, actually. This one is really cool. So check this out, guys. Check this out. So you go through this entire fight. And you like burn the boss and you've got these ads popping up as well. And at the end, he opens like an Omega portal to the void, right? He starts like feasting on void energy. And basically, you can kind of see it here on this character. You get pulled towards this kind of death field on the left. And that's basically the enrage for the fight. The enrage for the fight is that he keeps, you know, sucking, right? He keeps like sucking the players in more and more and more. And then eventually you just, you know, you can't resist the suck anymore. And you get pulled in and died. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. Let him enrage. Dude, what even happened to me here? I just took 1 billion damage. Nearly died. Oh, yeah, it's because the ad is still... the ads do a shit ton of damage. But fortunately, I'm playing Death Knight. activated the Death Strike there. Healed myself for like 20 million. I did cheat. I mean, I did cheat. I cheated twice. I have both cheat deaths. And you kill him. Yeah. I mean, that's only the 4th boss, though, so it's not, you know, not super crazy or anything. Cone. Last boss will be epic and hard. Dimensius is going to go crazy. Dimensius will activate God mode. He will feast on all reality. Have I cooked the new Forbidden one? I think the Forbidden one is just still really good. So I don't think you literally just play the same build but with staff. So the Forbidden one still lives. I will do a build video about it. Why is a new area in space? Because the expansion is like loosely connected to Void, and apparently there's like a Giga Void Lord coming to eat the entire world. So we're trying to prevent that from happening. Monthly AT begins soon, guys. Here we go. Starts in 26 seconds. It's time to log in. Here we go. I mean, the thing for me here, guys, is like... I just want to see if there's any team that challenges 55. Like, the French have not been doing well in the last couple of expansions. Last couple of tournaments. They really have not. So we need to see some big improvements from French Worms. Otherwise, I think we're in trouble. Oh, wow. Wait, what? What is this team count? Wait, what? Only, wait, how many teams? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 teams, like pretty low amount of teams, to be honest. It's a quiet tournament. Let's see what we've got. So obviously 55. Maya, let's see. Well, the games haven't started yet, so we can't see who's playing. This is going to be the French team here, I think, Skitto. So that might be an interesting game to have a look at. This game actually might be competitive too. 55, yeah, that's obviously a stomp. I think most of these games are pretty straightforward. This is a potentially interesting game. Like, I think there are... how many teams are there that are good? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, I think. Everything else is just basically not competitive. Plunge! Okay. So this is Maya's team. Eternity. Huh. Interesting. Arazik. Who even is this? Vico, Floor, and Maya. Who knows who these players are, but they're here. It's Spectre. I wonder if the PvP meta's changed that much. This patch. I'm not sure if it has, to be honest. I'm not sure it's changed that much. Oh, it's Asu? Okay, yeah. Not sure if we're going to see much going on there. In terms of big shifts. Well, I can't spectate this game. Is Gilsey beginner friendly? Yeah, I'd say so. It's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, the big story is anyone going to be able to challenge 55? That's the big one, right? This is the Frenchies, I assume. And then Z Squadron. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. Let's see 55 roster here as well. I assume it's still the same. Yeah, very much is. Reality, fucking reality crumbles. Boys, I've heard that Soul Beast is still here. It's still a menace, guys. It's not over. So That's the bad news. Relic of Thorns. Oh, dude, that is nasty, actually. It's still 50 condition damage in PvP. Ooh, that's kind of disgusting. So you still get 500 condi damage in PvP. That is disgusting, dude. Have them Raj. Oh, yeah, this build is... I think it does more damage now, right? Yeah. Phantom Pain, yeah. Gain a damage increase when you use a Shatter skill. Increasing per clone shattered. Yeah, you can see this, right? You have, well, basically Power Mirage is better now, I think, right? You just have more DPS with this new trait that got added to the game. So you can get 4 stacks of that. Oof. Yeah, 12% more damage. That's pretty gnarly, actually. That's very tasty. Very, very, very tasty there as well.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs.
Yeah. 5 warriors. Yeah, this is the team that always plays 5 warriors. Not sure how that one's going to go, but we'll see. Yeah, Misha on the Tempest. There was a slight nerf to Tempest to the protection uptime, actually. But broadly speaking, it's still very, very strong. Still the same. Same old, same old. Herald also in a pretty similar spot, I think. Retribution Devastation, though, actually. Being played. It's like some... It feels very old school, you know? This kind of reminds me of the olden days. The Treb is being used there, but... Devastation and Retribution. So a lot of DPS, right? Vicious Reprisal and Brutality. Basically being played here for the quickness uptime. And you get a bunch of might out of Vicious Reprisal 2. All the defensive stuff also packaged into Retribution is pretty nice. Helps that Rev survive in these team fights. Let's go and have a look and see if the other game has started yet. Actually has not. Dude, people are not accepting. It's over. Yeah, I think a lot of these games are pretty straightforward, though. Yeah, Maya team very favored. Just gonna wait. Okay, here we go. We're actually in. And yeah, he's the Joker. Okay, so this is where things can maybe get interesting. This could be a competitive match, I think. Support Tempest here on blue team. You also have, of course, the Condi Solver did. You know things are bad when Zintrax isn't playing Warrior. Like that is a harsh condemnation of Condi Solvies, to be honest. Demolish, Lover of Hollowsmith, Feedman, member. Dongo Molish. It's not a Melon of the Mirage. Dude, Wolfsbane? What is this? Oh my goodness me. Roleplay name has been completely caught there. On the red team, it's going to be Support Chrono, I think. Yep. Inarius XD on Willbender. Hollow being played here as well on the red team. A Daredevil. And then what the hell is this? Some kind of Rev? Yeah, it's a Revenant. Look, guys. Look. We're going to have to edit this out, the YouTube video, but I actually don't see any of these teams challenging 55. Just on comp alone. I just don't like these comps. I really don't like these comps, guys. I really don't. Reaper? I mean, this is just not it, to be honest. I like 55's comp infinitely more. There's no Thief at all being played on blue team here, which I think is problematic, given how good Spectre is. It's Daredevil here on red team instead of Spectre. Yeah, no shot. I think they lose on comp alone. Like, they instantly lose on comp.
Hold on to your points.
Just on that. Yeah. Especially blue team's comp. I always want to see the Reaper. I love to see it. Who is this, actually? Who is Wolfsbane? Oh, it's Wolf Spider. Okay. And I love to see Reaper. I really do, but I just don't see it, to be honest. It is utilizing transfusion, using blood for that sustain. And honestly, the stability is actually really nice, right? Like, giving AoE stability is actually insanely hype. Definitely love to see that. Although, honestly, I feel like this would almost make a bit more sense on, like, a Harbinger build. You know what I mean? Like, I think there was already some speculation about Blood Harbinger, because, like, Blood Harb was already being played. You played Blood Bank, though, obviously, instead of Transfusion. I could 100% imagine this honestly doing like a little bit better, maybe. But this is definitely an interesting build, playing Blood Curses here. So you have all the sustain from Vampiric Presence and less Vampirism, and obviously the Vampiric too. And then the Transfusion almost turns this build into a hybrid of sorts. Right? It's like a little bit of both. It has that damage output from the Reaper and the Curses trait line, but you also have that little element of support almost from Transfusion. No healing power being played. It is the Rabid Amulet, of course. but still pretty good. Yeah, I like Red's comp also just is not. What does this comp do, right? Like, this is weird. And Blue Team just kind of winning the fights, right? Definitely having the Reaper and the Mirage is going to be just so much damage. So much damage here, yeah. Thief getting shut down on the Daredevil. And this game is over. Wait, is that... I think there's just no French team. Look, this is the bad news, guys. Like, I'm not even joking here. There's been a critical mass of players permabanned from the game. Seriously. I'm not joking. Like, I think the PvP scene has, no joke, had too many people banned. That it's no longer capable of functioning anymore. I just don't see it. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is, my friends. Yeah. Pretty interesting game here, though, actually. Let's see. Dude, is this... Wait, this guy always plays one-shot Thief. He's actually not really playing it, though. He's not playing one-shot Thief. That's unusual for this guy. Okay, red team now, bit of an advantage here. Choya Engineer backing off. Oh wait, generic player? Is there a French team I just didn't see, guys, or what? This team? Let's actually take a look. Oh, okay, no, there is a French team. Okay, no, okay. Yeah, no, I just didn't realize because people keep making new accounts. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we have a generic player here on Core Necro. Very interesting approach. Again, utilizing that transfusion. This is definitely a really strong trait now in PvP. Because blood magic, you know, when you play a Necro build in PvP, you can basically take one defensive trait line for free, right? And your damage output's still going to be great. You know, this is a core necro build, so it goes with curses and soul reaping. But, you know, you could be a harbinger, and then you could have soul reaping as your offensive line, or curses as your offensive line, right? And so on. So you can basically get blood for free. And this is a really interesting proposition now for, I guess, many of these Necromancer players, is that it does kind of give you this ability to have a slight hybridization at a relatively low opportunity cost. This core Necromancer, now capable, of course, bringing some support to the table here. AoE stability, Condi removal, protection uptime, all really powerful things to have in PvP. And now on a build that's also capable of dealing out some serious DPS at the same time and being relatively tanky. I'm not the biggest fan of core necro, to be honest. But it's definitely, you know, an interesting proposition here. It's gonna be the double renegade. Like, the Frenchies, they love this stuff. I hate to be a bit of a 55 simp here, guys. I really... You guys know I simp voice. Everyone knows this. But I don't know. I like 55 comps more, right? I just don't think we're in this kind of bunker style, right? Like, I don't think we can do that, right? Like, obviously this team, blue team, dominating pretty hard here and getting a win there. Wait, what is this? I don't know why I left them. They are a bunch of bitch. Wow, a little bit of toxicity coming in there. But yeah, I don't like it. Looking for another editor? Not really, no. Yeah. And I hate to be a little bit skeptical this early on, guys, but I'm simply not impressed by these comps. I don't believe in the Renegade. I don't think Renegade does anything. Seriously, can someone please explain to me, like, what Renegade does? In the current metagame? Like, what does it do? And look, I hope I'm proven wrong. Honestly, guys, I'm going big on this now because I want to be proven wrong. I want them to be able to actually challenge basically the God comp that 55 is playing. So honestly, if I'm wrong now, that's content, but I'm just not seeing it. I don't know. I guess we'll see, but yeah, red team here kind of winning this game as well. But it's okay at everything. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced, Demolish, man. I'm not convinced by it. I don't know about you, but I'm not feeling the Renegade, man. I'm really not.
Red team wins a capture point.
Dude, I'm going to say it. I'm just going to say it, guys. This game died when Esprit got permabanned. Am I wrong on this? I think Guild Wars 2 PvP is dead. It's completely dead. This actually could be interesting, but tough, I think. I seriously, man. Like, I'm not joking. No, yeah. You guys might think I'm joking. I'm not joking. I think without Esprit, Guild Wars 2 PvP is unironically dead. I'm not joking. Like, this, it is dead without Esprit. Because these last couple of ATs are just... They're not firing, right? Like, the French need the big worm, right? And they can't do anything without the big worm. We have a selection of worms. You can see here. Ah, nice. It's like GG, dude. It's GG. Yeah. Skyhammer game. We'll see what they can do here. This Transfusion Reaper build. Honestly, love to see it. See what they can cook up. Got Zintrex, of course, on the Soul Beast there. Even on the Tempest. Ready to go. Ready to cleanse. Going with the Feel the Burn build here. Yeah, with Aftershock, no Glyph being played. Standard setup there. Rivers Relic, of course. You got the DPS Mirage. Hollow as well. Hollow's a pumper, and they added a bit more sustain to it. Bear that in mind, the last patch. Heals a little bit more, but I think it's still going to struggle to survive, honestly. I don't know, like, this comp is scary to me, man. From 55 here. Tempest, Herald, Mirage. The Connie Soulbeast from Boyce, and then the Spectre as well. Scary, it is scary for me. We'll see what this comp can do. Reaper in the team fight will be nice. And that will be good for kind of tearing into the Rev and the Tempest. But it is going to get bullied by the Mirage a bit, I think. Although, Transfusion can be a lot of healing. And honestly, having that free Chillblains proc around Soul Spiral, that's kind of tasty, right? You're going to get AoE Chill, which is going to be more damage from Deathly Chill. Because this trait, honestly, has some kind of interesting synergy with Reaper, right? Because you're going to get that Deathly Chill proc. You're going to get all the Chill application, you know, damage reduction from that as well, which is pretty nifty. With Transfusion. So let's see how this goes. I think the team fight is pretty important here. There is no Thief in play as well on red. That is worth noting. Whereas the Thief here being played by Syndra now. So they are going to have to really track that and be aware of these +1s. And 55 are probably going to avoid direct team fights because they don't have that Reaper. So they're probably going to be playing a slightly more 3-node oriented, slightly stallier game. And you can definitely see that reflected here. We already have the push coming through. Push from Zintrex was also mirrored there, being matched there by the Mesmer, now being backed up there by the Thief, leaving Abindo and Misha to kind of hold down middle here. Abindo in a bit of a tough spot here, actually. He's getting chased away. Needs to wriggle. Does so. Still has the Crystal Hibernation up, though. And yeah, of course, red team able to win middle as they were able to pick up, the team fight here. They had the outnumber there, the 3v2. But again, how are they going to win this game? That's the problem here for them. Like, Zintrex did get killed by that +1. Just a lethal amount of damage there from that Mirage combined with the Spectre here. Boyce being helped out a little bit here by the Spectre 2. A lot of condition pressure coming through onto the Holosmith. Reaper getting bullied a bit here. And yeah, this is what I was worried about. This Mirage, I mean, dude, you can't live Mirage on Reaper. You just can't. It's just too much. It's way too much. And that's going to be the Tempest going down as well. And this is what I mean. Like, what's the problem? Yeah, this is the Warrior I did Season 3 of Toast, yeah. Abindo, yeah. Oh, Sin gets caught. He gets res, though. So clutch res there. That was a little bit of a narrow escape there. They're going to turn it around to... Oh, boy, lands a crushing blow. And Demolish gets shut down. Yeah, and this is tough. This is very tough. Yeah. And I think 55 is obviously playing extremely well here. But Red Team is certainly no slouches either. Oh, they get a lot of damage on the Tempest there. Yeah, that was a nice burst. He got feared down there. Does get eliminated. 55 are going to have to be really careful to disengage this in a smart way. I don't think Misha is recoverable here. Nah, not with Dongo Molish ready to go. Ooh, Zintrex gets traded out for, though, and that's not what we like to see. That means it's still going to be even. Ooh, actually, an attempted revival is going to come through, in fact. His boy's kind of distracting there. Ooh, that really sucks for Red. Yeah. Very unfortunate for them that the Thief was kind of just nearby. And now that brings the support back into play, supporting Abindo, potentially, or, of course, rotating to this node here as well. This is a very rough situation. Invincible in trouble there. That is, of course, Draza. Gets re-healed, and now with that Tempest moving in, he's able to reset. He's the Joker, by the way, guys. This is what Draza looks like in real life, by the way, just so everyone's aware of that. He's cosplaying himself. The Herald build? Yeah, it's the Invocation Retribution build, the standard. He was playing Devastation earlier, but he's gone to the, I guess, the meta build, as it were, for Herald right now. And Red Team actually do get some decaps there, which is definitely pretty nice. So Bindo going to be driven away. And you can see that Necromancer, it's a presence, right? Like, Necro is, you have to respect it. You really do. Devouring Darkness brings the pain in these types of situations. Ooh, Yui taking heavy pressure, though. Gets a good evade there with that Star 4. Big re-healing. I think is basically out of the woods here. Boy's still on the hunt, though. As a cheeky little CC there. Little reflect situation. Gets out of that. But Red Team, this is where the problem. This is where the problem is. Big scene behind it. Dude, you don't Toast. You don't understand. People don't understand this, dude. Guild Wars, this game mode, this PvP is the best PvP mode, group PvP mode I have ever seen. This is better than MOBAs. It's better than arena shooters. Conquest is so fucking good. This is why I'm salty about Guild Wars 2. Guild Wars 2 was the chosen one. It's never going to be big or relevant at this point, but man, it could have been. It's so fucking tragic. Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah. Complete disaster. Absolute disaster. We live in the worst timeline. And here we go. Yeah, blue are very far ahead here. The problem that is going on here is that what does Red do to win? Like, how does Red actually win this game? Because right now, they just can't able to keep up with their opponents. The opponents are just rotating around a little bit too quickly here. Ooh, Tempest falls there as well. Boyce on the hunt on the Soul Beast. Gets it, goes for the cleave. I don't think they can res that. Nah, they absolutely can't. Demolish in a little bit of trouble as well. The B gets activated. Gem Theory B activates. Doesn't quite get the kill, though. Look, it got nerf last patch, guys. Gem Theory B, not strong enough. Oh, Boyce actually gets caught by a brutal Reaper CC. He's able to get out, though. Abindo is going to fall over. Spectre attempting to revive. He's going to have to try and escape there. Oh, Misha is now activated. Can they get this res? He actually might be able to be honest. No, I think there's too much DPS around. Needs to try and save the Thief here, though. Thief actually gets caught, too. And 55... actually stumbling a little bit here. Two players now down. Z Squadron activating. They didn't get enough. They did not get enough out of that, though, unfortunately. And this is definitely like a big skill that obviously the more experienced teams are very good at, is that when something goes badly for you, when you do have a defeat, when you have a loss, don't like lose the entire game over it. It's going to be a 2-cap here for red. But as long as they can stabilize, we should be okay here. Boyce versus Demolish in the 1v1. I think a little bit scary for the Holosmith here. The condition pressure is going to be really, really gnarly in these situations. And now, of course, we have the reactivation here from the Mirage. Going for this 1v1. Gets the decap, shoves that away. Oh, Tempest falls on middle. That is really not good. Yeah, they were trying to hold this outnumbered with the Reaper. And, of course, that's going to be a key component, right? Using the Reaper and the Tempest to live those outnumbered fights until their team is able to reinforce. But now that Reaper is looking very isolated. No cooldowns either. That should end up being a kill on this Reaper. Tries to hold on, get some good kiting. Oh, nice knock, though, from the Herald. And all of a sudden, I think it's going to be a die on nose situation. Can't quite make it. They're going to get bled out there a little bit. We still have this 1v1 going on here. I think it's, a little bit tricky, I think. Like, the Mirage, I think, wasting his time a little bit there. Yeah, he's just going to disengage that. Kept it neutral. It's actually just going to keep contesting because the team is actually just winning on the rest of the map right now. So they can just go ahead and play the game. Thief is now done with that. Might end up going for a plus. They need to be a little bit careful about pushing far too much. Yeah, Cinder is moving over there to help because, of course, the reinforcement from the Reaper respawning is, of course, that ever-present threat. A little bit tricky. Does actually manage to force the cap here into the Soul Beast. Or wants to go for that kill, but again, is pretty fragile on that Mirage. Not easy to get this. Tries to go for it. A little bit low on cooldowns. Goes for the Signet. Reset. Wants to find this kill. Oh, and now with the Thief. That's going to be too much, I think. It is. And that is a really big kill. That frees up this Mirage. Frees up the map. And actually, blue team doing a very good job holding over there. Having said that, though, Abindo taking massive damage. Has a shield block, but can't get to it. And they're able to break through there. 55 disengaging pretty well, though, as you can see here. Wait, surely this res doesn't happen. This would be so disgusting. There's no way. Yeah, okay, there is no way. But this does leave the Reaper in a very awkward position. Decap comes through. They're being driven away. Demolish is going to have to handle the Mirage in the 1v1. And yeah, definitely a tough position. A tough position. Oh, he died. Unlucky. He tried to get in. He died instantly. You hate to see that. That one is not going on the montage. Let me tell you for that. Okay. Meanwhile, I've been kind of backing off here. Yeah, a couple of deaths here that are a little bit sloppy, actually. Oh, no. Oh!
Did you see that? Red team got a capture point.
I actually feel bad about capturing that on camera. Not a melon. Actually getting hit by the Sky Hammer, leading to an instant death as he gets jumped by a Bindo from middle. That is very, very unfortunate.
Red team wins.
Not what we like to see. But anyway, the battle continues. The battle continues here. Yeah. The battle continues. Misha, of course, supporting. Dropping the heals. It's a pretty big points advantage now here as well. Things are looking really, really rough here for the red team, unfortunately for them. It's going to be a bit of an outnumber here. Misha holding on. Does need some assistance. They're going to have to bring the Revenant in or something like that, I think. But actually, nah. Boyce holds the line, kind of drives the blue team or the red team away here. And we have this 1v1 going on there. But now Reality crumbles, moving in.
Like that, blue team takes a capture point.
Goes for this fight. They want to get this kill on the Holo quite a bit. Demolish lands a big elite and hold on, actually. A bit of Mirage violence going on. As Dongo Moholish gets in there, gets the kill. Oh, really nice revive from the Tempest, though. Brings him back up there. And all of a sudden, Wolfsbane in a little bit of trouble here, too. Tries to go for the Immobilize. No, they're not going to be pushing that target. Want to kind of back off and save Invincible over here. Meanwhile, Syndra in a little bit of trouble, seeing as he's in the downstate, getting finished off there by Demolish. Boyce, though, Doing a very good job in this 1v1, holding down point C pretty nicely. Ooh, that Mirage damage, yeah. Invincible gets his revenge on Dongo Molish. Finds that kill. Healing for Ants. Dropping the heals. Might end up being dead here, though. This Reaper is just insatiable. Going for the kill. Going for the hunt. Tempest shit. Ooh, nice redirect there on that Elite. Nearly kills the Tempest. But I think with the Magnetic Aura, we should be good now. Stability is going to be coming through. Protection's coming through in the Earth Attunement. Shouldn't be too much of a problem, I believe. And here we go. 436 points to 254. It's honestly definitely closer than it perhaps should have been even. Red team really going for it, really showing that what they're bringing something to the table here. Demolish goes down. Dongo Molish in a little bit of trouble. Has Boyce died this game? Boyce never dies in any game. He won't die in the entire tournament. Healing for Ants. Bringing the heals. And yeah, Mirage gets picked off there. Skyhammer gets capped, but we're kind of prolonging the inevitable. We have Boyce. He was able to win that 1v1 as well, which is a huge deal. Any 1v1 in a game like this is massive. And yeah, red team going for their last stand, trying to make it happen, but I think it's not going to be happening today. I think it's also worth noting as well that I think this is, honestly, a good map for red, right? It's a smaller map. That makes the Reaper better, obviously. It's also a really good map for Necro in general with all the kiting potential. So, honestly, if they're going to win, this is the map to do it on. Maybe that or Kylo. So, map favorable for red, I would say. Or at least, you know, not unfavorable. 500-266. Honestly, red team putting in the work there. Definitely one of the strongest teams in the tournament, that's for sure. Ah, thanks for the raid, bro. Dude, big convergence content. Love to see that. Nice, nice indeed. Got to see how this French team goes. Last last E-date? Wait, what do you think this means? Wait, how do we interpret this name, guys? Do we think this is the last E-date ever? Or is this like the previous E-date? What's going on here? Either way. Oh, actually, hold on. This is an interesting team as well. This is Fake Torben. Alex, Cranel, Cran XL, okay? Sakaya, Weebaya, and of course, Denshi, aka the Shaman. Last E-date ever. She will never stop E-dating. I mean, wow, that's a big commitment. How many views of the monthly AT polls? Oh. Yeah. Do you know, Film? I remember when the monthly AT used to be 1,000 viewers every single month. It used to be like 1,200 even. It was crazy. I see blue team is not making a comeback. They're dying. They're doing the opposite of coming back right now. Of course, this is Team Sugar Crush, I believe here. Although on it, they're not even repping the team name. It's fake Sugar Crush. Floor punching javelin to death.
Skyhammer calibrated to red.
And that's it. Pete Guild CPV was Golden Age of Hollowsmith. I think Pete Guild CPV was just HOT, to be honest. It was still HOT.
Did you see that? Red team got a capture point.
Guild Wars 2 PvP. I did. Spin loves Guild Wars 2 PvP. He loves this stuff. Red team kind of closing this game out, though. Closing it out. As the timer ticks down. The Solar Ascension? Dude, what are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about? I don't know why you love Solar so much. Chrono Bunker? I mean, after the Chrono Bunker era. Like, HOT was a little bit rocky at the start. I'll definitely admit that. We don't want Solar. Solar was not right, guys. Solar was not right. Solar did permanent damage to the game. That's reality. Is the Guild Wars 1 HC series over? I think there was an upload on YouTube literally today. Yeah, these mugs are really good. I actually really like these. Let's see, do we have any exciting matches? Generic player. Quick reminder, who is Solar? He was a balanced dev. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? When's Motor, by the way? It'll be after the next expansion. The game is just too dead to run Motor right now. I need them to drop an expansion. And also, the scene is too fucking degen, man. Like, it's fucking cancer. There's too many people getting permaban, dude. And too many people doing, like, weird shit. There's too many weirdos.
Hold on to your points. Seize theirs.
All right, here we go. Cornacro, double renegade. Give me the socket. This guy loves his vaults in retail, wow. And Goku. Wait, Goku on support Tempest. What the fuck? The hell is going on here? And we're going up against some players. It's Zealith team. Krog, Nana, Aki, Griffith. I don't know what this is. Yeah. Krog, I can't. What do you mean by this? Why are you lulling, Esprit? This is a powerful French roster. Jan Theory B is in play. Jan Theory B could be considered a 6th team member, I think. Oh, dude, this guy's got the new Lich form. That's hype. The Giga Corrupt on Lich's Gaze. What's actually happening in this fight, though? There's not a lot of damage going on, is there? Blue team does have the cap. That's the big news for them. Ooh, very juicy Fears and Boon Corrupts coming through here from this Core Necromancer. Well of Power getting dropped down as well. Spectre now going for the Necro. It's going to be hard to kill, though, to be honest. Like, a Core Necro on this position here, it's very difficult to get rid of, I think. Who is Glint? Well, I mean, it's unknown. People speculate that it's Azaz, but I have absolutely no idea, to be honest. It could be anyone. Wait. What is this team, actually? Yeah. Who are these fucking players, dude? Tenebrae is activated. Dude, red team at 0 points, though. Blue team has a single cap, and they are slowly winning the game with it. Is this Transfusion Harb? It's actually not even Transfusion Harb. It's just like regular Harbinger. Same build as usual. Oh, a lot of conditions coming through, though. Is this player dead? Ooh, gets the cleanse off just barely in time. The Elixir of Bliss saving the day there. Yeah, red is... they're having difficulties currently. They're not able to win these fights.
Be ready to give the signal.
Yeah, that Relic of Thorns, putting in the work for that Condi Soul Beast. However, things have now been neutralized. It's a very slow game because there's some pretty defensive builds in here, right? Like, everything is pretty tanky. Like, red team is very tanky here, actually. Like, they've got the double Rev, double Renegade, Core Necro, Soul Beast, Tempest, right? They're very durable. And blue team kind of struggling to actually punch through that. I kind of hate that most PvP players playing under random names and accounts every time. It's unironically because they just get banned. That is the... And like this guy, for example. Like, if his account name actually matches, this guy got permanently banned like a couple of weeks ago. And it's entirely possible that wait, is it this guy? Generic player Salad? Yeah. This guy also, if this is Salad, right? This guy also got permanently banned, a couple of weeks ago as well. You hate to see it, guys. You really hate to see it. So yeah, like, people don't consistently play on accounts because of that reason. So that's why people have, like, a new account every fucking week. It's because it's, you know, the scene is unstable. Oh, the Frenchie Band series? Are they that toxic? Do you want to know the truth? I'll tell you the truth. And it's because people just... Why is it so toxic? Because people don't care. And people don't care because they view it as a dead game mode that's abandoned by ArenaNet. And, you know, they're not wrong, to an extent anyway. So they just don't give a shit. Like, they're just assholes who don't care. And because the game, it's too easy. It's very easy to make a new account. Like, ArenaNet don't tend to... They basically, once you've been banned on your account, a lot of the time, if you make a new account, they'll just let you play, right? Which, you know, I think is questionable, to be honest.
Did you see that? Red team got
Yeah.
a capture point.
So people just don't care. And realistically, a lot of normal players have been driven away from the game at this point. Either because the game is relatively quiet, because it is pretty quiet, or because they just don't want to deal with this shit. Why do they keep buying alt accounts to keep playing? Because they can win in this game. Guild Wars 2 is not super competitive, so as long as you're relatively good, you can win in this game much easier than you can win in other games.
Blue team grabbed a capture point.
Boom. No, I don't think the speed thing is actually that relevant, to be honest. I think there's a lot of other PvP games like very, very fucking fast. It's pretty quick because it was 2 PMA. True. This is a fairly intense game, actually. We've been kind of talking shit, but the battle rages on. Not to grind the character's gear of being banned as gear scale. Yeah, gear scales in PvP, but yeah, it's pretty easy to get. It's pretty easy to get set up again. It is relatively expensive financially, but I mean, this guy might just be playing on a core gear. That might be why he's playing core necro. He might not actually have. Yeah, he might not actually have all of the things unlocked on this character. Dude, Red actually getting their revenge. Getting this point is big, actually. Getting rid of the Harbinger. If they can get the bell, that's massive. If they actually get it? Ooh, they do. It's 50 points as well. They're actually ahead now, yeah.
Red team wins a capture point.
That's big. Now game over? Yeah, this is now really scary for blue because the problem is that red, they're very, very tanky. It's going to be hard to get rid of them. Very hard to get them off the point. Like, once they've got the points, it's hard to get rid of them. They actually, as I say that, they immediately lose the Bazaar. And actually, their Soul Beast dies. So I say that. I curse them. The caster curse strikes again. Don't know the Necro can get that res either. Might be able to hold for a little bit. Well, honestly, maybe you could go for a stability res with Style 5. Get some CC and then just get in there and kind of use the pet res to get back up. Nah, looks like the cleave is going to be a bit too much. When's Moto 3? After the expansion. I'm just really hoping we can actually get it done. Like, there really are just not a lot of teams. There really are not a lot of teams. So it's very hard to run a PvP tournament right now. But we'll see what we can do. Ah, Darren's is here. Yeah, Core Necro getting shut down. 21 poison stacks. Tries to get the cleanse, gets CC'd. Falls over dead. Wait, Darren's is brewing another nuke? Dude. What the hell is this? Okay. Necro bleeding out. This node is a really big deal, though, because middle is still locked down by the Red Tempest, really. Ugh. And Glint getting the kiting here as well, but not going to survive, of course. The additional player moving in from the blue team a little bit too much, and blue kind of getting back into control in this game. Yeah, just going to die on node there to get back into the mix as quickly as possible. Let me add the key to the free account. Well, that's the thing, though. If you do that, you'll get banned as well. The ban will, like, chain. Because basically what happened... Well, I mean, look. The way the bans are done, or at least in that particular instance, it's gonna link that account to your account, and then you'll be permabanned as well. So I really wouldn't do that.
Blue team grabbed a capture point.
But anyway, the blue team now in a commanding position in this game with the double cap. Red team, after a powerful comeback, might be in trouble. Now, if they get the next bell, though, in a couple of minutes, that could be incredibly potent for them. And, of course, that does split the map up objective-wise, which could potentially give them some kind of position to get back into this. Okay, here we go. Hardware banning people? Look, here's the thing, Toast. Look, we should talk about this maybe off stream, because I've kind of talked about this on stream, like, you know, it's done to death, really. But I don't think you are quite aware of the state Guild Wars 2 PvP is in, okay? This fucking naive-ass WoW player, dude. Like, coming to Guild Wars 2 PvP. He doesn't know, guys. Guys, Pepe laugh. He doesn't know. He is not aware. But anyway, Red, looking to make something happen here. Looking for that red kill. Oh, that'll be a massive kill on the Rev. They find it. They find the Spectre as well. They do. Okay, right. Red, it's go time. They've got to activate now. I tried to look. Wait, my Guild Wars account is blocked? Dude, bro is saying they should hardware ban people, and bro is hardware banned. He's literally hardware banned, guys. What do you think about that? That's crazy, no? Krog in trouble here. Yeah. He's going to get away, though. But Red needs more than this. I think Red does actually win with the Bell, but they are now in a 5v5 situation again. They didn't get a lot of those kills. They do have a lot of pressure, though, onto Krog and, of course, the Harbinger. He probably did buy gold. Toast the kind of guy who would buy gold. He would do that 100%. Okay, they get the double cap. But they've got to hold that for a long time. It's going to take them a long time to get back into the mix. And they've got to contest this bell at the same time. We have the Thief kind of locking down this Rev as well. That's probably fairly endless. I think Spectre probably a bit annoying for the Renegade. There are a lot of conditions coming through, and Rev is not super happy about that, so we won't be easy to survive. But if the red team can make this team fight work, then we could be in business. A lot of pressure coming through, though. Water Overload is now being channeled. Their big heal onto that core Necromancer. Here we go, now pushing into the fight. Ooh, that Harb gets a bit caught. There's the Lich form. It's big damage. It's not enough, though. And yeah, the decap comes through. The Renegade was not able to hold that. They just want to force this massive team fight. Really nice support coming in from the Spectre, actually, saving this Harbinger incredibly effectively. Red need to win this fight now. Nice decap there, but their own Tempest goes... They actually have to commit and res that. They have to. If that goes down, it's game over. Okay, it's game over. Blue wins, I think. Yeah, they couldn't quite win this team fight. I think the Spectre support there was incredibly juicy, just keeping that Harbinger alive, and that is going to end the game. That is going to end the game.
Did you see that?
And there you have it.
Got a capture point.
Boom. Nah, I think it's unwinnable. Yeah, it's unwinnable. Red needs a triple cap? Oh? Wait, you do not want to give this up, actually. Hold on. Huh?
Red team wins a capture point.
Huh? Oh, this is not it. Whoa. Ooh, Red lose they need to res that. That can't die. Otherwise, this guy's going to have to hold 1v2. And they're going to be 5 points down as well. Yeah, they really did not want to give up that cap on mid, to be honest. He's going to go for the hand res. And yeah, the Thief had to leave to go for the decaps. That's going to get resed. Wait, is Red Team going to actually win this? I think some really fumbled rotations coming through, honestly, from the Blue Team at the last second. They do not win, though. They run out of time. They need a kill. And they have a kill. Hold on, do they win the game? The answer to that question is no, because the Thief caps middle. Unlucky. Okay? But wait, 5 points? Yeah, it's not enough, though. Yeah, but Blue Team actually nearly brutally fumbled this game at the last second. But the Thief carries. Oh, wait, surely they don't decap. No, there's no way. Okay, it didn't happen. Yeah, it didn't need to be that close, guys. And there you go. That was a spicy game. Skelling, when are you logging into play, by the way, bro? If Red Team had won there, I would have enabled DYB, by the way. Just so everyone's aware of that. I would have done it. You guys would have had DYB. I think this game could be pretty interesting, actually. This game and this game could be pretty interesting. Drew with Danny like a week ago? Okay. Incredible! Yes. Okay. Bro, I could end Jester's career, dude. I could completely fucking end... Oh my god! Dude. Oh my god. Dude. It's over. I just received the ultimate nuke. I can confirm to all of you guys that Bloom is starting World of Warcraft. He's back to WoW. Yeah.
The match starts soon.
It's over.
Hold on to your
Oh no. All right. Wait, what is this situation here? Okay, so we've got the Harbinger. Boom. We have the Tempest. We have the Spectre. The Soul Beast. The Herald. So we essentially have like a mirror here, right? More or less. Yeah, this is a mirror, right? I do like this comp. This is the comp that I think this is a good comp right now, actually. I do think this is a really good comp. So it's good to see Red Team try and mirror it, but there's always this risk with mirror comp, right? If you do mirror your opponent, that means you have to outplay, right? Because, you know, if you've got the same composition, then you need to be capable of actually executing it better than your opponents in some way here. Draza on the Harbinger here as well, as we can see. You have the Soul Beast here. It's going to be that Blood Harbinger that we saw here from this other player there. It's, yeah, Sword, and the Spear, as you can see, activating. Elixir of Ignorance, Elixir of Bliss, Spectral Walk, Elixir of Promise. 0 points so far. Both teams kind of pushing. Got this 1v1. We do have some asymmetry, though. It's going to be, of course, the Harbinger versus the Revenant here in middle. Rev actually doing a good job of it so far, but, ooh, that Spectre gets caught by the Rev. And that's not what we like to see. So first blood is going to be going to the blue team here. Red team doing an okay job in this fight over here. How is the fight on middle going? Yeah, that Harbinger. Yeah, I think it's too strong in these 1v1s. I think they do need to think about rotations here a little bit. I definitely don't like the Rev into the Harb. I do not like the Rev into the Harb. So they need to rethink that rotation. They want that Rev in these skirmishes, like chasing down the Thief, chasing down these kills. Having it into the Harb, it's so tough. Because you have this Boon Corruption, right? Like, you have Path of Corruption here, right, guys? It's just, the Herald just gets completely screwed over by this. And there's just so much sustain. Like, this build is incredibly good at just living. You've got all the lifesteal on Spear, a very good healing skill, and of course, all of the lifesteal from Vampiric Presence and Lesser Signet of Vampirism. Like, the Rev is just not going to stand up to that, to be honest. Boyce does go down, but gets rezzed up there. And it's interesting, actually, there's a little bit of a stylistic choice here, is that we've seen many Tempests not go for the res glyph, but Misha does go for that. Like, you can either play with the Feel the Burn, or you can go for a bit more healing and more Condicons and stuff, or you can go ahead and pick the glyph. But yeah, so far, 55, just doing a good job of this comp. Making it happen, making it work, DPSing, winning this fight. It's just, they're honestly just better rotations. They're in the right spots, they're taking the good fights, and they're just outplaying it, to be honest. Let's go check on the other game. Because this one could also be pretty interesting, I think. Jester, wait, dude, you're all, wait. Dude, we're all born in August. I'm 3rd of August. That's crazy. Okay, oh, what on earth? What is this abomination? We actually have Heel Scourge being played here by oh my god! No, anything but this. Anything but this. Oh my god. Where's Tack? Tack is not back, unfortunately. But this is the forbidden build. The forbidden build is here. We have Transfusion Blood Scourge being played twice by French. And support Tempest. Full bunker. It's full bunker approach, guys. They don't have Tack Necro on their team. But maybe they don't need Tack Necro. It's possible. This is going to be unbelievably obnoxious. I'm not going to lie. It is the Avatar Amulet with Rune of the Guardian for a bit of tankiness with Wayfinder Relic for mobility. And then it's Wells. Yeah, Well of Darkness, Well of Power. Not super surprising there. With Trail of Anguish for the stun break. And then you're basically playing Transfusion. You have the Chillblains proc there on Garish Pillar alongside the big healing. And yeah, look at the prot uptime, right? The prot uptime is really good, especially when you've got the Tempest there as well. They have very high protection uptime. And then you just have the Boon Corruption, right? Yeah, they're using the Lifesteal trait as well, and that will actually do a lot of damage. In PvP, that's going to do a bit of DPS as well. Not amazing damage, but it will be enough to pressure the opponent. And that's the important thing, right? Is that you just keep the heat up with a build like this, and then like your other players do a lot of damage. And yeah, this looks pretty obnoxious, to be honest. Wolf Spider is busting out the Harb. Also a Transfusion, actually. I was honestly expecting this. Like, Yeah, are we playing Staff, Sword, Sword? We are, yeah. With Heretic Amulet for the healing power? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I was definitely expecting to see pop up, actually, this patch, because there was already some talk about this before the patch, that, you know, Transfusion could be good on Harb, because you already play Blood Magic anyway, and you can just very easily package in the Curses trait line and do a lot of damage with it, even with a power build. So this makes a lot of sense to me, like Staff, Sword, Sword. You could obviously play Spear here as well, but Sword does give you that mobility, and Sword just gives you this incredible spacing power as well that I think is really potent. Like stuff like, you know, Hungering Maelstrom, like Ravenous Wave, and the auto attacks being as ranged as they are, you have incredible ability to keep up the pressure. Combine that with Staff, you're obviously going to increase that even more. Ooh, see, and this is big, guys. This is nasty, man. Because Transfusion, you get that Chillblains on your 4th Shroud ability. That means when you leap in, you get the leap damage and the Chillblains damage. And that's the chill, the poison. That's nasty as hell with all of that. And of course, it will also be providing protection and healing to the Necromancer as well. So this is pretty dirty. Still has all of that Harbinger goodness. And yeah, the problem is that this is just tough for the blue team to really break through, right? Like, it's very hard to bust through all the bunker. This is, guys, this is 5 bunkers, essentially. I want to say this is 5 bunkers. The Rev is not really a bunker. It's obviously fairly defensive. You have the Salvation trait line in here. But I think calling it a bunker is maybe a little bit of an exaggeration. But a lot of that, you know, a lot of tankiness on this build, and a lot of that kind of brute force. You've got that AoE pressure coming through from the Renegade stance, all that kind of stuff. Dude, bunker is back. TAC is back. I don't want to say this, but I am going to say, if TAC Necro is in the group, this will be 500-0 in favor of red. Or TAC is back. Also 500-0 with Bunker DH. Dongo Molish. Honestly, this is like the worst game to ever play Mirage. Like, this is deplete. This is like actual mental boom. Because they're just so tanky. Like, the Mirage is going to struggle to kind of weather the AoE spam and, like, survive in this environment here. It's going to be tough. Oh, a lot of damage coming through. But the punish! Damage goes down! They couldn't finish the Scourge. The forbidden one. Renegade in a bit of trouble here. Taking some heat, gets the heal skill off, and of course we still have Scourge supporting Chillblains, and there's going to be a lot of Connicons coming through. Yeah, this is definitely part of what we were trying to do here. With the Transfusion reworks, trying to like enable a healthy support Necro build, although maybe not running 2 of them in the same game. And by the way, guys, you might be thinking this is looking close, right? 284 to 154, not the case. This team is playing bunker style. They don't really care about holding all 3 nodes. They just want to have at least 2 of them. Honestly, they'd be fine with 1 as long as the other 2 are held neutral. So you got to bear in mind, guys, that even though the point score is close, this is actually a pretty brutal game. Because blue team is having 1 node, but that's fine. Red team don't care about that. Red team only care about these 2 nodes, are the ones they're really focusing on, right? They're perfectly fine just to slap a Scourge here and have an infinite 1v1 on the blue node. They really don't care about this. All they care about is winning these fights here, where they have the Tempests and the Renegades. Elsewhere, they couldn't care less. And you can see that here as we pick up a kill onto the Tempest and the Harbinger. And then, yeah, that's, of course, going to allow them to fully snowball the map. The Scourge even actually finds the decap. Wow, that's obnoxious as hell. Goodness me. Yeah, and there's good kiting for the Necro here as well. Hard to kill a Necro on these nodes, to be honest, especially when it's as tanky as this. How many on Avatar Amulet? I think they're on Heretic, actually. Oh, wow. Oh, boy, yeah. So we actually have Glint on Avatar Amulet. Tyrant Amulet, so a bit more damage on this Renegade there. And then it's Avatar on the Scourge, Avatar on the other Scourge, and then it'll be Avatar on the Tempest as well, of course. So, yeah, that is the situation. Oh, yeah, Ketchup is playing the Heretic Amulet here on this Transfusion Harbinger. I'm actually surprised we didn't see more experimentation in the tournament with this Transfusion Harbinger. Yeah, this is a brutal game. Like, this is tough. They do finally manage to snowball this, and I almost kind of I I actually like what blue team's idea is here. I think what they're trying to go for is just go for an all-out massive team fight because they've got so much damage that in a big fight, maybe they can bust through. But of course, that does mean that they have to win that fight very decisively, pick up a lot of kills, and then snowball the map from that. That might be something to consider in their next game, but I think I like the approach here from Blue that they found towards the end of this game. It'll be very interesting to see if they're able to kind of carry that forwards into another map after this. Yeah, this is tough. Yeah, you can see it because they have the DPS and the red team don't really have the DPS. They are able to bust through, right? They are able to bust through. But it's certainly easier said than done, right? They're even potentially getting that res because there's so much pressure coming out from these Scourges that revive might end up happening. Ooh, very good cleave, though, from Blue. But unfortunately, I think the game is kind of ending no matter what happens here. Big DPS now connecting. And yeah, red crumbles. So you can see that blue team are capable of winning these fights. But the issue is that can they actually convert this into anything in time? I think, well, the answer to that is definitely no. Like, if Glint just dies, is there a knockback here available? I'm not sure if there is. So they'll have to go for that stomp, and the game basically ends by the time that happens. I think they do get the decap in time. I think they should anyway. I think. Yep, they get the decap 1 point before the game ends. But of course, that does mean that all red team need to do is simply win one fight. And yeah, of course, it's very easy to prevent your opponents from ever capturing a node or getting a kill. Oh, a brutal wall traps Zintrex as well. Oh, he leaps away to freedom. He gets pulled in. The Rev is relentless. Can he hold on? He can't. That kill ends the game. And, well, another kill also ends the game as well. And there it is. I've been maining Scourge on PB for a while now. It's worked for me. It was on Relic of the Wayfinder to the point I prefer it over Reaper. Transfusion healing gave it more sustain. Oh yeah, for sure. And I think Scourge before, well, I mean, this build is obviously at least decent. I think Scourge was pretty much like the worst spec in PvP until this patch.
He took a swing at you? What did you say to him this time?
Took a swing.
Scourge is the only way? Dude, do you remember that, Skelling? When we won the 4v4 tournament against Blackjack? Because we played quadruple Bunker Scourge? Oh. That was so fucking good. Holy shit. And it was basically a bunch of peepos. It was like, it was peepos, right? We played with like just gold Andes. And we beat Blackjack and his team of tryhards with 4 times Bunker Scourge. I was channeling the power of the French worms on that one. Oh, I think 55 got a buy by the looks of that. Oh no, the game is just it's still making the next games. Do we have any? Oh, I think this match could be interesting. Yeah. Maya Sugar Crush versus French. Incredible. Let's see. Oh, yeah, we have 55 versus Bunker French. Yeah, I didn't see 55's game. I'm blind. Okay. So let's see if we actually go for this. It's going to be Draza on the Harb. Once again. We have the Rev from a Binder. It's going to be the same comp here, 55. Yeah, just this is the Spear build, right? This is not Staff being played by Draza. This is not Transfusion. This is the regular build. And we have Boyce. Fun fact, Boyce actually also looks like this in real life. He's one of the many players who models his character on himself. He also wears this hat in real life, very commonly. I've seen it on the rare Boyce guitar stream. You can see it. Syndrana. Reality crumbles. He doesn't look like this in real life, actually. It's funny. Dude, bro. This is really fucked up, but I met Sind in Gamescom, actually. And I don't know why, but I met at Sind and Angels in Gamescom, and I expected them both to be a lot taller. So I actually didn't entirely recognize them at first. It took me a couple of seconds, but then I got it afterwards. Sin was very friendly. He greeted me with a hug. A warm, manly hug. Very wholesome. You love to see that. I think it's because I'm also taller than expected as well. They're not short, guys. It's just that I'm taller than expected, right? Like I'm the problem here. I'm not flaming Angels and Sind. I'm flaming me. Like I'm just a little bit taller than people expect, right? So it kind of makes things weird, you know? But anyway, wait, why are we not playing Double Scourge? How tall are you? I'm not that tall. I'm 190. So like I'm 6'2". Where's the bunker, guys? Oh, they're hiding it? Well, I mean, everyone's watching the stream, though. Oh, I guess they don't want them to give them practice into it, or what? I guess that's the situation. But, I mean, I don't think they can win. I don't think they can win with this comp, though. Without the forbidden builds. Because I think that this is just, like, a very clear victory of 55, no? I don't think this is, I don't think this comp is going to work out, to be honest. Because with this, if it's full bunker, I get it, right? Like, if you go full deep bunker, that makes sense to me. Like, I can understand taking that approach. But this feels like a bit of a halfway house. They have, like, no damage, but they're also not obnoxious enough to actually win nodes. Like, they can stall a little bit, and that's what they're doing here, but they're not annoying enough, right? Yeah. No, they don't need... I don't think they need to win anyway. Oh, Sind actually dies, though. Okay, hold on. That's pretty bad. It was like a 1v2 scenario. Boyce is going into a 1v2. This is a little bit spooky. He's not going to hold this. Boyce needs to be a little bit careful. Yeah, he is fine. He's got elite up, head stability, and boons. Has to be a little bit careful. There's a lot of condition damage coming out from that Necro. Does go for the contest. He's pushing for it. He really doesn't want to concede. He kind of has to soon, though, I think. He's very dry. Jan Theory B is enabled. Oh, Boyce has got to be careful here. He's not super healthy. Does have the Dolyak stance, of course. Gets away.
Blue team grabbed a capture point.
Gets that mobility. And yeah, you can see the power of that Jan Theory B. Does have to concede. However, the Soul Beast does die on the other side of the map. Self-res coming through. Draza, of course, is going to shut that down, I would imagine. Yeah, it does so. Might go for the Beast. He's got a bit of downtime. He doesn't really want to push here, so yeah, it goes for the Beast. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, hold on. Aardvark, that's the Prime, by the way. Dude, yeah, look, Jan Theory B is a threat. You have to watch out for Jan Theory B, man. Beast for red. By the way, guys, very good example of a good time to go for the Beast. Make sure you tell your team in ranked about that. Because basically, he didn't really have much of an opportunity to rotate there. So he went for the Beast in the downtime, right? Because like going far wasn't really going to do anything, and going mid wasn't particularly helpful either, right? So just get the Beast and then like make a rotation after that. Because he was also obviously concerned about the respawn, right, from the opponent. So he had to kind of wait here to see if the Soul Beast was going to come back. So like that's why he went for the Beast there. Ooh, big damage from that Harb landing. And that's going to be a kill on the Tempest. That's a very important kill. It's not Res Bleeder, yeah. They're just going to die on point and then disengage it. Misha stomping that out. B is the new... Dude, the B is nasty, man. The B is so dirty. It is absolutely putrid. And yeah, red team doing pretty well here. Just a clean 1v1 here. Boyce now getting +1 there by the Spectre as well. Has to back off. Decent kiting position here, but not exactly super happy to be here. B, Bumble. Charge at your enemy, knocking them down. Dude, this ability is so disgusting. It's Bull's charge, but on Ranger. Oh, God, what a disgusting skill. It got nerfed this patch, too. It was a 2-second knockdown now, but it was 3 seconds last patch. It was so unbelievably disgusting. Yeah. Anyway. Of course. Here we have the content. Buff Smokescale now pushing back into this 1v1. And, like, if Gimme Socket's capable of winning, that is a huge deal. But against Boyce, that'll be very much a challenge. Shartex tier billion. Love to see that. Welcome back. And the Tempest goes down. I mean, yeah, I think this is simply a case of the Frenchies here potentially saving their bunker technology for the finals. Because I'm not entirely convinced by the approach they have here. I don't really like the core Necro, to be honest. The core Necro to me is... I don't know. It's obviously very tanky. But I really feel like the blue team lacks DPS in this comp. Like, they're in this weird situation where they're like half bunker, but they don't have enough bunkeriness to really live, and that's where those Scourges come in, because they really bring that bunker power with the barrier, the Condi cleanses, and of course, you know, the healing spam from transfusion and the staff and so on. Having double them makes it really annoying to play into that. But like when we have this approach, and this is not enough. There's not enough damage. There's not enough bunker, right? We're not deep bunker. This is like a shallow bunker, right? It's not enough. Okay, and here on the red team. Oh, the Druid. Is this a Condi Druid, or is this what is this? Yeah, it is a Condi Druid approach. Dagger, dagger, mace, mace. So kind of having that DPS and support hybrid approach being played here. Very interesting to see that played. Is that the Demon Queen relic? I believe it is, yeah. So big focus on poison. Not surprising for a ranger build, obviously. And having that healing reduction is really, really gnarly. Ooh, last E-Date gets caught there. And Erozik down. Nice revival, though, here from Eternity. Gets that res, connects it. Do like to see that. And blue team, actually in a little bit of difficulty right now. Let's see, what do they need to do here? Oh, Floor going with the Berserker. This is actually a build that is very playable, by the way, guys. For all that Warrior mains cry, like, honestly, there's some decent Warrior builds out there. And this is a fairly potent kind of Condi DPS duelist build. Of course, Floor going for the Kuma setup, as you can see there. And Defense, Discipline, and Berserker. That's honestly old school. That is some old school shit. Dude, we're literally playing a Heart of Thorns build. We've got Longbow, and then Mace Sword. It would have been Mace Torch, I guess, back in the day, but yeah, basically the same thing. Yeah. During the playoffs, you see the real builds. I mean, we might see the full activation there. Oh, but yeah, look, see, Berserker is really not bad, guys. Like, you do not want to underestimate this build. People really sleep on Warrior because Warrior is bad. Because, you know, that's what people say. It's like they gaslight themselves into making it true, but you can see the Warrior actually gets that 1v1, wins into the Soul Beast, and now does open the opportunity to go for the Beast. Has to watch for the cross, though, but should be able to kill this Beast before we see that rotation potentially come through. The problem is these team fights are really not going well for Red at this stage. Well, not the problem. I guess another big thing for Blue is that Blue were able to win that team fight. Or oh, no! A brutal Beast! Wait, no, never mind. No, I thought... No. Blue got it. The Thief nearly stole the Beast. Didn't manage to actually get it. Never mind, no. False alarm, guys. I thought that was a steal. It was not, in fact, a steal. Blue team are able to deny the steal. and get it done. And Tempest now bleeding out. I actually like blue team's position currently. They need to be careful not to overextend. If they can find a pick kill now, they're incredibly happy. If this Soul Beast goes down, that would be huge. Same as the Druid coming through the... Now, Floor is going to be in a 1v2 situation. Needs to back off here. I don't think Floor can live into this for very long. Is there any help coming? Not for a while. Floor going to go for the hold, the Valiant hold. I respect it, but we're already going dry on cooldowns. We do have the Sundering Leap. Leaps back in. This is a very ballsy move from Floor here. Is this going to get punished? Ooh, it's not actually. In fact, it pays off quite the opposite as the reinforcement Nerves of Steel from Floor as the Spectre from Maya rotates in to save the day. We have the Soul Beast in a bit of trouble, actually. He needs to hold on. Get the heal. Oof. I think should be fine, actually. Yeah, gets the bear stance off. Griffin stance now activated as well, or at least prepared. Very behind in that 1v1. Cannot possibly continue to engage. Tempest will be able to provide a lot of support. Bringing those heals to the table. And here we go. And blue team really bringing this back now. Ooh, Floor does eventually fall over here. Is this recoverable? I do not believe it is. And that 2v2 did not work out. So blue need to find something else now. Okay.
Red team wins a capture point.
Codependency. Going for Erazik. Oh, and red now have those sides. Like, these 1v1s are big. Last E-Date needs to pop off and actually get a kill into this, I think. If that doesn't happen, we could be in trouble. Ooh, I like this plus from the Thief, actually. They need to convert it, though. Oh, that Soul Beast looking pretty strong, though. A lot of conditions stacking up, but the cleanse is decent. Rev coming in for the assist as well. Ooh, hold on. Here's the CC. They really need this kill now. They're running out of time. They're triple cap. They've got to kill this. They have to kill that. They've got to get it. Oh, the Spectre reinforces so juicy, though. Resustains very nicely in red. Kind of running away with this game now. Blue team just not quite able to close out these kills. Floor desperately trying to get this 1v1 done. DPS connecting. Oh, big burst. Is it enough to kill the Druid? No, it's not. That Druid lives, I think. Does a pretty good job of it. And that's the end of the game. It's over! Unfortunate. I think that's probably the end of the round as well, more or less. Oh, there's actually a really close game going on over here. The hell is this? We actually have a Scourge being played. Oh no. It's here. Removing a condition from yourself heals you. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is really the play here, to be honest, on the Scourge, but interesting choice of Relic. Definitely an interesting choice. 6 Condi bunker this game. Nice balance. I mean, look, you have to embrace the bunker meta. Embrace it. Okay, then. So, red team kind of on a big push currently. Really blasting through. Utilizing that Scourge. If we see another kill from red, then they're going to be super happy. A lot of damage coming out in this team fight, though. This red Scourge, though, kind of weathering the storm. Has that Shroud up. Well of Darkness up in a couple of seconds. That will keep him safe, at least for the time being. They're trying to do DPS, trying to sustain the team, and succeeding, actually, as it turns out. As we do have that Untamed getting taken out there by the Virtuoso. Here comes the Stomp. There is the Stomp. And now it's going to be blue team driven away here. I think red in a very good position, to be honest. The Scourge firmly plonked down here on the Henge. Losing middle definitely sucks. We have insane Moonlight. Just getting that cap for free. And maybe a little bit of an overcommitment, over-rotation from the red team towards their far node there. So they are going to have to make some kind of response now. Tyrion Grandmaster on the core, Necro.
Just like that, Blue team takes a capture point.
And that is going to be it. Thief main. I mean, Skelling does main Thief. He also had a very unfortunate 1v1 into Boyce. It was brutally flamed. Ooh. That's the end of that Scourge, and this could be a problem for Red now, as this is quite likely to destabilize their position. Ooh, a very nice res, though, from that Tempest, though. And that allows them to re-enter this team fight effectively, I think. And it does. They brutally win that fight, and after kind of losing that middle node and not being able to quite get the points they're looking for, that might kind of catapult them back in. As I like the bleeds here as well. We're not instantly killing. We're allowing these players to, you know, kind of be off the map for a little bit longer. Oh, and I think, yeah, Skidder just straight up 1v2'd, you know? Like, actually 1v2'd on the Virtuoso, taking out the Elementalist and also the Untamed at the same time. So that is probably going to be the game-winning move here as we go for that cap over here. Tyrion Grandmaster also moving in to go for the defense. And now it's a case of just defending, right? Like, the Scourge is in position to defend against the opponents pushing in. As long as they don't get decapped here, I think they basically instantly win the game. Is Beast relevant? Not really. Red could use it to win the game a little bit quicker, but I would never risk that, to be honest. I think they should simply sit tight and stand on the point, and that's exactly what the Red team is planning on doing here. Skitto 1v9. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. And blue team lose their Tempest as well. And that is going to be the end of that. Why do you guys always have 1v... I mean, I guess it's the team name. Like, you have the team name 1v9. What's the full roster of 1v9, of Team 1v9? That's what I want to know. Okay. And that might be the end of the Swiss rounds. I believe it is elimination time. It is! Okay, so we have... Interesting. We have 55 versus Driven by Time. That's probably very straightforward. Generic player versus Maya. That's going to be interesting because that's Bunker French. So we might see a Bunker French activation again. I think it's Bunker French. And Made in Heaven. Yeah, that's probably going to be... I don't know. That's like a pug team. Perfect Storm. Oh, Skyhammer. That's an interesting map. That's... I think non-55 teams are not going to be happy to see this. Purely because it means that the finals can't be Skyhammer now. Because if you're going to play against 55, you want to be playing on a map that's not that great for Thief. And this would be, look, honestly, I might even be a little bit worried for 55 if this map was finals into Bunker French. Purely because this map is so good for bunker builds. So 55 probably going to be very happy, actually, about this map being picked at this point. And if it's Temple, that's just like, it's game over. Temple would be disastrous for any of the non-55 teams. Let's see. Is Made in Heaven? Who is Made in Heaven? Oh, it's this team. Yeah, okay. I think Red is a fair bit stronger than Blue, but Blue has good players on it actually as well. I think this is the game to watch. Are they the favorites? They're massively favored. Yeah, they're extremely favored. It is going to be Bunker. Big play there. This is going to be absolutely horrible for the blue team. This is a very good strategy on this map. And they have Thief as well. I mean, this is going to be tough. I'm curious to see if blue team have some kind of plan or have an approach on how they're going to do this, but this is going to be rough. This is going to be annoying. I feel a little bit bad for the blue team. The Scourge is enabled. They're here. They're activated. And they're pushing all 3 nodes as well. Oh, and yeah, the really big problem is that it's very... Once they have that cap, it's very difficult to get rid of them. And also, they will live outnumbered for a decent chunk of time as well, especially if the Tempest is in play. Oh, hold on, though. Dude, last E-Date just instantly obliterates Glint. So actually, pretty big win there. I think Maya was maybe involved in that as well, in that 2v2 situation. So, not the best start, actually, but the red team are able to pick up this cap over here and start that into a 2v2. Kotagun 2007 Ra, thanks for the raid. That's very kind of you. Thank you very much, my friend. Oh, look at this, though. Tempest and Scourge. This is so hard to deal with. It's very hard to kill that. You hate to see it. You absolutely hate to see that. Floor slowly being driven away too. Scourge is meta now. Well, I'm not sure if it's the best comp, but it's definitely you can definitely play it, yeah. I think it's probably not amazing in ranked because I think it does require you to comp around it a little bit. Because it is a little bit of a hybrid. Floor relogging onto the Spellbreaker. Yeah, I guess Condi Berserker isn't going to do too much. They have too much cleanse, right? There's so much condition cleanse that it's going to be hard for the Berserker to connect properly. Is it going to be is it Strength Spellbreaker? It is. Yeah, I thought it might be. Yeah, because they need damage. They need damage to break through this. And that's exactly what Strength Spellbreaker can bring to the table. Aggressive Onslaught, great Fortitude, and peak performance. We have some big DPS. Big DPS coming on through here. But the problem is that going to be enough? And yeah, they don't call it Wormhammer for no reason. Last E-Day in a bit of trouble. Big water overload should be a reheal. There we go. Erosic now wriggling away. And yeah, I don't think blue team ever want to be involved in like a 3v3 or a 4v4 against this team. It's way too much. Look at the health bars. They're not moving. That's way too much. Hammer coming up now. One Scourge is isolated, is about to be outnumbered there. Gonna go for the kiting. Has the Well of Darkness. That's super juicy, actually. Denying a lot of that damage. Gets the jump as well. It's pretty clean. Gets out. Wants to contest there. Succeeds. And Hammer comes through. Maybe could have given the cap, actually, purely just to reset it all the way. But I guess it gets reset anyway with the pressure. Gets a big immobilize. Actually wants to play aggressively into that Soul Beast. Might end up finding the kill here. Yeah, red team slowly getting a lead. And this is the thing. Like, if red team gets ahead, it's going to be quite difficult to actually come back. Because what these builds do is they slow the game down. And when the game gets this slow, it's very difficult to make any kind of momentum, right? Like, it adds a lot of inertia to the game, where changing its direction, changing the progression of the game can be a real challenge. That's exactly what these builds are supposed to be doing, and that's what they're succeeding in doing right now. Because 100 points, that might not seem like a lot, but bear in mind, we're nearly 5 minutes into this game, so it's actually a long way. 100 points is a long way, and if any deaths come through, it's just so bad for blue, and that is going to be the Soul Beast dying. Does get revived up, though, by the Tempest. But how long is that going to last for? This fight does not look good for blue whatsoever. Erosic getting beaten down here a little bit. We have last E-Date leaping into battle, taking heavy pressure. Erosic, 10 stacks of Torment. Gets cleansed there right at the last second. Floor holds on as well, but is being shoved away here by the Scourge. Again, we're playing strength, not defense here, so the sustain on this build is not amazing. So Strength Spellbreaker, she's struggling a little bit. The Thief does rotate in, which is definitely nice.
Red team wins a capture point.
Here we go. Oh, we have another relog here. Okay, that's interesting. What's it going to be? I think it's a catalyst. I believe that is the catalyst relog. And honestly, I don't hate it. Just try and package even more DPS into the comp. And yeah, conditions, of course, do get shut down a fair bit by those Scourges. So going for a power approach, which is exactly what this is here, as you can see there. Oh, not using the new Inferno, right? It burning and you inflict scales of your power instead of your condition damage. Very exciting. Not going to be ending up used this time, but we do, of course, have Relic of Mistburn. So mega might stacking build, basically. Combining that here with Pyromancer's Puissance for that Omega might stacking potential.
Red team wins a capture point.
With a bit more crit as well. Combine that with Fury, you're going to be basically 100% crit. Very exciting. The UE game, I think it's honestly very straightforward, to be honest. I can't... Wait. Oh, wait. What? This is close? Oh, actually, this actually is close. Oh, no. No. I'm mistaken. Yeah, this is a really good team as well. It's actually a very close game, yeah. Ooh, Yui in trouble. Needs to hold on. Crannel barreling down on him with the DH. Dongo Molish. Fucking love, dude. Not a Melon is the best kind of PvP player. Kind of a little bit degen, but kind of in the good way, you know? Not in the weird way. Not in the freak way, as like some of the PvPers are. Oh, Dongo Molish in trouble, though. The DH actually connects. Is there a res? There's no res, yeah, with the Feel the Burn build. Oh, this is actually... Dude, why'd you tell me to join this game, VPO? I fucking cursed them. Oh, wow, look at this. Goddamn VPO cursing his own guild. You honestly hate to see that. Yeah.
Just like that.
Ooh, yeah, that's not good. Oh, and Sakai is doing really well in this 1v1-2 into Zintrax as well, actually applying heavy pressure. Demolish is the best PvP player. I mean, look, you know, he's... Oh, no! Yui actually gets caught here. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, he was kiting away, trying to disengage. Gets caught right as the hammer comes up. That is not good. Demolish goes into the hammer to try and contest this. Crannel dies. That's big, actually. Dongo Molish. Oh, but Dongo Molish goes out as well. Wait, hold on. He needs to hold. Oh, they do get the rally, but can this Mirage kind of recover the situation? No. Not really. Yeah, Crannel couldn't get his symbol off in time. We have Tempest coming in for the support, but Mirage does go down, but this triple cap is still going. That's a lot of points that are being won here by the blue team, building up a decent advantage. There's the decap. And blue need to slightly restabilize themselves a little bit here. Let's see, are there any of the other games interesting? Yeah, Bunker French, I think, is definitely favored towards Bunker French. The other two games have already resolved. And yeah, red team kind of getting back on their feet here. We have Javelin, a little bit low on cooldowns here. This is not a happy harbinger, really. Blue health bars not looking fantastic, to be perfectly honest with you. Okay. And Sakaya continuing to pump. Continuing to blast. And that's going to be the cap maintained here for Sakaya. And let's see, what is red trying to do here? Like, Crannel in a very interesting situation over here. Actually just pushing into this in a 1v2, trying to hold on. Does have the renewed focus available. Actually doesn't anymore, already used it. Yeah, interesting situation there. Tried to have that 1v1. I think the Mirage plussed in at the last second. So, red team definitely not out of this yet by any stretch of the imagination. Javelin now active, blasting away. Ooh, big damage coming from that half. They want that Tempest. Tempest getting focused. Nice lightning flash, though. But they still want it. Needs to get peeled out here by the team. Rebound now being used. Ketchup. Also not having the best of time of it either. Low HP. Red team crawling back into it. Though they have that double cap. Sakaya in trouble. Getting plus. Does manage to get away. Is he holding this? I believe the answer to that is... I want to say yes, actually. The super speed should be good enough. Oh, no! Slips off! That is a that's actually really bad. Can he make the kite? He's got to do it under pressure. He's trying to make it. He doesn't make it. Oh, no! That is a devastating death, actually.
Did you see that?
He just slipped off the edge. Tried to go for a very elaborate kite, but got punished for it. And all of a sudden, red team now has the triple cap. Crannel going for the hammer versus Demolish. I think we'll probably be able to force the issue. I don't think the Hollow can stand on the point against this, at least not forever. So he's probably going to end up just forcing this. Yeah, especially with that block. I think it's a little bit too much. Oh, is that just a kill? Oh, that is a kill and demolish. Yeah, he really did not want to give that hammer up. He's going to have to. I like that there, by the way, for the Aegis, denying that stomp cancel. From Crannel, that was pretty crispy. But now he doesn't have to deal with the hard, but gets the hammer. Very nice. Yeah, it did. Crannel, very clean, actually. Holy shit.
Just like that, blue team takes a
Yeah, gets the cap there. And that honestly helps a lot. I don't know why people are struggling with climbing up the stairs in this match, but they definitely are. I feel like we don't want to fight that as the DH. I don't think that's it. And Sakaya continuing this 1v1. Ooh, Denshi gets obliterated by Dongo Molish and Demolish there. Blue team going to have to concede their node. They're actually ahead in this game just by an absolute fraction. Sakaya nearly, he's about halfway through getting this cap against the Ranger. He would love to get this. Of course, he does have self-condition cleanse now. This build actually got buffed a fair bit because they made Elixir Gun kind of cleanse yourself a little bit, which is actually a really big deal, especially in PvP, actually, for any Elixir Gun using build. Keeping up that pressure. Jan Theory B trying to punch through, but actually struggling. A lot of Condi cleanse on this Scrapper. Zinterex kind of struggling here in this 1v1. I'm not sure if he can actually hold this against the Scrapper. It might be a little bit too much pressure. Yeah, he concedes it. He doesn't want it. He gives it up. And that is a massive capture here for the thickest man alive, Sakaya.
Charging the laser.
And now, are we getting into... Oh, no. Red team is in a lot of trouble here as we have Demolish in the desert. The Tempest also falling. Dongo Molish in trouble as well. Ooh, yeah. The build... Yeah, it's Alchemy, Tools, Scrapper. So it packs a punch, but it also has... It's definitely a good pick against the Soul Beast, right? It has a lot of Condi Cleanse. Package in this, right? You've got compounding chemicals as well, which is very, very juicy, right? Because he's got Elixir Gun, and so he has the Elixir Shell, but also a bunch of Elixirs kind of dotted around his build, right? So a lot of Condi Cleanse here on this build. So the Soul Beast is struggling to actually connect. And I think that's going to be a win for Blue. A very interesting approach, though, because you kind of have this Bunker Dragon Hunter, yeah, kind of bunkery build. Style build, defensive build. Does damage, though, actually, with Zeal and Radiance, but is aimed at being tanky with that Defender Amulet. Defender Relic, rather, and Valkyrie Amulet. So very beefy, but also has punch in these 1v1s from Crannel. Holding in to demolish it. Oh, and yeah, just finds the kill. Just kills Demolish. Clean. A worthy successor to Taka's back, and blue team wins. Oh, that is quite tragically going to be the elimination match as well. Honestly, both these teams really cool teams. Really sucks to see them get eliminated at all, of course, but that is the nature of the tournament. Dude, Bunker French. Dude, we actually nearly have a comeback here. Bunker French struggling versus Sugar Crush. Very close game. And blue team, actually, with this Catalyst relog, they're now active. Because, of course, they are very good against Condis. Oh, no! Look at the Scourge Cancer! Oh! Very crispy revive, though, here from Eternity. Gets them back on their feet immediately. But Glint, downstay on middle, is self-rezzing. Is the Warrior going to get here in time to deny that? I believe Floor does make it. We absolutely do. And that's going to be a very long time that Glint is out of the mix here. Red team in a lot of trouble. Bunker French in trouble. Bunker French need to win this team fight now. Otherwise, they are going to be repelled. They need a cap. If they get one node, they're fine. But unless they do, that we're in trouble. And actually, guys, they get a kill. And bear in mind, kills are very relevant here, because kills will keep them in the lead for a little bit longer. They need to get a cap quickly, and they need to get kills. I think they're losing this game, actually. They're definitely losing this game. Bunker French are out of the tournament, guys. Oh, wait, is the second kill enough? I don't think it is. 15 seconds left? There's a decap coming through? But the thing is, they're more than 10 points behind. It's not enough. And they even get this revive. The Elementalist is finally going to die, but that is not enough. And Bunker French get eliminated. Floor down, but that's the cap. 0 points. Game over. Bunker French eliminated. The relogs were enough. Yeah, that's it. Bunker French eliminated. You know, I will say, That, in my opinion, does not bode well for the rest of this tournament, though. Because I think the only way 55 lose is if they got trolled by the bunker build. And without that, I think this is really tough. Yeah. I think that the only way is that they basically fuck up and get trolled. I think the other teams are going to really struggle against 55 in this tournament. First, Garth. What comp is NA playing, by the way? NA is playing Core Necro, by the looks of it. That's pretty interesting, actually. It didn't look that impressive on EU, but NA has like a forbidden cook, perhaps. Yeah. Do they have boys? I mean, yeah, like 55 have boys, so it's game over, right? No boys, no win. Okay. And this could be an interesting match, I think. Does the other semi-final exist? It actually doesn't. Wait, what happened to the other semi-final? Yeah, I guess it's Sugar Crush versus 55. If I did the PTR meme correctly, should I have the weak auras too? If you followed the instructions, yeah. Oh. Incredible. We just wanted finals? Yeah. I mean, maybe this team can pull something against 55. Like, I think the next hope is actually red team here. Yeah, Denshi, Sakaya, Kranel, Alex, and Arch Reaper of Gods, a.k.a. Phoenix, a.k.a. Fake Torben. Another player on his 8th account or so. Love to see that.
Did you see that? Red team got a capture point.
Okay, let's see what ends up happening here. Of Sakaya? I mean, we already showed it. It's Demolisher. He's got the Mr. Burn relic. That's basically where he's getting his damage, right? Because like he's playing a very overall defensive approach, tools and alchemy. But Mistburn is giving him a good chunk of DPS, right? He's getting that extra 10% critical strike chance, having the might stacks, and he's also just building might very quickly. He's like running around with like 25 might very frequently. You're getting a lot of damage. That also kind of fuels into the Scrapper trait line as well, because you get applied force, which is really, really valuable, and that funnels object in motion and mass momentum as well. Yeah. But yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, it's definitely a bit anticlimactic. I think this game is pretty cool, though. But I think the finals are going to be tough, yeah.
Blue team grabbed the capture point.
Okay. So blue team, we actually have the Virtuoso being played, actually, which is pretty interesting. We have Renegade, Daredevil, Tempest, and the Scourge. Dragon Hunter is good now. I mean, it's definitely not like unplayable for sure. Kranel taking heavy heat. Does have his block and heal available. Going to be popping that very soon, I think. Wall of Reflection enabled. Denying those projectiles. Ooh, the Mirage does flop over, though. Very low health going into that renewed focus. Going to be tough to solve. Yeah, can't get the heal off in time. And Renegade actually finishes the job there. It's bunker. I mean, look, that's the way it's got to be. Renegade build? No. I don't want anyone to play this. So this is an interesting approach from Blue. This is almost like a hybrid of every team that's been played before. We do actually have the Scourge being played here. Blood Magic Scourge. Of course, the Tempest being played. The Daredevil, Renegade, and the Virtuoso. So kind of a blend of damage and sustain being played by Blue. Whereas the red team does have a very interesting approach, because of course we have this, the Harbinger, kind of like a duelist style build, the support Tempest. It's kind of like a bunkery DH, a little bunkery. And then we have this, again, you could kind of say bunker scrapper, right? A little bit. It's very defensive, but also, you know, it lives these, outnumbered fights, or it does this DPS. And you have the DPS Mirage here as well. He's hiding the broken. So I really don't think Renegade is broken, to be honest. Like, Renegade is a build that I just do not feel... I don't feel impressed by this build at all. I really, really don't. I'm not impressed by it, guys. Of all the builds that have been played today, I think Renegade is the least impressive. Like, the Scourge build looked kind of nasty. Scrapper as well. This is a spicy build from Sakaya. But everything else, no. The Renegade has not been that good, I think. And that doesn't die in the first 5 seconds equals bunker. Correct.
Did you see that? Red team got a capture point.
And actually, red team is going to have to try and make something happen here, aren't they? Because so far, they're getting a little bit outmaneuvered. I think this is where the Thief is a bit problematic. I really like Denshi getting that kill on that Thief, actually. That's a big deal. Because their answer to that mobility, that like mobile damage dealer, is this Mirage. But the Mirage, I feel like, has been having a tough time in this game so far. Hasn't really been able to connect super well. And a big part of that is because the Thief is so good at bullying the Mirage. Right, like that's a huge... You can see that here, right? Like, the Mirage is just really struggling versus the Thief. And it's even like this SD. It's SD bound, isn't it? Yeah, it's SD bound. And that is really problematic for Mirage. And as long as Zealoth keeps hunting down the Mirage, it's not going to be easy for Denshi to connect properly. We do see revives on both sides, though, and that is going to now be turned around, going for that kill. I think that's not really revivable. They're trying to commit to it. They actually get it res not long enough to kill the Mirage, though. I didn't see that happening over in the corner. That is really unfortunate, yeah. Poison Soul Beast not look as good as it used to as well. And yeah, and a lot of these builds are also very good against that. Like very notably, like the Scourge is very good against that build. And also the Scrapper as well was doing pretty well against it too. It just has too much Condi Cleanse, right? Like it's just not able to connect. It's not able to connect its DPS. I like how he double dodged for movement to get in there. That's actually one of the most based plays ever. He did make it as well, so it was worth it. The payoff was there. He did also, unfortunately, instantly die to the Vert because he didn't have any dodges. Unlucky. But, you know, the effort was there. Like, the thought was there. What's happening in the other game? Is the other game straightforward? Oh, it's just started, but I think it will be definitely a tough game. Okay. Can red team find a way back into this? I'm not sure what they should be doing here, because it's weird to say this, but I really feel like red team is not... I feel like nothing's happening for red team, guys. Am I wrong on this? I see them moving around the map, but are there any plays happening? It feels like there's no plays being made. Whereas, you know, we need to see some fat plays. Do something, Sakaya. Do something! He's about facing. I mean, that is important. But we need some action here. Oh, we have this death, though. This just can't happen. This is just not good. Res? Ooh, nice res. Distort res comes through. Okay, okay. But now they've got to turn this. They need to find something. Yeah. Let's see if they can. They're looking for the Virtuoso, perhaps. Oh, this Thief is such a menace, though. The red team really need this Vert to be able to do its damage, but it's so hard because the moment Denshi moves in, that Thief is just already there, like already ready to cause problems. As you can see that here, looks very, very low HP, has Blink. Oh, but unfortunately does go into the down state. Can they maybe somehow revive this? They actually do get that revive, but they lose Cranel as well. These fights are just very unstable. Like, red team not quite finding their footing here. They get the decap, but we still need to say more, I think. We need to see more action. I'm not seeing it so far. We haven't seen it yet.
Red team wins a capture point.
Okay. And it's still close. 80 points in it. Sakaya holding the middle node down here. Locking it in. Scourge. In the mix. Active. Blue has those sides. And red need kills. Like I do believe that it's just this Mirage is just not able. Look at this. Dude, what's the Mirage doing? Dude, the Mirage is in a fight for his life against over. GG. And this is not Denshi's fault, by the way. Like, this game, I'm not going to lie, it's a bit of a 4v5. This Mirage, I don't know, it just been not able to do anything. It's getting completely shut down. And without that, there's no chase, right? There's no chase. Like, how do they get kills? How do they get kills with the Mirage? They don't. Outside of 1v1s. And that's not good enough to win the game. And without the Mirage, there's no assistance, right? Like, Cranel can't get plussed. He can't live a 1v2 forever. And with this Mirage being shut down, I think ultimately red team has also been shut down. You hate to see that, but I think that's the reality we're living in, guys. Shout out to YouTube chat, by the way, guys. Three side nodes? Yeah, they kind of do, but the thing is, you don't live like a 1v2 forever. The problem that they're having is they just can't keep the Mirage. Like, Mirage comes off respawn, instantly shut down by the Vert and the Thief again. And Blue just kind of doing their thing at this point. It's a slow victory. They're not overly concerned about holding the third node. They're just going for 2 most of the time, but they're just playing a 4v5. Their entire game plan is just make Denshi uninstall the game, and honestly, I think that's going to be happening here, because this has been very, very rough. And you can see, look, what's red team doing? Red team's, like, done nothing the whole game. They got 1 kill? 1 kill? That's just not going to cut it, guys. Tries to 1v1, but I do not like this 1v1, honestly, as a Thief. Like, this is... or as a Mirage, rather. Actually does get it, to be fair, but maybe a little bit of overconfidence there from Zealith, but it's maybe a little bit too late for that. You can use Prime to avoid commercials. That's honestly a good call. Everyone should use Prime or subscribe to avoid commercials. Excellent choice. I think we're going to the finals. It's going to be Team Zealith once again in the grand finals of the AT, facing 55. We'll see if they come up with any kind of additional cook, because I think we're going to need something a little bit special to challenge 55 here. I don't think we've seen anything that's been good enough. The Z Squadron definitely put up a fight, but even they, I don't think they quite had it, to be honest, able to contest into the rank 1 team here. Wait, this is a... No. Oh my god. 500-0 game? Sugar Crush 500-0 by Boyce. Buff Smoke Scale. Using his jet... Wait, does he have Jan Theory B? He probably does. You hate to see it. Boy, it did. Boyce 1v9. Boyce 1v9 is here. Jan Theory B in the... ready to go. Trebuchet comes through as this game ends. 55 go to finals. I think this game is... Oh, the other game also ended. So it's going to be Griffith versus 55. That's the end of that. Yeah, big hit on the Treb there, but not big enough. And that's the way it is. Rank 54. Rank 54 will lose. Call TAC? Dude, look, I'm not calling TAC, man. I will only interact with TAC when TAC comes back to the game. No Daredevils? There was literally a Daredevil in the last game. I'm doing a prediction. Who wins? Who wins? Rank 55 or 1v9? You guys have 2 minutes. And yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, guys. My prediction here is without TAC, I think there's very low win potential for the French. They need TAC. No TAC, no win. Huge.
Where is he now? Still down there. I don't know. He wasn't gonna stop. We didn't want to kill him, so we ran away.
Someone blew 500,000 points on rank 55. I mean, look, they're investing. They're investing their points. Wow, see, some people are big believers in 1v9. I'm all in with the underdog. I mean, yeah, I mean that you might be. It's time. You're all in? Okay. I mean, who knows? Like, look, the thing is, the Frenchies are known to sometimes have, like, forbidden theory craft that they only activate in the finals. They could do it again. They could do it here. I'm not saying it's impossible. I think it's tough, because I do like 55's comp, actually. I think it's very good. But we'll see if 1v9 can make it happen. What's the requirements for DYB to be enabled? Okay, if Arena announce that there's no more Guild Wars 2 expansions after the one in October, I will enable DYB. So in other words, if the next X-Pack is the final one, I'll enable DYB. Not permanently, no. It will not be permanent. You guys don't need that emote permanently. You have Looney Tuesday. What else do you want? Like, that emote is so good. It combos so well with it. Look, I'll tell you this, guys. If my guild gets... Okay, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. If we clear the next WoW raid and we get world rank 150, plus or I'll give you... If it's a 1-5x, so like 150 to 159 or better, right? I will enable DYB for a month. No, a week. Yeah. 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 Better than 160. Better than 160, I'll enable DYB for a week. Also, they will never accept the game. We're never going in. Oh, it's Temple. Oh, okay. Yeah. 50, well, I mean, I think 55 are probably pretty happy to see that, to be honest. Okay, so it's going to be the Spectre from Zeolith here. And then the Tempest, we're still playing the Scourge on the red team. Virtuoso and Renegade, so a very interesting composition. And over here on the blue team, it's going to be the Spectre, again, from Sint, as you can see. We've got Boyce on the Soul Beast. We have Draza relog into something. Of course, we have the Tempest and the Herald. Okay. And Draza on the Harbinger. And that's the sword build here with blood magic, as you can see there. Let's see what we got. He's got a scuba outfit on. He's ready for the... he's ready to, you know, go on a little vacation. I mean, interesting comp. I really don't like the Scourge on this map, though, to be honest. Chris SC, thanks to the Prime. Yeah, it's so slow. It's so immobile. This is really not the map I think the red team was hoping for. Like, Necro on this map. I mean, Harb is fine, because like Harb's pretty mobile, right? But, oh, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not feeling good about the Scourge. It's too slow. Okay. Let's see what we got. Oh, yeah, Draza just kind of patrolling over there. Boyce can be pushing far, I think. Oh, Zeolith went for the switch. Yeah, he went for the Daredevil again, not the Spectre, yeah. Wants to go for that Bound Thief, have that DPS. Does have some extreme mobility as well. And, like, the really big deal here, it's just going to come down to if the red team is capable of actually making this Scourge do something useful. Right? Like, that, to me, is like the big question. It's like, can they make this character do something? I imagine in this game, their goal is going to have it into the Soul Beast, right? They want the Scourge into the Soul Beast here to kind of neutralize it a little bit, and then just live, pretty much. Just like keep Boyce occupied, be annoying, slow the game down, and all that kind of stuff. And then, you know, if it gets +1, it's probably okay-ish because it has a lot of Condi cleanse. Oh, Sin gets caught actually by the Vert. Clash of Clans God is going to be eliminated. Is going to get that kill. Okay. And yeah, you can see here, Boyce. I don't think even Boyce can kill this Scourge. We've got Well of Power here. Insane Condi cleanse. Right? Every shade is removed Condi. Barrier, pulsing barrier. That's all removing Condis. Right? I don't think even Boyce can kill this. It's going to be an infinite 1v1. Now, the question is the fear... Ooh, the fear! Is it going to be very slowly enough to cap this node in favor of red? It might be. It honestly might be. And that's also a very relevant point in this game, because if Boyce isn't going to be able to eventually hold, then that is a problem, right? Like, because bear in mind, guys, like, if you lose the node, you are losing the 1v1, right? Like, it doesn't matter if the Scourge can't kill Boyce. If the Scourge can cap Boyce, then Boyce is losing. Right? Like, no matter how well he's playing, oh no, yeah. It's one tick away. The super speed actually working against Boyce there is he was like feared off the node at super speed. And this actually is an issue that we're going to have to see 55 address, because I do believe we are going to see this Scourge eventually be able to pick up the cap here. And yeah, the response is going to be Syndrome rotating in. But again, he is playing Condition as well, and that means it's not the easiest thing to +1, to be honest. He's trying to sustain Boyce there a little bit, gets that big healing. But he's going to struggle to do damage into that Scourge, I think, because the Scourge, it does have that Condition removal. And Red Team now have that cap. They haven't got a lot of points to their name, though, so that is still a problem. It is a fairly bunkery style here from the Red Team. Do we see the decap? We do, and Zealth is just going to leave there. He's not going to fight into the Rev. He won't waste his time. We'll probably look for a kill on middle instead. Now, this is the annoying situation. Now, Weirdly enough, I feel like if Boyce leaves, I think that's honestly fine for the Scourge. Now, we do have this +1 coming in. Is there going to be a response? Well of Power and Breach are up. I'm not sure if they can they generate a kill here? Oh, I like that CC. A lot of condies coming through. Maybe it's just barely enough. The damage is massive. Boyce going for he's got a million stabilities, and they do get it. Wow, very close though, actually. They do get it, and that is actually a big win. Like, that was a big +1 there. The Scourge maybe playing a little bit too greedy holding on to that node. The Scourge is now back, though. But that's really bad for Red, right? Like, that's really bad for Red, because now the progress of this Necromancer has been entirely reset, right? Like, going through that process, going for a full decap into a recap is going to be very, very slow, and certainly not ideal for this this player to go for. Yeah, that stillness is tasty as well. 55 able to pick that up, and the Scourge is going to go for it again. But Red team now need to do more. Like, they're going to have to plus Boyce to accelerate this, I think, realistically. And they've also got to be winning some of these fights elsewhere on the map. We do actually have middle lockdown. Renegade is kind of plonked down on that. Tempest in support there as well at the top. What's going on over here? We have the Thief. Actually disengaging, just kind of leaving the Vert to kind of go into a Bindo here. And of course, on the other side, now we have this plus coming through, but it is being matched. Some good rotations here by 55. Boyce holding on just fine. And this is where that Spectre is fantastic. These 2v2s. These 2v2s are so nice for the Spectre because you have that support component, that healing that can completely stabilize a player when you're coming into a system. Tempest now moving in, but this is, I mean, this is really not it. Like, Tempest and Scourge, there's no damage here. Like, Boyce can 1v2 that, to be honest. And Red team, they've got to find something here. They're not finding it right now. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that was the thing. Yeah, Red was too slow, right? Like, Red, they needed to respond quicker. They needed to have someone rotate to help the Scourge way quicker than they actually did. They could have got away with that. They were like 5 seconds too late. Only Daredevil ultimate losing, the class is underperforming? Well, I mean, it's literally in the final, so I wouldn't complain about it too much. Zealous should be able to get the decap here, I think, at least, versus a Bindo. Now, this player is also in a bit of trouble, though. Ooh, yeah, nice port there by Misha to go for that cap. Or go for the contest, at least. A Bindo in a little bit of trouble, but we do have Resglyph available and Rebound coming through, and, of course, we also have Aftershock. So it might even convert into a kill onto the Virtuoso. Now, gets the heal off. Ooh, Scourge dies again, though, yeah. That plus from the Spectre proving to be lethal. Again, not matched by the Red Thief. And things are starting, yeah, things looked a little bit spooky early on, but 55 now looking really good. Ooh, Draza does die here on middle, but look at that res. With the Water Glyph as well for the full HP res. That is just so brutal, especially because you have that crazy synergy that Harbinger has with that revival ability with Blood Bank. That is, oof. Wow, 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 wow. And yeah, 55 looking strong. Again, score looks like it's relatively close, in my opinion. Not actually that much of a close game. Because there's been no control from Red. Like, Red has not had control of the game. Red has not been winning the entire game. Like, that's, I think, the simple way of putting it. Like, they've been losing the entire game. 55 has always been winning this game. But there is still time for that to change, of course. Okay. Oh, this Thief is really in trouble as well. No dodges. Gets the stealth. Kind of harassing the Harbinger a little bit. Very low on resources, though. Can't really push into any of these fights. Gets the intercept. Want to deny that decap here, really. Or deny the cap, rather. They succeed. And Red Team still having middle is nice. Now, all the objectives are up, and that obviously does always introduce, like, a little bit of potential for some chaos. Looks like we are going to have to see top buff conceded, I think, to the Frenchies. No, actually, no, the Tempest is available to actually deny this. And this can be like a fine locked 1v1. And again, 55 are completely fine with this, right? They're happy with this. Because at the end of the day, right, they're already winning, right? So if the game slows down now, they're completely fine with that. Ooh, and the Tempest does get now ambushed a bit. Does just teleport away, though. Might have a little bit of difficulty continuously contesting this. I really would have liked to have seen this game on another map, I think. Because I do think that on any map, I'd still favor 55, I think. But this is really not the map for Red Team's comp. Like, this is by far the worst case scenario for them with their approach. Like, this is not a map where you're going to play bunker effectively. So Red Team's strategy it sucks on this map, to be honest. There's no other way of putting it. I'm honestly rather impressed that they managed to make it work this well. They did a pretty good job of it, in my opinion. I think they are dead. I don't think they're going to be capable of winning this game. But I think they honestly made it work, right? In a pretty bad position. 55 obviously just doing what they always do, playing clean, getting it done. And going to be winning this month ET final, I think, unless there's some kind of like crazy miracle. Maybe like a juicy bottom buff getting stolen by the red team here would be fairly significant, I want to say. But yeah, in my favor, give me the points. I think you're losing the points. Like, you bet on 2. I think that's the wrong one. Well, that's the one that's losing. You're losing your points. Oh, maybe, can we see a kill here from the Vert? Oh, that Harb. Harb is so nice. It has so much health. You can just... That Elixir of Promise, such a juicy heal. And Vert is kind of blasting, but it's not quite able to dislodge the opponent. Tempest... Oh! Tempest actually gets picked off on bottom buff. Is there an intercept for Sind? I actually don't think there is. I think that will just end the game, unless the Vert can make it. Vert does actually just barely make it, running in at the last second to get that interrupt. But, of course, that means there's a player not elsewhere on the map. And especially as a damaging player, this really sucks, actually, for the red team. And they have, like, 0 damage on the map currently. I think that's going to be the end of that. Oh. Wants to go for the kill. But the support Tempest arrives. And Sin might go down, but this game is over. 491. And yeah, Draza and Abindo know it. Gonna AFK on the point, doing what they do. Chilling out, gaming, relaxing, as it were. And that really is the end of that. 500-227. Yeah, would have been more interesting on another map, I think, but at the end of the day, 55, take it home, gape into the abyss, aka awesomeness, also present. Snap in the chat, Goose is loose. The Goose is well and truly loose today. Incredible. And there you have it. Dude. 812 people watching. You guys love some monthly AT content, huh? Shout out to YouTube, by the way. Biking next week? Nice, man. That's good. Shout out to YouTube. PvP hype? I mean, yeah, I guess so. Whoa. Cat jamming. It's a good amount. How many YouTube frogs? There are 63 people on YouTube. X-Pac name leaked. The Tunnel. Frog! Who came up with... do we actually know who came up with this copy pasta? Wait, was it Sneb? I must applaud ArenaNet. The Tunnel made me realize my expectations for Guild Wars 2 weren't actually at 0 like I thought. I swore I was immune, but this might be the thing to actually make me quit. Now I stand ready for the cleansing nuke of the Tunnel. Though I may not survive it, I will accept it, to become one with the dirt, and foster an entirely new cycle of growth. This is a Guild Wars 2's ultimate calling. It is time. It was some guy named? Ah, the chef. Impressive. Okay, guys, I'm ending the stream because I need to go, actually. I'm enabling DYB. Let me refresh the Twitch chat so everyone can see it on the stream. Okay, it's here. Enjoy. Oh yeah, we go to the prediction actually, yeah. Choose outcome, 55. Win. Congratulations. Dude, I do like Looney Tuesday. It says the combo with Looney Tuesday is pretty powerful. Yo, Snab, wait, Snab, let me send you a nuke, bro. I'm sending you a nuke, Snab. Yeah. Why the stream ended? Running? Yeah, I need to go finish my workout. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little bit poorly today. Look. I'm gonna be transparent with you guys. I did not sleep enough. I felt like shit when I woke up. I couldn't get out of bed. Okay? I can do 4 out of 8 degen, but I can't do it now, Guru. Okay? Do you guys know what I've been doing? I'll show you what I've been doing, guys. Okay? Let me log in. If you make a group now, Guru, and save a spot for me, I can play in like 45 minutes. Or if you make a group in like 20 minutes time, that will work. What have I been doing? Dude, look, I've been trying to comprehend how this add-on works, bro. That's what I've been doing. I've been doing some like nerd UI stuff because I've been really unhappy with my raid performance. I think Cell in raid is fucking cooked. I don't think it performs very well. I profiled it. It doesn't perform very well. So I'm going to try and use Grid instead. Grid is not quite as nice as Cell, to be honest. It's way less user-friendly. And it does lack some functionality, but it does perform 10 times better. No joke. It's literally 10 times as performant as Grid. Yeah, 10 times better as Cell. Yeah. Shadowed unit frames. I actually don't particularly like shadowed unit frames. This is actually weird. Oh man, this sucks so much. Why does every add-on fucking suck? Okay, look. Wait, does anyone know this? Is there a way to only use Cell for unit frames? I don't think there is. Because man, Cell is 1,000,000 times better than all of these add-ons. I'm sorry. Like, shadowed unit frames it fucking sucks compared to Cell. I'm using unhalted unit frames that I'm actually... Look, this is my fucking cook right now. Like, I'm using unhalted unit frames because I don't like shadowed unit frames at all, actually. And I just have weak auras for cast bars. And also, I really don't like shadowed unit frames HP bar or grid 2 HP bar. I really don't like them. So instead, I'm using a weak aura, and I just put the grid 2 HP bar under it so I can click on stuff. But yeah, Cell is so much fucking better. Holy shit. Because, look, I can set a custom background for my focus target on Cell. The formatting for the indicators is way better on Cell as well. Why does it have to run like ass, man? Like, unbelievable. Why does it have to run like ass? Why couldn't they make it better? It has, like, proper edit mode as well. Oh, man. To actually play. We don't need them. I just like them. I like to have the game set up exactly how I like it, right? I actually really like add-ons for this reason. Because in Guild Wars 2, I have no option for this, right? Like, but in WoW, I can have the game exactly how I like it, and it feels really good. In Shadow Universe? Yeah, but I don't like how it looks. I know you can do it in Shadow Universe, but it's just inferior. Well, I shouldn't say that. That's unkind. It's a good add-on. It's just, it doesn't suit my needs. I don't like it. And Cell does it better as well. Way better. But it is what it is. That's just the it happens, guys. It really does. Yeah, but no, I like having things exactly how I like them. Yeah. So I'm just very picky, guys. I'm very picky. And honestly, I don't think you actually can change the background texture in shared unit frames. But I've just given up on that, basically. Yeah. Do you like the quest log? Well, I mean, wait, the objective frame? I just disable that when I'm in raid. It's fine, I guess. I don't really care about it. I have better bags. This is a good add-on, I think. I quite like this add-on for bags. Syndrana, try hard. A big win. Yeah, I mean, I might look into using default raid frames because I don't think I really need. I might not need a raid frame add-on, to be honest. I do really like the indicators though, but yeah, I might just go default raid frames. Is there a way? Actually, how do you do that? How do I make Cell disable itself in raid? Maybe that's the approach. What does default not have that you want specifically? I don't like them particularly that much aesthetically, and I also really like indicators. The indicators are really good, I think. Specifically. So the statuses, basically, the stuff is really good. Yeah. And also, I want something for Mythic Plus, and it has stuff like this, right? Hostile cast against raid members is really fucking good. This is very useful, and it's just very flexible. Like, you can make it show exactly how you want it, which I like that. Yeah. But I mean, I think Grid should run okay. Cell does not run okay. Cell saying, Ray, if you're not using it. Wait, how do you do that, actually? I don't know how you make Cell do that. Because Cell for me is actually the perfect add-on. I love Cell. It's incredibly well made. But the problem is, its performance is just ass. It's fine for Mythic Plus, but it just chugs in Raid really hard. Maybe I should just like disable a bunch of the indicators, then maybe it's fine. Because I really like how Cell looks and how the interface is. But the performance is so much worse than Grid. Like, Grid is so much better in terms of performance. It's weirdly enough, though, I'm actually fine with using Grid. The problem that I'm running into is that I don't actually like unit frames add-ons. Like, I'm so picky, guys. I'm seriously considering, like, building it in a weak aura entirely separately. I'm not joking, by the way. Wait. Where is my... I think I made, like, a unit frames folder. Oh, wait, did it just not save properly? It might not have saved properly, actually. I hate it when it does that. But yeah, I'm seriously considering just, like, making my own unit frames out of weak auras. Yeah. It's the same as LVUI? Nah, LVUI is actually it's more performant than Cell. Cell is, like, laggier than LVUI. Disabling everything except raid debuffs on the indicators. This is what I really don't understand. Why the fuck can't you change the update rate on Cell? Dude, dude, actually, hold on. Maybe I should just do a pull request. Holy! I could fix it. Oh! Disabling everything except the raid debuffs and the indicators. I haven't really tried that yet. But I kind of, you know, I could, I guess. It's actually really hard to test stuff. You have to do, like, exactly heroic Gallywix. The only fight that's actually a good stress test is heroic Gallywix. Or mythic. You know, lure that well? I mean, I used to do a lot of lure, yeah. I could certainly dust it off a little bit and have a look. The thing is, what I'm not familiar with is the WoW API. So that would be the bigger learning curve. Like, Lua is pretty simple language. It's not too bad, to be honest. Especially when you're using it as a scripting language. But the WoW API is a little bit esoteric. Documentation is fairly mediocre. Yeah, the WoW API is weird. The documentation is not good. Meditating won't end. Yeah, I actually hope... I really need to make a video on the WoW add-on situation because I will save World of Warcraft personally. Because I actually don't think removing add-ons will... I think it will actually make things worse. In a lot of ways. Because it's just going to shift a lot of, like, the raid tools to third-party applications instead. Entirely third-party applications. The problem... Okay, so... The problem that the WoW devs have is that you can use software to solve coordination checks. That's ultimately what's wrong with add-ons, right? But here's the problem. You don't need access to an API to do that. So I don't think... And by the way, guys, Liquid and Echo will already be developing this. I'd be really surprised if Liquid and Echo aren't already coding this. Let me open up Paint real quick. So this is the problem. The problem that WoW is trying to solve is that you can have player 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Right? And here's the problem. You have code, right? Like, this is dot Lua, right? This is a dot Lua file. And here's the problem. These players can input information here, right? And it can do this. It can give you an output, and it can say, okay, player 1, you go to spot A. Player 2, you go to spot C. Player 3, you go to spot E. Player 4, you go to spot G. And then player 5, you go to spot T, right? Like, this is the problem. But here's the problem. Here's the problem. Right now, this is how it works. Right now, you have API, right? Like, there's an API that everyone's using to feed data into this weak aura, into this script that's telling you to do this, right? But here's a problem. Here's the problem, guys. You don't need an API for this at all. And this is why this is a problem. You don't even need hacks, by the way. Because in Final Fantasy, I've always got... people have told me about this. I believe in the Omega Protocol. I want to get video of this. I want to actually understand this. But I believe there's some kind of mechanic in the Omega Protocol where it's actually fairly common practice, I believe, to use a full-blown memory-reading hack to solve it. Like, and guys, that's going pretty far. But that's my understanding of the situation. It's very possible to do this without an API, and you need to do that. You don't need to hack, by the way. You don't need to hack at all. You can simply use player input, because the ultimate problem is that this is all a red herring. All of this, guys, is a red herring. Okay, it's nothing to do with this. That's not really the problem. The problem is the fact that you can have a player giving a simple input. So pressing a key. Simple input, right? Simple input. And you have loads of these. Like, you have loads of players giving a simple input to code. And this could be anything, right? Let's say this is a C# file, right? And the code can do it can take these simple inputs and it can do a complex function. So it can run an algorithm for you. It can take these simple inputs and then it can give you a simple output. It can be, go here. You are third. It can be, I don't know, kick. Right? Like, it can take a series of simple inputs, combine those simple inputs, yeah? And then give individualized simple outputs, right? I don't know if this is it making sense to people? Like, this is maybe a little bit too nerdy. Is this too nerdy or what? But the problem and what's being missed in the WoW add-on conversation is that where's the API? Guys, is there an API involved here? I'm not seeing it. It's because there isn't. That's not the problem. The API makes it easier to do, but it's actually trivial to do it without. So here's an example. Let's do Ceres Greens. And by the way, guys, someone actually did make this, but they actually didn't release it because they thought it would be toxic to the game. So on Ceres Greens, let's explain the mechanic. 3 greens on random players. RNG players. Okay? And you need 3 people in each. Okay. So, what do you need to do here? How would we solve this with code? Well, it's quite simple. We have a list of players. We have player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4, player 5, player 6, player 7, player 8, player 9, player 10. And let's say that player 3, let's get green. Player 3 gets green. Player 6 gets green. And player 7 gets green. Right. So, these players hit a macro. Let's say we all have the macro bound to a key. We have a macro, M. And then we have our script. We have our programming layer here, right? We have our programming layer here. And they all hit the macro. And then let's say it goes in order. So our programming layer goes, okay, player 3 hit the macro. They go left. So it says this player is told to go left. This is layer 1 of the programming layer. Player 6 hit the macro. The code says go middle. Player 7 hit the macro. It says to the player, go right. Right? And now, the second layer. The second layer is, okay, let's tell players to go places. Well, hold on. Let's do it linearly, right? We need 3 people in left, so let's send player 1 and player 2. We then need 2 more players in mid. Let's send player 4 and player 5. And here's number 7, right? Player 7, we need 2, so let's send player 8 and player 9. And this player, we can even assign this as a backup. So we have now, with a very simple algorithm, with 3 inputs from players, we have now solved this mechanic entirely with code. And this is something that normally you'd have to go, oh shit, we've got to figure out, okay, I go left, you go right. No, everyone who gets it presses the button, the code crunches it and tells you exactly what to do, and all you have to do is read text on your screen. That's what you have to do. But yeah, what's the point? Because it makes it easier. Why should someone have to solve issues with code? You don't, but it will always make it easier. Like, why would you not do this? If you do this, it makes the mechanic 10 times easier. Does it fundamentally work the same? Yes, of course. This is exactly what people will do. But the point is, Toast, is that notice how all of this is external to the game. I don't need a weak aura for this, right? I don't even need a WoW API. I can write a third-party overlay that's capable of doing this. And all you need to do, the real problem that is basically the whole weak auras play the game for you thing, is that this is how it is. You know, you have all these players, they're all connected to the internet and they can all talk to each other, right? Like player 1 can communicate with player 2 with code. Player 1 can communicate with player 3 with code. Player 2 can communicate with player 3 with code. Like, that's the problem. Yeah. And you can very easily solve all of this. People remember to press the button when they get the mechanic. Well, I mean, they have to remember to do the mechanic either way. This would make it 1,000,000 times easier. Yeah. The question is, Gendrome, would you have done this with 100K on the line? I can guarantee you, if software like this existed, it would make progression for all of these fights infinitely easier. Because it just would, right? It just does. Because it does in WoW, right? Yeah, they have to do something anyway, right? They have to do something to do the mechanic anyway, right? And then if you press one button, it will instantly solve the mechanic for you, and then boom, away you go. The WoW devs playing the game? I promise you, they absolutely don't. The WoW devs obviously look at what the work that the nerds are doing, but the WoW devs know how the game works. But of course, like, yeah, the nerds are always going to crunch numbers. It's definitely good to look at them, right? Where external software is not needed, but but you're saying make the game so easy that the software is irrelevant, right? And I'm saying, and actually a big part of my point is, there is no mechanic that isn't trivial that couldn't be solved with software. Not easy, clear. Even if it was clear, you'd still do this. External software will always be an advantage. It can't not be, because code is faster than you, right? You got to bear this in mind, guys, right? Like, the ability for a computer to solve any coordination mechanic instantaneously is pretty fucking good. it doesn't matter how clear you make the mechanic. You can replace your human cognition of, okay, I got this, that means I need to do this. You can replace that with one button press that's always the same, and then it will tell you exactly what to do. Let's ban this? How? How can you possibly enforce a ban on this? It's software, and this is the other problem. This is not enforceable. This is not enforceable. How can you ban an overlay that isn't even visible on a stream because you can hide it very easily and doesn't interact with the game in any way, doesn't read memory, doesn't use an API, and it's completely separate software from the remainder of the game? How are you enforcing that ban? It's not bannable. You can't ban that. It's not enforceable. You can say don't do it, but you can't enforce that rule. And a rule is pointless if you can't enforce it, yeah? It's pointless. You need to have the ability to enforce a rule. Yeah. Yeah, you could have the Race to World's First guys play in-house, where they can't use software like this. Race to World's First scenarios? No. Unless Blizzard was running the event and had these people in studio on Blizzard hardware. So you could, but you'd literally need them to be in-house, in studio, on Blizzard computers. Yeah, and of course, yeah, Race to World First is not just Liquid and Echo. You know, there's also the broader race of who's going to get top 10, who's going to get top 50, who's going to top 100, right? Like all this kind of stuff, right? You know what I mean? It's more complicated than that. Yeah. Yo, players in the chat. We're just talking about how it's like really difficult to deal with like software solving mechanics, Plenix. So this was an example of like, you could very easily write software to, with a simple button press of a macro, that could very easily tell you exactly how to do Ceres Greens. And Ceres Greens is basically the hardest mechanic they've ever added to the game. By far, actually. Huge. Right now, the solution is software. What happens if you take it out of the equation? I mean, again, right now it's an API. People will just develop separate software. What things people come up with? Well, yeah, they'll create other software, right? That's my point. My point is that you just make other software. Like, yeah, you can remove add-ons, but that won't, because look, what are people actually upset about, right? People are upset about software solving mechanics. Yeah? That's what people are worried about. And I'm saying that banning add-ons doesn't solve that problem. In fact, it makes it worse. Because right now, guys, right now, I do this, right? I've just got, in my game, I've got Liberation of Undermine, Liquid Weak Auras, right? But in the future, it might be downloading a third-party executable file that renders an overlay over my game that then takes keyboard inputs and relays them to a central server, or uses some kind of like peer-to-peer networking, that then solves the mechanic for you. And like one of them is just like way more cancerous, right? Like it's way more cancerous to have third-party software that then uses peer-to-peer networking to solve mechanics for you, right? Back with Greer CM, people solve by stacking all three greens together or dodging it, yes. But so it's much easier, right? Like it's a much easier version of Ceres Greens. Worst kind of culture in history. I completely disagree. I fucking love WoW culture, unironically. I'm not joking, by the way. Dude, a guy actually bet me $1,000 that I would come to despise WoW culture. I said, you know what, dude, stop talking shit. Put your money where your mouth is. $1,000, I'll still like the WoW community in 2 years' time. He actually deleted his account to avoid paying me. It's gone now. Yeah. That's actually really cool. I haven't seen that, actually, yeah. I haven't seen that. It's been 2 years, by the way. Yo, Proclet, if you're watching, the PayPal's mightyteapot@gmail.com. You owe me. Time's up. You took the bet, my friend. Oh, and widen the gap? Exactly, yeah. That's actually a concern I have, yeah. I don't think WoW's issue is cultural, to be honest. It's just that people will always try to win. And try to do things as efficiently as possible. Look, the thing is... okay, there is a reason... Do you know why everyone uses this software, guys? It's because nobody doesn't. I know that sounds weird, but... Dude, if you made a guild that said, you know what, we really don't like using weak cores, we're not going to use them. Dude, that would actually be popular, straight up. It's just that nobody does that. Oh, Gwen Zoe, you raid me? I was going to raid you! Trusty firebrand, quickness provider, world record holder. Love to see that. Fantastic stuff. Thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Excellent stuff. Yeah. Pure really blind plugger that doesn't happen outside of the race currently in WoW. I think that is a bit of a WoW thing. And that's mostly because the game is just incredibly competitively minded, right? Like everyone in WoW is like compete. Push higher, more DPS, more eye level. And personally, I love that stuff, right? I actually like that. I actively like that, right? For my basic UI, dude, look, if they actually get rid of weak cores, I'm gonna cry. Dude, I recently built my own UI from scratch, and I've just got it to the point where I actually like it. There's still a couple of things I want to iron out, but I'm almost happy with my UI, and it feels so fucking good. I love it, dude. Okay? Because I've just got it to the point where I like how my UI looks. I love the fact... I love the fact that you can completely customize your UI in this game. It's amazing. There are some games where people compete and have separate software, assisted versus completely manual input, all about community. Yeah, but you're never using software to input for you, right, in WoW. And also, the reason why WoW is different is because WoW is different. There aren't many games that are like it mechanically with like how fights are, right? What I mean. And also other games would be like all customize your UI and game however you want to throw out. It would never be as good as WeCore is. It's literally impossible. Can't go into the game and have a good time learning stuff. Even hate you don't really something. False. I literally did this in Dragonflight. That's just no. That's not true. And by the way, no, people absolutely basically do like progression, especially early on in the tier, early on in Heroic. But yeah, I mean, that is basically what WoW is with add-ons, yeah. You can just like code the add-ons however you want them. Huge. The only way they can get the same level of customization, is just by adding weak auras to the game. Just like add weak auras to the game directly, then we're good. We're good. There's no creativity within WoW raiding. I think there's a fundamental game issue causing it. There is a fundamental issue causing it. It's called Echo and Liquid. Because the game is so competitive, they're gonna do it better than you. Do what they do. Right? Like, that's the thing, is that the game is very competitive and you have these, like, people who play the game professionally. That just, like, changes the environment fundamentally. WoW became really hard to get started with new players, just overwhelming. I think only because people say that. Like, when I started playing, I barely used any add-ons. You don't really need to, especially with edit mode now. If I was a new player, I honestly wouldn't fuck around with add-ons for ages. I would just use the vanilla UI. It's more than good enough for everything up to Mythic rating. Oh yeah, no, dude, weak auras are literally Legos. They're incredibly trivial to make. Look, let's make a weak aura for tracking like a mage cooldown. It's completely trivial. We click here, we go icon, we go combustion, we go trigger. What do we want to track? I want the name of the aura we're tracking. Combustion. We input that, and then boom, it's done. Like that's it. Congratulations, you made a weak aura. This will now pop up whenever you hit it. Very, very simple. Resources to play good, or even a simple weak aura. Again, vanilla UI absolutely does that, no problem. But again, this is trivial. Again, guys, you have to understand, I will always battle misinformation. Okay, always. Okay, aura, combustion. We can do something else though. Like we can go player, right? Oh wait, actually never mind. We can go player unit information. What resource would you like to track? Alternate power, what cast, what specs have you got, right? Like, what do you want to track? It's very easy to do this. It's, like, extremely fucking easy to do this in the game. It's very, 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 very easy to do this. Add-on minigames, PvP is worse. I actually have seen WoW PvP. It does look like a fucking shit show. They do need to deal with that. Yeah. Yeah. It's very easy to track stuff in the game. Puts it on weaker together. Yeah, of course. But you know, it's not complicated. You don't need to be a dev to fuck around with weak auras. Again, there's a huge difference between what I've done here. I've done like a couple of little custom cooks. There's like a little bit of scripting in some of the things that I've done compared to like this fucking crazy technology like liquid weak auras. And by the way, even these are actually they're not rocket science. I'm not gonna lie. Like the only crunchy stuff is when you look at this. Like this is the crunchy stuff. And it's a little bit more complicated with how they solve the mechanics in these. Right? Like, you know, this is what it looks like. But I'm not gonna lie, you can read this. Like, Lure is pretty readable, but I mean, yeah, you're not doing this unless you're a dev, to be honest. Like, let's not pretend. Yeah. Add the dungeons with an LRG tool. But, okay, you say that, YKW Dota, but why is it that people love the open world? Dude, I've got to go finish my workout. I don't want to argue this. But why do people love the open world in WoW? Why did Bellula say that Siren Isle was a masterclass in storytelling? Why do the nerds love Undermine and, like, the environment there? Like, why do the lore people love this stuff, right? Because I agree with you. I'd love to see them focus on the open world more. And by the way, saying WoW is only raids and M+, is like saying Guild Wars 2 only has open world versus world, and PvE, right? Like, yeah, true, but you're kind of decontextualizing there a little bit. But yeah, like, why do people love this stuff? Why do people love delves? Why do people like the open world in that game? Why do they like world quests and the story stuff? Okay, and the open world immersion. Like, why do people like this? Like, if it's so bad, why do people actually praise it a lot? Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I'm not here to simp WoW's open world. I think Guild Wars 2 is better, and WoW's should be better, 100%. Like, I'm completely with you on this. But let's not pretend people don't like it. People absolutely like it. And people absolutely play it a lot, right? Like, in fact, realistically, the majority of players are, like, open world casual story players, right? But yeah, like, I don't want to detract away from this. What I'm getting at here is I want to formalize this in a video here because I think maybe people are not getting my point. Because I want to be really clear about this, because what Citrus Uwu, the only way to make software not relevant is by making every mechanic individual. So in other words, you do not have to interact with every player. So every mechanic needs to be like tendril seeds. You can't ever have anything that's in order, like an ordered dispel list. You can never have that. You can never have any kind of positional assignment with 5 people having to do something simultaneously. Basically, any mechanic that requires you to do something at the same time as another player, differently from those players, can be solved with software. And if it increases your win rate, will be solved with software. I promise you it will be solved with software. Because why wouldn't you solve it with software, by the way? Why wouldn't you solve it with software? Because, guys, let's not mess around here. These guys are playing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Like, there's a lot of money on the line in the Race to Worlds First. There's a lot of money on the line in the MDI. Like, are you seriously gonna leave? Like, even if it's 5%, like a 5% win rate increase, are you gonna leave that on the table? No shot. You're gonna write that code and get it done, right? And this is the point that I think people are really missing on this, is that if software gives you an advantage, you will use it. Like, you just will. In a competitive environment, you will take that advantage. You will use that software. Doesn't mean rules are useless. Rules are useless if you can't enforce them, hit button. That's why I don't have rules against stuff like, okay, there was actually a little bit of a discussion, hit button, in my tournaments about, banning, boss add-ons for Guild Wars 2, right, in Blish. But I said, guys, I'm really sorry, I can't ban this because I can't enforce that. Because when they're streaming, right, I can't see if they're running Blish or not, right? I can't see if they're using this add-on because they can hide it, right? They don't have to transmit it on the stream. So there's no point in having a rule. I can't enforce that rule. So you're right that Blizzard could... No, they can't. No, they can't enforce that rule. How can they enforce that rule? This is my point. How do you enforce a third... Well, how do you write terms of service that is against this, by the way, for a start? That's point one. But point two, how do you enforce third-party, non-API, non-memory reading software that is completely external to the game and doesn't interact with the game in any way? Turn off add-ons? You don't need... Why do you need an add-on? It's an external software. It's like Blish. I'm running an EXE on my machine. I'm just running an EXE. Yeah. What are they going to do? Like, how do they conceivably enforce this? Right? I actually have to go now. I actually really have to go. But good discussion. That's straight up cheating? Wait, what? Wait, no, wait, how? What rule is it violating? Lots of esports disallow and prevent that. I don't think... What would you even use that for in other esports? I think MMOs are problematic because they're unique and that they present this kind of challenges. I don't think that... I don't think it's the same. Because, like, it's not... There's no situation in another game where I feel that you could use this, right? Aimbots aren't cheating or wall hacks. Wait. No. Wait, no, no, whoa. No, I am not saying this. No, I'm not saying this. No. I'm saying that things that don't interact with the game. Those things that you listed are all things that interact with the game, yeah? So something that alters memory or reads memory. I'm saying software that doesn't read memory, doesn't interact with the game, in any way, doesn't use an API, right? Doesn't modify packets, doesn't read packets from the game, right? Like, or anything. It doesn't use any game data. It's completely external to the game, right? Completely external. It's like Discord, running Discord on your computer, right? What's the software doing? Taking inputs from players and crunching mechanics. How's it giving you an info? I'll show you the example. So here's Ceres Green's hit button. Okay, so we have 10 players, yeah? Connected to our app. We have 10 players connected to our app. Right, we've written this software app. The 3 players who get the green circle, press a macro. Press a button. It says player 3 goes left, player 6 goes middle, player 7 goes right. It then notes, well, player 1, 2, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10 didn't press. 1, 2 go left. 4, 5 go middle. 8, 9 go right. 10 is the backup in case someone fucks up. It can solve that instantaneously. Instant. It can crunch that. The moment you get that mechanic, hit button, crunched. And it can solve that and tell every player where to go instantaneously, simultaneously. No raid leading, no talking over each other, no going, oh, I don't know what's going on. It will immediately solve it. Instantly. Just immediately. Instant solve. Software. No, not screen reading. No. Screen reading, I'd say, is a no-no. I don't think I would be very against screen reading. I think that's, I mean, again, you can't really enforce screen reading, guys. Like, you really can't, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, and again, by the way, people would do that, by the way. People would use screen reading. For example, you could use screen reading to detect private auras. You could use screen reading to detect anything with UI customization, which, I'm not gonna lie, would also be a problem. But we're not even talking about that. We're actually doing, even one layer away. We're more separated than that right now. Okay, we're more separated. Because, guys, did you know this? I used screen reading, right? No, that's the thing though, hit button. No, this is the worst part of WoW add-ons. In my opinion, this is the only bad part about WoW add-ons. This is by far the problem. This is the weak aura plays the game for you. This stuff is the cancer, actually. It is the problem. It is the Sprocketmonger assignments. It is the Overnax egg assignments. That is what it is. This is the nasty stuff. This is the stuff that people hate or people don't like. All the other stuff is honestly fluff. All the other stuff is like moving stuff around on the screen. No one cares. That's not a big deal. This is the only part that matters, actually. This is the only thing that's important about weak auras. Wait, what the fuck? Oh no. Dude, dude, I accidentally hit a key and it, like, what did it do? It's over. What happened? Oh, did I zoom in? Okay, we're fine. Grubus notes they create other challenge mechanics instead. Yeah, but that's the problem. That means you can never do any mechanic that requires players to do something simultaneously. No, it's more specific than that. Do a different thing simultaneously. You can never have a dispel order. So dispel A, then B, then C, then D. You can never have a player A does X, then B does X, then C does X on a timer. You can never have a player A goes there, B goes there, C goes there, etc. like that. You can never have a mechanic like that. Yeah. Yeah, if that makes any sense, right? It's Zyvo. Yeah, but the thing is that MMO fights are multiplayer coordination checks, right? That's what these things are. Software can always solve coordination checks, right? Like, no shit, right? Like, you can put an input, computer solves mechanic for you. What I'm saying is that I think you can't actually design fights that aren't kind of boring without this, basically. Or that can't be sledgehammered in some way that solves this. Yeah. But yeah. Tools will always if they improve the run rate. At 6 people. I mean, it helps if you have a low amount of people, then ultimately the fights are quite simple, so it's way less of an issue. For sure, yeah. Mechanical on overall things. Can you give me an example of this? The actual execution is a major hurdle, and also a sound before the fight even starts. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not gonna lie, I actually think those mechanics are easy as fuck. Like, I think anything like that, I think one of the reasons why I really like, that's kind of the Final Fantasy approach, kind of, right? If you make so assignable before the fight, I'm not gonna lie, that's fucking boring, right? That's very, very static. It's not dynamic. And one of the things that I really like, one of the things that I really like actually about WoW is that it's incredibly dynamic, right? And I think the downside of WoW being dynamic is that it does kind of encourage this add-on behavior, but I'd never trade it, to be honest. I would never trade it in. I would always want WoW to stay dynamic rather than static. Assignments count simultaneously? Yes, and I actually like that gameplay a lot. I think it makes the fights way more exciting and way spicier. I don't like hard assigns at the start. I think it's boring. I think it's too easy as well, actually. Which I'm not really a big fan of. I don't like hard assigns. But yeah. A lot of mechanics of stacking, which isn't really difficult. Once you combine everything, it becomes a challenge. Yeah, but I mean, so WoW has that too, no? Like WoW has this too. And by the way, if people were as like sweaty in Final Fantasy, they'd use weak auras there as well. They would also use software there, to be honest. I mean, people would develop software for Aura, right? Like in Guild Wars 2. People would do the same in 14. Assigning Kite and Lamp. It's more like you always go left, you always go right, that kind of thing. Like, it's that sort of thing, right? That's a hard assign. Yeah. I think it's a lot harder than you might expect. Yeah, I don't know the full, I need to do some investigation. I don't know the full situation with Final Fantasy and add-ons, but as I understand, on some of the harder fights, people do use software. Some of like the really hard mechanics. Yeah. Yeah. You don't really need that kind of tool. It's kind of as a puzzle can be solved with software. Yeah, but you don't. But that's not the point, though. You don't need software to do Ceres Greens. It would just make it way easier. You don't need software to do anything, right? Even in WoW, you don't like need software. I'm sure there have been some like crazy fights that kind of needed software in the past, but I've not done a single fight, including Tindral, including Farak, that I would say was impossible without software. Like Overnax, you could have done that with software. In my opinion, Echo of Neltharion was doable with software, in my opinion. I think even the Race to World 13 said that they could have done it without software. It would have just been like 50 pulls more or something. Yeah, people use Blish, right? What about, have you seen the Blish software that people use? Not yes, it won't make it easy. You just need to know your pre-assignments. You miss a circle. You just die. But of course it will. You know, even if it's as simple as telling you exactly when it's going to happen on screen, that will make it easier. Any kind of information transparency is going to make it easier. But just, I mean, I don't know. Make it really convoluted. People use software. Yeah, I think that's a good way of making fights like really intense, right? But also people do this. Like, people do this in Guild Wars 2, even though the game is easy, like not very difficult, right? So just to clarify, look. Here you go. Go to arrow. This is telling you exactly where... You actually can't even do this in WoW, by the way. Tell you to stand northeast for a stack mechanic. Yeah, but that's what I mean. And I'm not here to disrespect Final Fantasy's design philosophy. As I understand it, there's a lot more stuff like that, and the design is like not quite as spontaneous as WoW. And I honestly, that's fine. I'm saying I actually don't really want the game to be that way. I think I would honestly lose interest in the raids if they were that way. I'm going to be honest. I really like how dynamic and spontaneous WoW raid design is. I don't want that to change. I would rather have add-ons and keep that dynamism than have a more static raid design approach without add-ons. That's basically my take here. But yeah, people do this anyway, right? Yeah. Boom. Also, guys, I've really got to go now. I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back. Enjoy.